Excellencies, distinguished guests, it's a great honor to be here and to welcome you all on behalf of the organizing partners, the European Commission, the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, the Renewable Energy Policy Network for the 21st Century, REN21, le Syndicat des Énergies Renouvelables, that is the French syndicate for renewable energy, and last but not least, the Ministry for Foreign Affairs in the United Arab Emirates. Let me just say at the outset that it is a privilege for me, Ghida Fakhry, as a journalist, to be moderating this high-level day where we focus on renewable energy, energizing the future. Let me also just say that I do hope that working together here today, we will be able not just to energize the renewable debate in the future, but also just right now, right here, beginning with this opening session. So the pressure, you might say, is on our first keynote speakers. But before we get to our distinguished speakers, let us perhaps get a quick look at where the renewable energy movement has reached, how far it has come in the last few years.
Modern society is experiencing tremendous growth and advancement. By 2030, the world will be home to 8 billion people. By 2050, this population will demand 80% more energy, 60% more food, 55% more water. We must meet this demand sustainably. Now, more than ever, renewable energy offers a unique opportunity. Costs are falling. Investment is rising. Technology is advancing, and world leaders are taking action. Renewable energy can power a growing world, create jobs, decrease pollution, help mitigate climate change, and balance our global energy mix. The choice is ours to make.
The extraordinary contributions renewable energy can make to our futures. Let me now invite to the stage to make his opening statement the European Commissioner, Mr. Miguel Cañete. And this will be on behalf of the organizing partners. The floor is yours.
Ministers, members of parliament, your excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by saying how delighted I am to address you on behalf of today's co-organizers as we enter the crucial final week of COP21, where we have a real chance to secure an ambitious global climate deal. This is really a fitting place to start this last week. I say that because of the intrinsic link between our climate ambition and energy sector, which accounts for 2/3 of global emissions. The energy system not only holds the key to a global transition to a low-carbon economy, but it's also the heartbeat of our economy. That is reflected in the wide coalition of partners co-hosting this event: the European Commission, IRENA, the government of the United Arab Emirates, the French Syndicat des Énergies Renouvelables, and REN21. I would particularly like to thank IRENA's Director General, Adnan Amin, for his tireless commitment to raising the profile of renewable energy around the world and making sure it's part of all major energy discussions, such as in the G7, the G20, the Clean Energy Ministerial, and others. Let me also thank the authorities of the United Arab Emirates, the French Syndicat des Énergies Renouvelables, and REN21. I am pleased that despite some discussions as to whether this event will go ahead after the tragic events in Paris last month, we are all here today to convey a strong positive message. It is about looking forward, about re-energizing our future, and building a safe and sustainable world for the next generations. We have united our efforts to showcase that renewable energy is one of the central solutions to tackling climate change. It represents a cost-effective, technologically sound, and environmentally sustainable solution in our transition to a low-carbon economy. But at the same time, we all recognize the threat that we are confronted with. We are looking at an unparalleled rise in global temperatures that is already endangering parts of our planet. Over the next decades, the situation could get much worse. We may have to cope with mass-scale migration leading to instability, conflict, and a strain on resources that could severely hamper our economic prosperity. Faced with these environmental, economic, and security challenges, it can often appear that the problems are much more bigger than any of the solutions on the table. Today, I want to talk about how renewable energy can help us deal with all three of those existential challenges and our vision for how we can make that happen. But before that, let me say a few words about the European Union's approach and commitment. As many of you will know, the European Commission's President, Jean-Claude Juncker, set the ambition for the European Union to become the world #1 in renewables, and is one of my top priorities to take forward in the context of the European Union Energy Union project. But of course, good intentions count for nothing if we don't get the policies right. The European Union's approach is based on top-level political agreement to step up efforts towards a share of at least 27% renewables in our energy system by 2030, alongside an at least 40% cut in greenhouse gas emissions. We are currently reviewing European Union legislation to make sure that this goal is achieved through a common effort of all member states. To that end, we recently launched a consultation on the future European Union regulatory framework, and your views on what we should be doing are very much welcome. That work runs alongside a wider reflection about the design of our internal electricity market to ensure that it can integrate increasing shares of variable energy. Energy markets and grids have to be made fit for renewables and not vice versa. And we also need to fund the research that will help us deliver breakthrough solutions and get them to the market quicker. That's why the European Union has doubled the funding for energy research under the new Horizon 2020 program, and the upgraded Strategic Energy Technology Plan has put renewable technologies at the forefront. Last but not least, renewables are the priority for the recently launched European Fund for Strategic Investments, designed to unlock the investment the energy sector really needs. Today, you will hear many other examples from around the world on how renewable energy is gaining ground. That competition of good examples is good because we are all here in Paris trying to find solutions. We are here to exchange best practices for policy and regulatory approaches, set the highest possible standards, and encourage technology deployment. Considering the global challenge, only joint efforts represent the right way forward. Let me start with the climate challenge. The simple truth is that renewables reduce CO2 emissions. In 1 year, renewable energy helped to reduce CO2 emissions in the European Union by the equivalent of the annual emissions of Spain. Today, already 27% of the European Union electricity is generated by renewables, with that figure expected to climb to 50% by 2030. The good news is that according to the International Renewable Energy Agency, doubling the share of renewables in the world by 2030 could deliver around half of the required emission reductions. And if you put that alongside improved energy efficiency, it could keep the rise in global temperatures below 2 degrees. That is why we have set ourselves ambitious targets for both renewable and energy efficiency for 2030 to go along our 40% emission reduction target. Because as far as we are concerned, what gets measured gets done. And 168 countries around the world with renewable energy targets agree with us. The economic challenge. The economic challenge and how to make business case for renewables. For decades, it was considered that there was no economic sense to switch to renewables. Today, the myth that cutting emissions and increasing renewables is incompatible with economic growth has been emphatically debunked. Since 1990, the European Union GDP has grown by 46%, while our emissions have declined by over 23%, and renewables make economic sense. For example, solar PV deployment creates 2 times more jobs per unit of electricity generation than coal. Furthermore, renewable energy costs have decreased dramatically, and we have seen an 80% drop in cost for solar panels in 5 years. The point is that renewable energy is now cost competitive, and that has helped the sector thrive. Renewable energy now accounts for over 1 million jobs and almost 140 billion euro turnover a year in Europe. Worldwide, since 2011, more new capacity has been installed in renewable energy than in fossil and nuclear power combined. To further the global renewables expansion, we need to make sure that we make renewable energy investment a low-risk, high-reward proposition for the private sector. In Europe, for example, we are in the process of ensuring that national support mechanisms gradually become market-based and that more regional cooperation is taking place. Turning now to the third of our existential challenges, national and international security, climate change is a reality. And with it, scarce natural resources, such as drinking water, are likely to become even more limited. That could lead to large-scale patterns of migration as people go in search of friendly climates. In fact, today, still the world is falling short of its ambition to provide energy for all. Just think that 17% of global population has no electricity. That's why the European Union supports the need to make energy access a cornerstone of the international community's development efforts going forward post-Paris. 28.5 million people in Africa, the continent the most disproportionate source of energy, already benefit from solar lighting products, but we need to go much further. The European Union has set itself the goal of helping developing countries provide 500 million people with access to sustainable energy services by 2030, and strongly support the Sustainable Energy for All initiative launched by United Nations Secretary General Ban Ki-moon in 2011. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, just 20 years ago, renewable energy was still seen as an expensive case study, a technology predominantly talked about by researchers and environmentalists. Today, top policymakers from around the world join us. We have here not just NGOs, but CEOs and CFOs, and we have citizens that care about the origin of their energy and about their planet. That shows how far we have come. I am confident that in 20 years' time, renewable energy will not only be in the mainstream, but will have a major positive impact on this generation's biggest challenges: climate, economy, and security. I look forward to working with you all to make sure the COP21 is a success, and so is our commitment to promote the renewable energy track worldwide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, of course, for reminding us about the critical role that renewables can play today and in the future in meeting some of these challenges that you mentioned, whether they are security, environmental, or economic challenges, as you say, if the right policies are in place. And it is, of course, encouraging as well to hear about the ambitious targets that the EU has set for itself over the next 15 years. Now, to deliver an opening statement on behalf of the host government of COP21, it is my pleasure to welcome Virginie Schwartz. She is Director for Energy at the Ministry for Ecology, Sustainable Development and Energy. And of course, she is here representing the Minister, Ségolène Royal, who unfortunately could not be with us. And it's important, I suppose, to say that COP21 has really entered now a critical phase where there is at least agreement on a draft text. Now it remains to be seen whether the ministers can agree on a binding agreement between now and the end of the week. Please welcome Virginie Schwartz.
Bonjour. Good morning, EU Commissioner Miguel Arias Cañete, Minister of the Arab Emirates, United Arab Emirates, Minister of Energy of Morocco, Chairman of the Sustainable Energy Syndicate, Irina. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to start by conveying the heartfelt regrets of Mrs. Ségolène Royal. The French Minister of Ecology would have liked to have been among you today to be able to launch today's discussions on renewable energy. However, she must go to the Senate today. She has a very busy schedule due to the COP21. Indeed, our shared goal is to do everything possible in order to reach a binding agreement. I'm very pleased to be here to launch this working day on renewable energies. As the European Commissioner said, over 2/3 of greenhouse gases come from electricity production and consumption. And trying to limit the heat increase to 2 degrees means that the world must have an energy transition. Tomorrow we're going to have the focus day on energy at the COP21 in order to demonstrate that the energy transition is underway. 3 pillars: access to energy, energy efficiency, and renewable energies. Many technical solutions already exist in these areas. Our priority today is to accelerate the deployment of these solutions. This entails mobilizing funding, setting goals, clear goals, simplifying procedures, mobilizing the regions, and seeking innovation in order to drive down costs. Today, we need to focus on tangible projects, on experiences that have worked, in order to be able to duplicate them and make them more widespread. I would like to talk about 5 key factors necessary in order to guarantee the energy transition at the global level. The first driver for energy, renewable energies, is to set clear objectives in order to give greater visibility to investors so that they in turn can mobilize. Currently, over 160 countries have set clear goals and objectives. These goals have often been officialized in the INDCs formulated by the various countries. The current challenge in the climate negotiations is to make sure that these INDCs are revised on a regular basis. In France, the goals have been set by the energy transition law for green economy that was adopted by the French Parliament this summer. The goal is to reduce by 40% greenhouse gases by 2030 and to divide by 2 energy consumption by 2050. In terms of renewable energy, the share of renewable energies will need to increase to 30% of the total energy output. This means that France is a land of opportunity for developing renewable energies. And it's also a stronghold for exports with a strong social fabric, scientific fabric, financial fabric in order to support these development projects. The second driver in order to mobilize the renewable energies is to develop the funding and to secure investments. The business plan of renewable energies has never been stronger than today. Renewable energies are now very competitive in many countries worldwide, and over 50% of the new electricity production methods implemented in 2014 are based on renewable energies. However, investments in renewable energies only represent 25% of investments worldwide in fossil fuels. We need to reverse this trend. The implementation of a carbon price is a key element to ensure that renewable energies can become more competitive than fossil fuels, and in order to accelerate investments. On this notion of the price of carbon, France has tried to set the example, and the energy transition law sets an ambitious goal with the value of 56 euros for each ton of carbon and 100 by 2030. We also need to mobilize investors. In France, this new law demands that investors provide reporting on their exposure to climate risk and the portion of their green investments. This should help contribute more funding to the development of renewable energies. Third driver in order to accelerate the development of renewable energies is increasing international cooperation. Tomorrow's Focus Day will highlight several initiatives. First of all, we will officially launch the Global Alliance for Geothermal Energy, which is supported by over 40 countries. And the goal is to multiply by 5 geothermal electricity production and to at least double geothermal heating by 2030. Last week, at the beginning of last week, the Indian Prime Minister launched, with our support, the International Solar Alliance in order to promote the development of solar energy in countries that have a lot of sunshine between various latitudes worldwide. The goal is to make solar energy the cheapest source of energy in those regions, in order to provide a clean and competitive solution and to increase access to electricity by the greatest number of people possible. There's also an initiative for renewable energies that was launched by the African Union, and they will be deploying renewable energies in Africa. The goal is to install at least an additional electricity capacity of 10 gigawatts by 2020. The French president said he would support with over 2 billion euros this deployment of renewable energies in Africa for the time frame 2016-2017. This will be a 50% increase of the bilateral commitments on France's part over the past 5 years. The fourth driver, in order to accelerate the development of renewable energies, is to have regional projects, to have local projects in order to meet the ambitions and local needs. In France, Mrs. Royal has launched calls for tenders in the various regions. The regions mobilized at an unprecedented level. Over 500 municipalities in France submitted tenders in order to be able to join this initiative. Since the announcement of the winners in February, several elected representatives have been able to accelerate the energy transition in the regions in order to create momentum to promote this. 66 million state subsidies have also been committed. And 20 million inhabitants, thus, are impacted by regional initiatives and projects. Last but not least, the last driver in order to accelerate the development of renewable energies is to promote research and development in order to simulate innovation. All of this must be focused in order to improve the performance of technologies, to reduce low-carbon technologies so that they can be accessible to all at a low cost. This is the meaning of the mission innovation that has been launched jointly by the United States and France, along with 18 other countries, on the very first day of COP21. This initiative consists of the following. First of all, doubling of public funding in the area of research and development for clean energies. In addition, it also means supporting innovative companies on the market in order to have the commitment of private investors gathered around Bill Gates. Thus, France will continue to strongly support the development of renewable energies, particularly by ramping up a program of future investments, which will have a funding of 6 million euros over the next few years. Last but not least, I would like to emphasize that beyond the climate challenges, renewable energy represents an opportunity for our societies and our economy. It will provide more investments, therefore greater economic activity. The low-carbon strategy in France, which has just been made public, will increase by 1.5% the GDP. This development of renewable energies is also going to generate employment. In France, 2,000 jobs have been created in the wind energy sector, and 350,000 jobs will be created by the low-carbon projects. This deployment of renewable energies also increases the buying power of households, because renewable energies will be less expensive than fossil fuels, which is often the case. COP21 is a unique opportunity in order to accelerate all of these various issues and projects. Of course, it's not the end-all of everything. It's just the beginning. It's the beginning of an approach that is going to enable us to develop even more projects. We are all committed to this energy transition that brings together economy, ecology, climate, and so on. It's up to us on a collective basis, each one of us at our level, to play our role in order to demonstrate that it is possible, to demonstrate that solutions exist here and now in the regions, and in order to be able to take up the challenge of limiting climate global warming to 2%. Thank you for your attention.
So as we just heard from our two keynote speakers, renewable energy isn't just a shared common goal or responsibility, but in fact it is what some people might say in economic terms, a quintessential common good. And to demonstrate just how much of a collective effort is needing in order for us to push this forward, to foster the adoption and the use of renewable energy in the years ahead, today's meeting brings together some of the key players in the renewable energy debate, of course, from government officials to environmental experts. You need to have those, of course, involved. But we're going to also be hearing from corporate leaders, business leaders, cultural role models, and committed activists. So we will have a lot of different takes on what is going on in the world today when it comes to renewables. And let me just add that if you are not a renewable expert, a renewable energy expert, and if you happen to be in this room, rest assured you are not in the wrong place, because today isn't just about government negotiators and, as I say, renewable energy experts, but it's about civil society as a whole, how all of us can actually come together, learn about what is going on, about how high the stakes might be, and actually get engaged on a proactive level in turning some of the challenges, which you will definitely hear about today, into potential opportunities. Essentially, as the Commissioner said, it is about mainstreaming renewables and doing it fast. Let me, before we get started in today's first session, perhaps give you a general overview of the day and what we can expect. We will have 4 main sessions. The first 3 will focus on some of the key players, talking about innovation in this industry. We'll look at the role of governments and the importance of setting targets, benchmarking, essentially in order to arrive at some of these important decisions that governments can take, whether it is at the national, subnational, or even regional levels. We'll also look at the dynamics within the global renewable energy industry itself, the significant strides that we heard about earlier that have been made in the last few years, with the establishment some 5 years ago, I believe it was in 2010, of the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA, and how far it has come in terms of its membership. Of course, the key contribution that has been made as well by business and corporate leaders as a major driving force in showing that renewable energy can be the way forward, and that it actually can also make very good investment sense. And as I say, we'll also be looking at the role all of us can play as members of civil society across the world. So our aim today is not just to celebrate the recent advancements that have been made, or to identify some of the key obstacles that still hold us back, but instead it is about offering far-sighted, innovative solutions for the way forward. So our last session will focus on the innovation surrounding renewables. Some of the questions we'll look at are how and where is it taking place? What are the main obstacles facing the deployment of renewable energy? More importantly, how can they be overcome? What kind of innovations for the future do we need in order to meet some of the very ambitious targets that you heard about already, and eventually arrive at a state where the relationship essentially between economy and ecology becomes symbiotic rather than simply dialectical. So we'll be hearing from a lot of high-level speakers, government industry leaders, CEOs, experts, about their visions for a future that is powered by renewable energy. And what is important as well, we'll be hearing from them about why they see it not just as a key environmental solution to the climate crisis, but also as a socially and economically beneficial enterprise in developing and industrialized countries alike. I also want to mention that we're lucky to have with us today inspirational figures who we all know for their music, or for their groundbreaking adventurism, or even environmental leadership, but who also happen to be fiercely committed and dedicated to renewables. What are they inspired by? What would they like to see happen in the future? So today's conversations hopefully will all be solution-oriented, and at the end of the day we'll have an outcome in the form of a summary of what we heard here today. It's all going to be part, of course, of an ongoing discussion that doesn't just end here at the end of this high-level day, but continues, obviously, tomorrow at Le Bourget in, I believe it is room 10, hall 4, with what is the Energy Action Day at the COP meetings. You obviously are all invited, provided you have the right accreditation, so I hope you will be there in big numbers. Finally, let me say that we want our sessions today to be as inclusive, as interactive as possible. So we'll have live web streaming of the day's events. It'll be on the website re-energizing.org. You can also tweet any questions, any comments by using the hashtag Re-energize. In other words, what is discussed here today shouldn't stay here today. It doesn't have to stay here. It's about building on the momentum and spreading the word. Where do we stand? How critical is the transition, which has already begun? How inevitable is it, the transition toward renewable energy? And are we really on the march towards a renewable revolution? So we'll find out in the course of the day. Before moving into our first session and addressing all of these questions and much more, it is my pleasure now to introduce someone who communicates with a very large and very loyal, youthful audience. across the world through his distinctive music. A cultural icon to many, he is someone who has been engaged for many years in finding renewable energy solutions, particularly for Africa. Please welcome Akon. Can I invite you, Akon, to join me here so we can have what hopefully will be a casual conversation, please. Let me say it's a pleasure to meet you, and I will not elaborate on your music, if you don't mind. I won't even get into my own rendition of Smack That, your hit song, which I've been humming for the last couple of days. I will instead focus, I suppose, on the other important things that you do. I know a lot of people in the audience know who you are, but for those who don't, let me just say that you were born in Senegal, and although you've lived in the United States for very many years, you decided to dedicate much of your time, your name, your energy, your resources, to a project which aims to bring solar power to no less than 600 million people in Africa, and that is through the Akon Lighting Africa project. The initiative was launched early last year, and in just a few days, in fact on the 15th of December, I believe, there will be the launch of a solar academy in Bamako, in Mali. The academy is training local entrepreneurs and engineers to produce solar energy using the very latest technologies. Of course, you will tell us much more about that. I know that it is already in 10 African countries with plans to expand in many more. Tell us a little bit more about this project and what motivated you. What was the main motivation for you behind this type of initiative?
Well, clearly the motivation in the beginning was because of the experience of not having electricity growing up. And when I moved to the US, I kind of was exposed to a lifestyle and that I got really used to. So when I used to go back home to visit, the same area where I was actually raised was still without electricity and clean water. And many, many years down the line, fast forwarding, even after my career was fully matured, I would return back to visit my grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, basically my whole family in the same area where I was raised. And 20 years later, nothing still hasn't changed.
So those memories of you as a student, as a child, growing up, doing your school homework by candlelight, you still see this as a reality across Africa?
Yeah, I mean, and for me to still be able to see that in 2015, that was very scary for me. So ultimately, 2 years ago, I decided to do something about it, but then I realized also in Africa, charity wasn't really something that moved the people. They want to be in a position where they're empowered, be able to feed their own families, and that was the only way to really delete the whole, access of not having.
Right.
When you get to the position where you constantly have your hands out and people are constantly giving, you get to the point where you feel like that's the way, and that's how it actually goes.
So for you, it's not just about making sure that many of these rural areas are lit, that they have solar power, but in fact that they can empower themselves.
Absolutely.
To seize their own opportunities and move away perhaps from this notion of being victims to being proactive shareholders in this whole thing.
Absolutely. I think, when you empower people, it raises confidence, it raises so much in them as people that they actually create things that they never even thought they had inside them.
Did you see this kind of a behavioral attitudinal change
That was
since this has been launched?
one things that we did notice. In areas where there was constant darkness, in the nighttime when they actually saw light, you saw it changed people. The impact in those lives was just unspeakable. Like you couldn't really explain in words how it impacted the people. You could see by the way they walk, they talk, everything changed about them.
Yeah, but there's so much that you can do. I suppose what you can do can lead the way, and it's extremely important, especially for someone like you and other celebrities who can put their name to projects like this. But is there so much that you can do? I mean, who do you need on board to provide the kind of financial, political support that is needed to really have much more of an impact? I know that your project is based on a public-private sector model, but you also need governments to act and act much more.
Absolutely. I think government plays a huge role, especially in infrastructure building in any country. And specifically in Africa, the government's role plays a huge part as far as keeping everything orderly and holding people accountable, and also just allowing the system to actually particularly work and be able to coincide with the people in general. So our model was built on a public-private partnership specifically to make sure that the people not only kept the government in line, but the government also did their, job towards the people as well.
But how much do you feel the governments are aware of the importance of providing the kind of support they need to give in order to create this type of indigenous solar sector in Africa, and not to rely, as you say, on aid and charity for abroad? Do you feel that they have a sense that they need to do more? Is it that they lack the political will or capital, or maybe a combination of both?
It's a combination of many things. The leadership in Africa, in certain countries, unfortunately, some presidents came under coup situations. So from an educational standpoint, a lot of them came up under a government not properly knowing how to run a country, because the knowledge of it just didn't reach that far. So you face those challenges, and then you also face the challenges of just technology and older leaders not understanding today's technology and how forward-thinking the generation moves, and how even the youth play such a huge role in developing economies. So, and then of course, with the traditions of Africa, you rule from a standpoint of age. So your elders are always, what they say is really what goes, and you have to respect those words, and you have to respect their knowledge, and of course their mentorship. But ultimately, sometimes the youth may have information that could be useful to the elders.
Yes, and you can tap into the amazing potential of the youth, and the amount of awareness that the youth have just tapping into the various social platforms on the internet, whether they have the means to do so every day or not. So do you feel there's a sense of a new consciousness, as the French might say, une prise de conscience, that something can be done by ourselves, for ourselves? I mean, I want you to touch on some of your anecdotal experiences, visiting some of the areas, talking to some of the people who've benefited already from your projects.
Yeah, now it's, the communication is very transparent now. Africa's growing in so many big ways, and all the countries now are actually working with the people, and people are actually starting to work with government, and the stabilization is actually growing throughout Africa, because people want to see better for themselves. And when you see people with access to electricity and access to clean water, and being in a position where the government is actually doing their part, it raises the morale of people, and ultimately becomes a situation where people want to see better, and they actually help and lend a hand with each other, and the competition actually is deleted slowly but surely.
And how can people like you, public figures, work either on an individual basis or maybe perhaps even more efficiently together to raise awareness and make a difference in people's lives?
I think the awareness is pretty much one thing. It's very, in my field, awareness is very easy for us. It's just a matter of me picking up a microphone and I can speak to millions of people. But the most important part is the action. What happens after they're aware? What's the next step of how taking that awareness into reality, and how do we make that, something that you can touch, that's tangible and bankable at the end of the day.
And how difficult is it to do that? I mean, do you sense that by pushing this renewables debate forward, you might be disturbing some kind of a status quo when it comes to vested interest, whether it be businesses?
Absolutely. I think anything that's going to be, like, when you look at renewable energy from an energy business standpoint, it's very disruptive, because there's been policies that's been laid in place for hundreds of years, and there's been a way of an economic lifestyle from an energy standpoint that's known to be what they consider to be bankable. But it's like the renewable energy stage is now taking the same position where digital did to the entertainment business. When it first came, a lot of people didn't understand how it actually makes money, and how does this, accumulate to record sales and movie sales. So most people the corporations pretty much ignored it and allowed the digital geeks to figure out that stage where now when you look at the music industry in general, iTunes become now your new music store. And then the Tower Records, Banana Records, and all these guys are now out of business. So renewable energy is in the same position now, competing with the traditional way of energy, disbursement. So ultimately, we have to really pay attention to how the world is moving forward. And if we don't pay attention, of course, the people in the renewable energy space will eventually override the people with the traditional energy resources.
But do you feel we might be at a pivotal point now where those of us who know a lot about renewable energy know about how far it's come, but those of us who still feel that it hasn't touched our lives directly might sense that that it actually might make sense to adopt it in a way to cut costs for the future, because we always hear about how adopting renewable energy might actually drive costs down. And I want you to just perhaps finally reflect on the idea of how and why governments might find it an incentive to actually take this on board.
Well, the beautiful thing about it is that when you look at renewable energy, it's actually a proven fact. In every sector that you can imagine, it actually is better. I mean, it's no secret. The question is now, how do we transfer it over and the business stays the same? Because it all boils down to business. So when you look at it, there's no specific expert per se in renewable energy, because renewable energy is the future. And experts are knowledgeable of what was. That's what makes them experts, because they know what happened and they have the information. But the future, no one is here in this room is psychic. So we know specifically what the future holds for us. So all you can really do is kind of figure out and put yourself in a position of what can be if these steps are taken and moved forward. So it's really a collective effort.
But
on
what
what
might be
that
your main
expertism
message?
is.
Who would it be directed towards in order to see this type of movement forward?
I think it's directed more to you can say, what's the best word to say that?
Is it the governments or other major players? The civil society in general, or who?
No, absolutely. I think civil society definitely plays a role. As far as the government aspect of it, they just have to understand what that brings and be willing to make that decision and take whatever consequence that really comes forward with it. But ultimately, when you're in government, you have to make political decisions. And you also have to keep a lot of things in mind, and there's information that can't be dispersed to the public to give them a reason why the transformation can't be as swift as it should be. So there's a lot of things that you have to take into account. But I think for the emerging countries, it's more of a benefit than the already existing established countries.
And it just reminds me finally of what I heard the French president say just a couple of days ago, describing it as a paradox, quote, that those who have the most potential for solar energy have only a small share of solar electricity. So I think it boils down to a lot of people actually, rising to the occasion and playing the part that they need in order to move this forward. Akon, it was a pleasure, obviously, chatting to you about this. Thank you very much indeed. And I think this moves us nicely into our next session, which is... And congratulations, of course, on the launch of the new academy.
Oh, yes.
Which takes place in a few days, and good luck with that. This leads us into our next discussion, our panel discussion about the role of governments, and that's why I kept asking you, I suppose, about governments and what role they can play in leading the way towards a renewable world. So the emphasis in our next session will be on innovation action at the national, subnational, regional levels, with a critical look at how individual governments can lead the way towards renewable energy as a key solution to climate change, but also much more. Let me invite our panelists to come to the stage and introduce the moderator of the panel, Adnan Amin, the Director General of IRENA, the International Renewable Energy Agency. Thank you very much. Thank you, Akon. Thank you. So Adnan Amin, as our panelists make their way to the stage, just a couple of thoughts. IRENA, obviously the intergovernmental organization that you lead, that you have led actually since its creation about 5 years ago, has come a long way itself. I think it now has something like 143 member states, some 29 waiting to join, so a lot going on there. As someone who led IRENA since its establishment to promote the use of renewable energy, You know all too well about the intricacies of political decision-making, consensus building when it comes to issues like this. Here in Paris, it was interesting to see how 150 heads of state and government made very promising statements. But I have to say, statements we might have also heard before that never really, perhaps, got us to where we want to go. So beyond the political statements, the lofty ideals and goals that we heard expressed, is it all down to the technical details, or should we look at the bigger picture?
Well, I think what is not yet fully clear to some people is the level of transformation that we've achieved today. We are seeing a world of energy that is changing in ways nobody had expected, is being disrupted in ways nobody had accepted. If you look around this room, there are agents of disruption everywhere.
Okay.
There's a guy sitting there flying
Who
a solar
specifically?
plane around the world.
Okay.
You know?
So
There's
that's one
the Minister
suspect.
of Energy of Morocco, who is using the mountains and the deserts and the forests of Morocco to generate renewable energy, more than half of what that country needs. There's a guy here operating grid systems that nobody had predicted could operate at that level of renewables penetration. The world is changing. And, you know, I think listening to Ekon was very interesting because, in his words, some of the incumbents need to understand the gig is over, the world is changing, and we are in an era of transformation to which we have to adapt.
Get on board.
But this is opportunity. Miguel Cañete talked about, you know, all the statistics on renewables. We know that more than half of new capacity addition in power sector last 3 years in a row has come from renewables. We are seeing that this is the fastest moving energy sector in terms of investment, $270 billion last year, 100 gigawatts of new renewable capacity being added, which is more than the generating capacity of Brazil every year, and transformational change in the industry. So it's a moment of opportunity. And I think what the message of this should be for the climate discussion is that many of you are talking about the models of 10 years ago. In the last 5 years, the world of energy has transformed, and we have, for the first time in our hands, the possibility to decarbonize the world using renewables and energy efficiency to maintain the 2 degrees centigrade change. And I think that is a game changer. The question now should be, how do we make that happen? And that's about leadership, and these are the people who are going to be on this panel.
And I look forward to you taking them to task. So without any further delay, Adnan Amin and the panel discussion.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure to have a panel of this caliber with us to talk about the future, and from actually quite substantially different perspectives. And, you know, one of the things that's become very clear to us in renewables and charting the future in terms of sustainability is that it's about leadership. It's about people who make a difference. So I'm delighted that we have today with us such important leaders. We have, on my right, Governor Jerry Brown from California. I lived in New York for about 18 years, and we were convinced that was the best city everywhere, but we kept one eye on Governor Jerry Brown because he kept proving us wrong with the developments that were happening in California, which was really inspiring. And then we have Minister Abdelkader Amara from Morocco, I mentioned. Yesterday, Your Excellency, you announced that His Majesty the King had announced a target of 52% renewable electricity for Morocco. And I think that is the kind of inspiration we need to look at emerging economies, because the bulk of energy demand growth and investment will happening in the emerging economies. If we lock into a fossil-based infrastructure today, then we have absolutely no possibility of dealing with the climate equation in the future. So, welcome. And we have Dr. Elham, Energy Commissioner from the African Union. And we know that Africa has the fastest growing energy demand in the world, but some of the most ambitious plans on renewables. So welcome to all three of you. And let me start with you, Governor Brown. You've become very well known for taking very courageous decisions on sustainability, on social and economic, environmental issues, but you have been a champion of technological innovation in your state also. Most politicians in the US, to my knowledge, would never go there because they don't know how that's going to play into their electoral chances. But you've been re-elected 4 times. So you must be doing something right. So tell us what your vision is and what brings people in California forward in this very ambitious undertaking.
Well, I'm either doing something right or my opponents did something very wrong. One never knows, because for every winner there has to be a loser. Anyway, that's just a little insight into the political world in which I live. California has been in the forefront of renewable energy for the better part of a decade. My predecessor, Arnold Schwarzenegger, signed the Global Warming Solutions Act and set a goal of 1/3 renewable electricity. That was very important. Now, I've picked up that and advanced it to the next level, which is 50% of electricity in California from renewable. When I say renewable, I don't mean nuclear and I don't mean hydropower, both of which California has. We are focusing on solar, renewable, solar, wind, geothermal, and some biogas, which is more limited. So the state at this point is 25% renewable. The point I want to make is that it was just a few years ago when the electric companies, what we call electric utilities in California, privately owned by, capitalist investors, said they couldn't get to 20% by the year 2020. And they're all at 25% now. The electric utility, the privately owned utility electric company in San Diego, a place that has millions of customers, they're already at 40%. 40% principally solar and wind. So the potential is there. I want to give another example. There are 2 important elements in renewable energy. Because renewable energy is intermittent, the wind doesn't blow all the time. The sun only shines for a certain number of hours. So what do? You have to have storage. If you don't have storage, you need a wide grid so that you can share energy with areas where the wind is not blowing or the sun is not shining or vice versa. And that's exactly what California is doing. This, again, is a pretty interesting example. The electric company said, and they opposed an effort that I made 5 years ago to require these electric companies to invest in electrical storage. They said, it's too expensive, it's unproved, we can't do it. Well, just 3 years ago, I was able to sign a law with the utilities, electric companies not opposing, and that law said that 1,300 megawatts will be online of storage. Okay, so already one company, the Southern California Edison Company, has bought 250 megawatts of storage. And this is really critical because the sun often generates more electricity than we need. And this is a very important element. For example, electricity is used very much for air conditioning. But in the spring and the fall, the sun shines, but it's not very warm out. So people aren't using their air conditioners. So there's a lot of electricity that's going to waste. And that's why we have to then use that, pump it into storage, pump it into charging electric vehicles. So there's a lot of technology that has to go with renewable energy. It's not enough just to have solar collectors or wind machines. You have to have the grid, you need storage, and you have to manage it. And all that is expensive. You got to invest in all of that. So we are at 25% now. We're going to be at 33 1/3% before 2020. That is our goal. We have about 150,000 pure electric cars. We're aiming to have 1 million by 2025. That's going a little slow with the low oil price, but I think the direction is pretty clear. And so that's what we're doing there. And I would think in countries where the wages are lower, that solar could be installed even cheaper. So there's a lot of work there that could be that could create jobs. And California is creating a lot of jobs in the solar and wind and energy efficiency sector. Another complement here is efficient buildings. And these things don't happen overnight. When I was governor the first time, back in 1975, we launched the California Energy Commission. And it took them 8 years, actually 9 years, before the building efficiency standards were fully developed and put into law. That took 8 years. And that was 1983. Since that time, these building standards have been changed at least 4 times, made more sophisticated, made more tougher, stronger. So it takes time. That's why we got to get going here. But renewable energy, it's very real, and the prices drop so much that it's quite amazing. But of course, there's a lot more to it than just putting a solar collector on a roof. You've really got to integrate it. You have to have a national effort there to make it all work. So we're doing that in California, and I don't know, not that many other states are doing that. But anyway, so that's what we're doing on, what is it, the solar, the wind, the geothermal, and the energy efficiency, and then appliance efficiency, so that we have rules on flat screen televisions and other things where we want to reduce the electrical consumption. So there's a lot to do, but the technology is running faster than the political will in most places in the world. So that's why it's good we're here and talk about it. We have a long way to go, but we have far more technical capacity than we have actual political will and implementation. And why it happens in California, that's a good question. But we have, my party dominates the state, and they're reasonably sympathetic. So it doesn't really take any particular courage in California at this point. Were I to do this in one of these more conservative states, like Wyoming, where they love coal, and I've said, all right, guys, we're going to solar, that would take some courage. And maybe when the senator from Wyoming comes here, you can ask him, because he thinks it's all a hoax.
Thank you very much, Governor. And we appreciate all your efforts, because you're actually pioneering some of the things many of us are going to be dealing with. And I think you're absolutely right. The technology has passed the political debate. Our politicians are not yet even aware of the economic and technological benefits of the transition that we are seeing. There are some like you. And you mentioned the problem with incumbency, when you have large utilities that you have to deal with. But it's remarkable this happens in every country. We had a meeting yesterday with the Prime Minister of Aruba, small island in the Caribbean, who said he had the same problem with the utilities, but then if you're going to have Thanksgiving, you don't expect the turkeys to celebrate. So I thought that was a good insight into the discussion.
Well, I do want to say something about the electric utilities. They have opposed in the past, but in the recent legislation that I signed just a few months ago, California embraced the goal by 2030 of 50% renewable electricity. That's the goal. And that, again, doesn't count nuclear or hydropower, which we have a lot of. And the electric utilities, from being the opponent, are now the big supporters. And what they see is the electric car can be a source where they can be selling electricity. So now we have some of the car companies and the oil companies fighting electric car, but now the electric utilities, looking for more customers, are our allies. And so if you give them the right rules. And by the way, it wasn't done by just nice. The law, and we have a regulatory commission that orders these electric companies, do it or else you will pay big time. So they all got on board because they had no choice. But now they're enthusiastic for what they couldn't stop.
That's the role of good government and good governance.
Yes.
And
Strong coercive authority from the center. I have to add enlightened authority.
yes, that's not how most of us see California, but we'll take your word for this. But congratulations on your achievements. You mentioned 50% by 2030.
And 25% today.
And 25% today. Remarkable numbers. And we have another leader at government level, Abdelkader Amara. I met Abdelkader 3 years ago when we had one of the most insightful discussions about how an emerging economy like Morocco could move to large shares of renewables. And it is absolutely stunning to me to see how an industrialization strategy and good policy framework has moved so far. And let's see if Minister Amara will tell us he can beat 50%. Mr. Amara.
Merci Adnan. Tout d'abord, je voudrais justement, via l'exemple du Royaume du Maroc, revenir sur un certain nombre d'aspects qui sont très importants quand on est en train de parler du renouvelable. Alors, permettez-moi de dire tout d'abord qu'à la base,
I'd like to start by saying that focusing on a renewable strategy needs to be a very courageous political stance and political decision. And I might try to play devil's advocate here. When you are faced with politicians who have a certain demand in terms of electricity, and it's increasing in their country, and when you have certain countries, for example, on the African continent, that have difficulty accessing energy in general and electricity in particular, the temptation is great to focus on other sources of energy, the most available sources of energies, the cheapest sources of energy, and that is tempting. However, and you don't need to be a coal-producing country. You know, coal is available everywhere on the international market. And that is why I'd like to emphasize that moving in the direction of renewables must be a courageous political decision that must be a part of a holistic vision, of a global vision. And that's very important. It's very important not to think of renewables as a magic wand that's going to solve all of our problems. We must understand that renewable energies are the way of the future. And as such, the renewables need to be integrated in the smartest way possible. Adnan, you remember when we chatted 3 years ago, I had always advocated the fact that renewables should be aligned with market mechanisms in order to integrate renewables into the economic fabric. You cannot simply subsidize renewables because there are limits to that. And in Morocco, that's what we did. For those of you who are less familiar with Morocco, we are a country located in northern Africa, facing the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. We're just a few hundreds of kilometers away from Spain, and we have lots of sunshine. And we also receive a lot of wind channels. Morocco, in fact, is a country that imports energy. In 2008, 98% of our energy needs were imported. Therefore, we realized that in order to reduce our energy dependency on the international market, and in order to be aligned with what is occurring at a planetary level in terms of climate change, we realized that we had a certain reservoir that was very promising, and that was to develop the use of renewables. We decided to initially focus on solar energy and wind energy. We also have hydraulic resources, water energy, because in the past century, Morocco already was a country that had built dams. Therefore, we were able to generate hydropower. So in order to do this, we set a goal, an objective that was very ambitious at the time. We'd said that by 2020, we wanted to achieve 42% of our electricity from renewable resources. Already at the time, people said, oh, how can a country like Morocco ever achieve these goals or these targets? At the time, we already had hydropower capacity. We decided to focus on wind energy because I said we have very interesting wind tunnels that are sometimes even more productive than coal. And then we focused on solar energy. In terms of solar energy, we decided to focus on CSP, concentrated solar power. And this is what the governor mentioned. We needed to be able to store the energy, the solar energy. And storing solar energy was going to help us modulate the use of this form of energy and to make it profitable on an economic level. Because when you store solar energy, you can decide to use it at peak times. And at peak times, of course, the cost of energy is most expensive, and it could thus be justified. Because we had to be able to justify this in the eyes of our fellow citizens, we couldn't simply tell our citizens, we're going to launch concentrated solar power, it's going to cost X amount, it's 3 times more expensive than coal, without being able to justify this use and to provide them with convincing arguments. So what's new now? This was the goal that we had set in the past. His Excellency the King, in his statement to COP21, declared an even more ambitious target. So by 2030, we want to achieve 52% of renewables. And this is very important for us because that means that with 52%, we're going to go over the symbolic threshold in which there's going to be more renewable energy used than fossil fuels. And we're going to do this. We already have some simulations. This was a target that was set by His Excellency based on work that had been done in the past. So now we're going to focus on solar energy and wind energy in order to achieve this 52% target. So in terms of solar, we're going to use the CSP target because we have a lot of potential in the area, but we're also going to use photovoltaics, solar panels. There's another aspect that's equally important, and this is an important message. In 2014, 2015, we were able to completely eliminate all subsidies to fossil fuels. So gas, fuel, kerosene, these are no longer subsidized by the state. And again, this was a decision that was difficult to take. It was challenging. It required political courage, but it is a strong message. You can't, on one hand, encourage the use of renewables while at the same time you subsidize fossil fuels. And so for a country like Morocco, this was not an easy choice. And there were other experiences in other Middle Eastern countries in which this type of strategy did not work. The third message I'd like to convey is the following. In just a few days, a CSP power plant is going to be launched in Morocco. It's going to have a high level of megawatts. And it's going to more or less be the leading power plant, CSP power plant, that will help us meet our commitment, a commitment that was set for 2020, but also the new commitment that has been set for 2030. And if you'll allow me to, I would like to talk about the governance, the issue of governance. Because, of course, we need to have a certain form of governance implemented in order to be able to reach such ambitious targets. So first of all, I mentioned the previous decision, which was a strategic decision. In addition, we had to implement legislative and institutional reforms in order to enable these measures, in order to provide for the implementation of a strategy based on renewables. In addition, we also had to resolve a key issue, and that is to say, how were we going to fund these projects? Because these are very costly projects. To give you an example, I'd like to mention that in the next 15 years, to ensure that we can meet the 52% target, we need to increase electricity capacity from $40 billion, 30 billion of which will be renewables. Morocco is not a rich country that has deep coffers. And that's why we developed what we call in English the PPA. It's the PPA agreement. And this will enable the private sector to invest, to develop these projects, and to have certain types of contracts that guarantee the fact that the state will buy the electricity over a certain number of years. And that's very important because we need electricity. We have growing demand for electricity of more than 6%. We have a private sector that seeks to invest. And we also did a little nimble exercise so that as the state, we could find the necessary funding from donors at interesting rates. And then we displace this particular economic investment canvas over onto the private sector via international calls for tender. And this means that we will be able to have the best cost because, of course, when you have a competitive game, competition is going to be focusing on the price of the kilowatt provided. And this means that you will automatically receive the best offers. And it's thanks to that that we're able to initiate these massive investments in solar energy and wind energy. And we're going to be opening up a power plant of 850 megawatts, and there's a various consortia and that consist of 4 multinational companies. And we can practically pretty much guarantee that these prices per kilowatt will be unparalleled. So there's an institutional reform, and we've also taken another decision that was also very courageous. We decided to open up the electrical energy sector based on renewables to the private sector and to private individuals. This means that anybody who produces renewable energies can sell it on the market or can export it. And we decided to do this for the renewable energy sector only, because our goal is to really promote the use of renewables. So just to add to this general picture and to go back to what you were saying earlier, we have based our strategy on the production of electricity. And we've decided to build a local industrial infrastructure, but we also decided to promote research and development. Indeed, there are several challenges that must be met, and we will need to meet them ourselves. Setting up solar panels in the desert of Morocco is not the same thing as setting up solar panels in a country like Norway. There are certain adaptation techniques that are going to be required in such a challenging environment. As I mentioned, we have installed various mechanisms in our country, and these mechanisms are enabling us to increase our know-how and our expertise, and we are leveraging this expertise in order to be able to achieve the 52% target by 2030. What's very important to keep in mind is that in our strategy, we are managing production, but we are also focusing on energy efficiency. We believe that this is also an essential aspect, because without energy efficiency, without changing behaviors, because this needs to go hand in hand with everything, we need to have a certain optimization. I might even mention sovereignty, because a certain frugality. We need to have a certain frugality in terms of behaviors. We cannot continue to use electricity to consume energy as we have been in the past. We need to demonstrate frugality. There's one last link I would like to talk about. We decided to massively use natural gas, even though this is a fossil fuel, because here we're talking about a readjustment in our fossil electricity mix. And that's because we want to decrease the amount of coal in our energy mix. And we believe that natural gas, because it is a less polluting fossil fuel, gives us an ability to do that. And it also enables us to increasingly inject renewables into the electrical. And to go back to what the governor said, we're also focusing on interconnection with the European companies, because the more robust your electric network, the more you can inject renewables. And that's why we're working with Spain to triple interconnections. We're also going to have an interconnection with Portugal, and we also have an interconnection with Algeria. And we're focusing on establishing an interconnection with Mauritania in the south of Morocco, which would enable us to have exchanges with sub-Saharan countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Mali, Mauritania, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Conakry, and other countries in Central Africa. So this is an overall picture of what we are focusing on. I would like to emphasize the notion that we need to have a holistic vision. This is a strategy with several links, but the crux of our strategy is to ensure that renewables are integrated into market mechanisms in order to guarantee the sustainability of renewables and to ensure that renewables are accepted. And in fact, for countries in Africa, I don't want to be too hasty, but I believe that we should offer countries that do not yet have access to energy, we should be able to offer them smart solutions, profitable solutions that could be equal to or better than traditional sources such as fossil fuels. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Abdulkader, and once again, congratulations on the leadership you have shown in this sector, transformation that Morocco is going through. I think both you and the governor spoke about the importance of enlightened yet firm, if not authoritarian leadership. My colleagues back home are getting a little worried about the lessons I'm taking back from you. But I think this has been very enlightening. And I think one of the things that has been common to both of you is how renewables has a business case today. It's a profitable enterprise. We need a market environment. But at the same time, it has multiple benefits. Just as fossils have multiple negatives, which we don't count. We don't count the cost of pollution. We don't count the cost on health. We don't count the cost of climate abatement when we talk about the cost of fossil energy. But renewables has benefits. California, for instance, I would imagine that in a water-stressed state, if you use renewables rather than conventional generation, renewables use 200 times less water than coal. So there are a number of these benefits. But I'm very pleased also that we have with us, joining us a little bit late, but yes, Clover Moore, who's the mayor of Sydney, has been an inspirational leader at the level of the city, and who is pledged to 100% renewables. I know that we've just come through. So we've just come through Saturday night, so there was some confusion this morning. But we have very limited time available. But Dr. Elham, you are at the regional level in Africa. We see a changing perspective for Africa. We've estimated that Africa can quadruple renewable energy installation by 2030 with the right policies and financing. Could you give us a brief overview of where we are and where you think the ambition for Africa should be?
Thank you very much, Dr. Amin. And I think Honorable Minister has set the scene for me to start. I think Africa has a special case. If we know that less than 30% have access to electricity, and more than 80% of the electricity in the continent is generated by fossil fuel. So I think it's very relevant to use renewable energy, not only because of this, but also I think no place like Africa in the diversification of renewable energy resources. Also the character of the population, the distribution of people in the continent, the remote areas, the communities which is scattered here and there. It is a good area for using renewable energy, which is can be used for on-grid, off-grid, or even for small systems. So I think this is one of the opportunities for renewable energy. Of course, the cost of emission, how renewable energy can save or mitigate the greenhouse gases in the continent. But as everywhere, there are some barriers. One of them is the inadequate financing in the continent. Secondly, the capacity. Thirdly, the regulations and policies. Of course, the institutional frameworks, all these are barriers for renewable energy development in the continent. But this doesn't mean that we started working on that. And I think it is very clear that many of our member states started working on this policy and regulation dimension, where many of them has issued their their electricity acts, their renewable energy laws, and even they set their targets for using renewable energy. As a continent or as an organization responsible for the continent level, we are working on developing harmonized policies for renewable energy use and energy efficiency. And one of these policies is the guidelines for using bioenergy, for example. We are working on that with our partners, and I can mention IRENA as one of the partners, the UNECA and others. We are working together on that. As a continent also, we set the targets together with the European Union in the EU-Africa Energy Partnership for generating electricity from hydropower to add 10 gigawatt by 2020 from hydropower, 5,000 megawatt from solar, and also from wind and other renewable energy resources. We have also set a program for the development of infrastructure as a whole. That includes transport, energy, ICT, and transboundary water. In the energy sector, we had specific regional and continental projects because, you know, for us as a continent, especially in the energy sector, we have the resources or the potential for using energy resources in some places, where in other places is the demand. So it was important to have these regional projects for generation and also for interconnection. So this is one which is included in PDAP program. The second is the geothermal risk mitigation facility. You know, in our continent, in the Rift Valley system countries, we have very high potential for geothermal, but we all know how the risk is high for this source of energy. That's why we set a facility to support the developers of geothermal energy, especially in the surface studies and the drilling process. We have also working with the IRENA in the clean energy corridor. I think I have so many examples that the continent is working on the development of renewable energy. The potential is there. What I recommend at the end that it's important to coordinate and harmonize the different initiatives for renewable energy or even for energy as a whole in the continent, because it's not possible to have some initiatives that repeat the same or duplicate what is doing in another initiative. So I think this is one of the areas which is very important, and we will have an event on that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khan. And as we say, Africa is rising. African energy demand is going to triple by 2030. We have to have the right things in place. We are working on the African Clean Energy Corridor, the vision of creating an interconnected power market throughout East and Southern Africa at scale. And the interconnectors are being built. We're looking at the zoning and the business cases there. So the future of Africa is going to be on green energy. Thank you very much. And now our final panelist. I'm delighted. The Lord Mayor of Sydney, Clover Moore, is with us. I won't spend too much time on introduction, but I just want to say that we've been talking in this panel about leadership and how important leadership is. And we've seen the vagaries of national politics in Australia that have changed policy several times, but you've been consistent. You've been re-elected 3 or 4 times also, and you have a 100% target for renewables. So why don't you tell us how you got here and how you're going to make that happen?
Yes, thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I'm a bit late. There was a mix-up in the arrangements, and I'm really sorry I've missed your talk. But I'm here with a city perspective, and we have... I have been mayor, a re-elected mayor now 3 times, and in that time there have been 6 prime ministers and 6 premiers. And we have had a consistent policy at the city, notwithstanding the policy that has occurred elsewhere. When I was elected, I wanted us to develop a long-term vision, and we did that. We had the most comprehensive consultation that ever occurred in the city, and the result of that was Sustainable Sydney 2030. And we've committed to reducing our emissions by 70% by 2030. And in order to do that work, we developed a suite of green infrastructure master plans, energy efficiency, renewable energy, trigeneration, and waste to energy. We were really honoured last year to receive the European Solar Prize for our renewable energy master plan, and I understand that you want me to talk about that a bit. So,
whatever makes sense.
All right. So I'll tell you about our renewable energy master plan, and it's a blueprint for a city. And you know, we've done the rigorous research, and I guess the reason why it won the award, it could apply to other cities. And you know, cities have a real presence here at COP21 for the first time, and that's because you know, cities. We have 75 to 80% of emissions are in our cities, and so we were here this time to call upon national leaders to work with us because we can help them get those emissions down and keep global warming to below 2 degrees. So our renewable energy master plan involves 30% of renewable electricity from both within and without our city, and 70% trigeneration. Trigeneration is combined cooling, heating and energy. Particularly in a country like Australia, the cooling is a really significant aspect. It's cogeneration mostly in Northern Hemisphere cities. So in order to develop that renewable energy master plan, we're fine on the renewable electricity. Trigeneration is a little bit more difficult for us at the moment in Australia. Because of the constraints in an urban environment, we would like to follow the model of New York, London, Copenhagen, and have decentralised energy. But, you know, historically in Australia, energy has been provided by coal-fired power plants in regional areas, and then the energy is transported to the cities, and about 1/3 of it reaches the end user. That's the historic model in Australia. So to turn that round to have a decentralised energy market, we have to address those regulatory barriers, and so that's an issue for us. And so we haven't been able to progress at the moment. With the city resolved we adopted the Trigeneration Master Plan in 2013, and that was we wanted to have 15 precincts in our city. And those 15 precincts of delivering decentralised energy would have enabled us to progress. But a number of things happened, mainly with our national government. They very, very depressingly abandoned the carbon pricing that the previous government had set up. They decided they would export gas, so the market for gas went up. And they also decided to change the environmental tool that we used, the rating tool we use for developers, and they said that decentralised energy you could only use it in single buildings. You couldn't share it in other buildings. So we were stymied a little bit. What that means is that it costs the same at the moment to provide energy that comes from a regional area as it would to provide it to go across the road. So they're the barriers we have to change. I'm hoping after COP21 that national governments will go away and say, yes, we will work with cities because you can really help us achieve what we need to do if we want a future for the planet and our children. And so we're very hopeful that we will get the change in those regulatory barriers, which will bring the cost down and enable a provider to be able to provide energy locally in adjoining buildings. So meanwhile, we have parked that for the moment. We realise when cities, for example, have 21st century solutions and we have national governments that are still back there in the 20th century, we sometimes have to wait a little bit for them to do catch up. So meanwhile, we're doing it in our own town hall, which is, our Hotel de Ville, and we're doing it in our major new urban renewal area at Green Square in the buildings that council owns. We're also seed funding community projects for renewable energy, which is again a new thing, and that will be a solar project in the sort of major new convention centre that's happening in Sydney. We're also funding it for a new brewery, so that we'll be producing not only Australian solar, but Australian renewable beer.
Renewable beer.
So, and we're getting on with our energy efficiency work. One of our projects which might interest you in terms of our energy efficiency is a partnership that we've developed with the major commercial building owners in the City of Sydney. They've committed to our goal of 70% reduction by 2030. And they so far, because they've been working on energy efficiency in the buildings they own, they're the major buildings in the city, have in the last 3 years been able to reduce their emissions by 45% and save themselves $36 million. So that's a great partnership that we're continuing to work on.
Well, thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And I think for me, what has been the important aspect in this panel is how important it is that we have leaders who are prepared to exercise leadership, whether it's at the state level, whether it's at the national level, whether it's at the country at the city level, or whether it's at the continental level. And I think I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you. The story is growing.
One point?
Yes, Governor.
Yeah, I just want to mention something about central-based solar power. We in California thought, and I even proposed, that half of our solar energy would be central-based power. In fact, I even dedicated one of these big plants. But it turned out that that company went bankrupt, and photovoltaics are much cheaper. So the photovoltaics now are coming in about 5 cents a kilowatt hour, and wind power is coming in at 4 cents. So if you clean up the coal, actually the wind is cheaper right now. And then the photovoltaic in massive arrays are going to be cheaper than central-based power, even though there's no storage. So there's a little bit of a trade-off there. I just wanted
you're
to
right,
put
Governor.
that in.
But just to elaborate on the Moroccan case, their first investment in concentrated solar brought it down 36%, and the last one was a 15% reduction on that. And I understand that there are some African projects of concentrated solar with several hours storage, which are now delivering electricity around 8 or 9 cents. So things are happening around the world that are dropping the cost equation like we couldn't imagine. And I think there are going to be combinations of technologies now that we're going to see at various levels, city, state, country, that are going to change the game dramatically.
I think the Chinese were instrumental in driving down the price of solar, even to the point where America imposed some tariffs on the Chinese. But the net result is photovoltaics are like 5 cents a kilowatt hour. And I don't know, I just think that is a very big potential right now without too much...
Absolutely, and it's much easier to build and it's much quicker to build, and the business case is there. So you're absolutely right, sir. Well, thank you very much to the panel. Our timekeepers are about to rebel. So please join me in... Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed to the Director General of IRENA and to the panelists, all distinguished panelists, for their fascinating insights into the kind of leadership role that some of the leaders of major cities around the world are displaying in order to tap into the potential of renewable energy. And of course, at the national level as well, the importance of integrating renewables and better harmonizing policy across the board. Thank you very much indeed. We're now moving into our next session, which goes from finding, as you heard, common ground at the national, subnational level to policymaking at the regional level. So our next discussion is with someone who is and has been for a long time at the center of the debate on renewable energy in Europe. After this brief photo, a group photo of all of our panelists, if I may just invite to the stage our guest, Claude Turmes, who has been a member of the European Parliament for Luxembourg's Green Party since 1999, and here he is. Mr. Turmes, a pleasure to meet you. So, as I was just saying, we will now discuss this whole issue in a more regional context of what Europe is and can be doing. Worth mentioning, an interesting cap, is this, what is it? Efficiency first, absolutely. So that's all very interesting, and you love, what is it, 100% renewable by 2050. And in addition to these slogans, you heard the European Commissioner also set the bar quite high when he himself...
No.
When he himself, well, let me just say, he himself said that the EU is set to become the world #1 in renewables with a target of 27% for renewables and energy efficiency by the year 2030, in addition to cutting greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by then. How realistic is this target for Europe?
So I think the Commissioner probably had speaking modes which were done before the last session, because Morocco will be more ambitious than Europe. California will be more ambitious than Europe. So the 27% is for the moment a minimum, and my scenarios, and the one of the industry in Europe, is much closer to 33-35% of all over energy, which would bring us to 60-65% of electricity in Europe, especially if we get also the offshore wind in the North Sea up and running. So we have a fight between Commission and some member states who are at the lower end, who want, in a certain sense, after a very rapid progress in Europe. Today we are #1, but with the 27%, we would slow down in a way that others would be before.
And it's interesting because obviously some countries are leading the way more than others in Europe. I think Germany comes to mind with something like 30% already.
Yeah, but Germany is not the front runner in percentage. It's
France
the front
also
runner.
very committed.
No, not. Yeah. So the front runner are Portugal and Denmark in percentage. So they are, and Sweden. So Germany is very much in the focus because it is the industrial leader of Europe, very deep into nuclear and coal. And so, but we have other countries in Europe like Sweden, Denmark, Portugal, which are in percentage far further, also in the stress, in a certain sense, the positive stress to the grid to integrate.
But what about those who are doing less? And without putting you on the spot, but I mean, your own country, Luxembourg, it's surprising to learn that it is among the first 5 per capita CO2 emitters. I mean, what's likely to build pressure on a country like Luxembourg to do more?
Yeah. So recently the Greens were elected to the government, so I can't really... I'm from this country, but I was not in government. So now my friends are in government. So we have lately basically got the waiver through for a lot of wind. And in Europe, I think Luxembourg is, of course, a tiny country. It's 500,000 inhabitants. We have always imported electricity from outside Luxembourg. So we will continue to import electricity, but it will be green electricity and not coal electricity from Germany, which is our main source of electricity today.
On a perhaps more symbolic level, the EU Parliament becoming the first EU institution to actually become 100% carbon neutral. I mean, beyond the political lip service, is the EU leading by example? How significant is this type of a move?
Where was PV developed? Where was wind developed? Where Governor Brown is there, but we have in Europe a more stringent new building regulation than California. We are at near zero energy already in 2021. So we have led the world, but we have seen over the last 2-3 years a major counter-revolution organized by the big energy oligopolies. Mestrallet from Gaz de France Suez, Tyson from E.ON, Iberdrola, Enel, who have lobbied European governments and European leaders in Brussels with 3 messages. 1, no targets for renewables after 2020. Second, no support for renewables. And then third, please give us payment for the old gas and coal for capacity payments. Tomorrow I will meet Chairman Tyson. E.ON may be on a different position today than they were 2 or 3 years ago. And my question to him tomorrow is, you want a good business model for modern E.ON, but then what is the investment security in Europe if you destroy national binding targets, national support schemes? So the very success we had, and which was the success story of Europe, in a certain sense, they tried to slow it down for the very reasons which Mr. Amin has just explained. It's about the turkeys and Christmas.
Okay, so what can you do with this success story, as you say? I mean, you will be meeting some of the negotiators tomorrow, presumably as well. They're all hard at work at drafting and ironing out their differences, which remain apparently quite considerable at this stage. To reach that final document at COP21, what can the EU do? What kind of messages, what kind of lessons can it give? What kind of wisdom can it impart on some of these negotiators to overcome their differences?
I think the one message is that we need in the text a vision, and the vision is 100% renewables. I was, and my voice is still not very good, I was at the party of the NGOs yesterday evening, so that's where I got the 100% sticker somewhere during late night. And this sticker has 2 messages. One message is 100% renewables, and the second message is 1.5. And earlier yesterday, so before the party, I was on a very interesting and very emotional meeting with Bangladesh. So, please, 2 degrees is too much. I repeat, 2 degrees is too much. And Lester Brown, the great American thinker, already 5 years ago said the following: there's only one way to keep us in a climate change which is not dramatic, and 2 degrees is too much, at least for the people who live in Bangladesh in the coast. And that one way is massive, rapid deployment of wind and solar, and then using the intelligence we have with computers today to bring them into the grid.
But let me just stop you here for a second, because some people living in Bangladesh and other developing countries might say that those types of words that emanate from these types of meetings smack of hypocrisy, of double standards, that, for example, the EU is a major political bloc, a major economic player, and obviously then, by consequence, a major polluter as well. Can it be an honest broker? Can it try to, tell the rest of the world what they should do in order to, to live up to their responsibilities?
Of course, I'm critical to Europe because I think Europe can do more. Especially in this very moment where it doubts a lot. You have to understand, today we have an election day in France. This evening we might see an extreme right party which is anti-migration and anti-climate. So, and this kind of moves, we see it in Denmark, in Sweden, in other. So we are politically not in the very best shape. Our industry is still good and very encouraging. We have more than 6,600 cities like Sydney, who yesterday signed, yes, it's about 100% renewable. So we are still a credible continent. The other encouraging message from Bangladesh yesterday evening, and that's why I have the cap efficiency first, and then don't cap renewables. There is a project now with the poorest of the poorest in Bangladesh living in the Brahmaputra on the islands. where before the project was 4 incandescent light bulbs, a bigger PV, a bigger battery. Now the project is 4 LED, a smaller PV and a smaller battery. You can provide electricity for 90 euro per installation, and that gets access, and I think that's another very important issue. Renewables has to be a bottom-up, and it has to be an energy for the poorest in this world. It is not an elite project.
But at the same time, is it somewhat wishful thinking to imagine that renewables can replace overnight or in the next couple of years coal in the foreseeable future? I mean, let's remember that coal is twice as polluting as natural gas, but the world relies on it about 40% for electricity and 30% for its overall energy needs. I mean, is the world ready to have those two replace each other? And is it also ready to give up on fossil fuels? I mean, let's be honest. Let's really look at
I'm
what we
used
can
to
do.
get votes. Is the world ready for replacing fossil fuel?
I mean, how long do you think this
No, it will
this
be.
type
So
of thing
I'm
might
less
take?
afraid of coal. We have some coal addicts like Poland, but coal is less the problem. For me, the big problem is oil and gas. And the key question for the next week is Saudi Arabia. And what is the most important company in Saudi Arabia of the future? Is it Saudi Aramco or is it Aqua? Aqua, who has won the solar tender in Abu Dhabi, who has won the solar tender in South Africa. So Aqua can be one of the world-leading companies from the very same. So the same tensions between the old energy world and the new energy world, we have it even in Saudi Arabia. And there's a second aspect which is very much important. I presented this paper to the 28 energy ministers in Europe. Are you aware that in Greece we have more sun than in Germany? You know that. But why is there so much more solar installations in Germany than in Greece? So if I just can drop this a second.
Okay.
Well, it's
I'll
difficult.
hold it for you.
You hold it for me?
All right.
So in Greece, so the solar spread between Germany and Greece is like that. But the capital spread between Germany and Greece is like that. So in Germany, you pay 2-3% of weighted average capital costs to install wind and PV. In Greece, it's 10-12%. And in a lot of African countries, it's 15, 18, 20%. So the most important thing, and we work together with Irina on that, is we need an instrument at world scale to basically buy out the country risk which the financial markets give to certain countries.
Okay.
So if we get to that, then we get, because renewables is about capital costs, if we can get, and I hope we will get nearer to that next week, and then in January, because the day where the financial markets have a guarantee to roll out renewables for low risk, then we win. And the second big hope for next week is all investment funds, all bankers of the world. I think the banking and financing world will no more be the same after Paris. The divestment campaign is making a difference. So going out of coal and oil and gas, there will be much more pressure for that.
Let me just stop you here for a second.
And then going into renewables, that's exactly what we need now.
You know, a quick pause for a second. We've run out over time, but if you promise to be brief in your answers, I can ask you perhaps 2 more questions. Looking ahead to this document that you mentioned, the agreement we all want out of COP21, how do you view the alliance that has been struck somewhat by the 2 big polluters, the US and China? Is it better to have a watered-down document that involves them than to have one that doesn't? Yeah. Just briefly, if you can, so we move on to our last question.
The reality of this world is above America, there's nobody maybe but God. And above China, there's nobody maybe Marx. So they don't accept a UN government which is above them. And therefore, it's not my preferential option, but therefore we go to an every 5-year transparent, basically system of monitoring where every 5 years we put enormous pressure into the political machine. So this conference will be not good enough as a result, because it will be more a 3 degree than a 1.5 degree. But in 5 years' time, and already next year maybe in Morocco, we can bring another pressure to it. And that's the reality. And the second thing we need is financing to compensate all the poorest and the poorest governments in the world.
So talking about financing,
which were not causing this disaster.
Your final thoughts on the role of businesses in this whole debate? I mean, you said what you wanted to see governments do. Businesses, do you see them as being part of the problem or the solution?
Yeah, I will discuss this with Mr. Tyson tomorrow.
What can you tell us? Give us a preview, just as we move on to our next session, which is about the role of corporate leaders and businesses.
No, business is important. I'm delighted to see we have influential companies like Unilever and others, IKEA, who move into 100% renewables. That will encourage those parts of the political scene who are a bit torn between short-term electoral results with populism. One of the leaders, Mr. Bertrand, who will lead Les Républicains, he has announced 2 days ago that if he is elected, there will be not a single wind turbine in his region, in Bretagne. I thought Bretagne was a very windy place. So you get this kind of short-term electoral populism. Okay. And business, together with the mayors, I like these Sydneys, I like these Malmös, I like this Paris, because they bring an additional political pressure to give us the majorities, to have a consensus. The future is 100% renewables and efficiency first.
On this note, thank you very much, Claude Turmes. Thank you. Let me just say very briefly, as you say, businesses are now being urged to obviously do more to be part of this clean energy future. A major drive, a campaign, is currently underway that will take to tasks many major businesses, corporations, but also organizations around the world. It is a campaign that is aptly titled We Got Power, and here's a quick look at it.
You are powerful. Power. Lovely, tasty power. Whoa, wait, you're dropping a little there. Makes the heart quicken, doesn't it? Plug in, quick. But wait, you might feel you can't choose the source of your power. Clean or dirty, renewable, or choke the arable. But we can choose. While world leaders are talking, we're getting on with it. Together, we've got power. Collectively, we're unstoppable. You in?
We can do more. We Got Power is the campaign. Please welcome Mark Boland, the Chief Executive Officer at Marks & Spencer, and Keith Weed, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at Unilever. They will both tell us more about this campaign.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Mark Boland. I represent Marks & Spencer as Chief Executive. We are a company, so last speaker said our company is in or out. We're in. We have, over the last 5 years, taken a third out of our energy consumption. We are, at the moment, in all of our operations, only using renewables today. And we're selling renewable energies to 250,000 of our clients. However, that's not it. We try to work collectively with a number of organizations around the world to get this much faster, because this is not about one company, this is about doing it collectively. We're working with a number of organizations, and we'll come back to a pledge for yourselves to start cooperating with us towards actually activating what I call the group of force that is not used at COP21 today. Can I please see hands here? Who's millennial? In the room, please. 1, 2, 3, a handful. Thank you so much for being there. What we miss is the voice of the millennials at these tables. What we miss is the voice of the millennials in the debate. The millennials together, it's their world. It's not our world. It's not your world. It is actually their world we're building, because by the time all of those things come to fruition in 2050, they are the persons that have to live in this world. They're unheard at the moment. But if we see that 2/3 of millennials in the Western world would say that is a high priority to have clean energy access. If, however, we'd go to what I call the more developing markets, then we would see a far lower percentage, because 2 things. One of it, it's not available, and it's not even in sight of being available. So what we have started with a collective of organizations is to start this campaign where I would hope that the rollout of millennials putting out their pledge and their request to governments in Mexico, around the world, Mexico, India, anywhere where you are, would lead to better decision making on the short term, not on the long term. Collectively could lead to a population, when we are doing the right thing, and I'm asking you to help us, when we do the right thing, this could lead to a country that is probably the 5th largest, if not the 2nd largest being active in Morocco. So if we line up all millennials together, they will have a seat at the table in Morocco that is larger than some of the people who think they have a loud voice today. Keith.
Thank you, Mark. My name's Keith Weed, and I'm the Chief Marketing and Sustainable Officer for Unilever. Similarly to Marks and Spencer's, and was mentioned before, we made some big commitments about being positive carbon. But I'm here actually as the chairman of Collectively. Collectively, or collectively.org, if you want to see the media channel, is a non-profit, and it's a non-profit with the ambition to make sustainable living the new normal. Now, yes, it is focused at young people. It is focused at young people because the young people are our future. And it started in the World Economic Forum at Davos. And the idea quite simply was, could we get together lots of big brands and companies around the world to help build this platform? And Marks and Spencer's are indeed one of the members. There's about 30 companies, Unilever, you won't be surprised, Facebook, Google, etc. And the idea is quite simple. We put together these big brands and companies. We put together the NGOs, and we put together the young change makers, people who are interested in getting to a positive future. And through collective action, we can make a real impact. And I'm struck, just like Mark, I've just come back from Singapore, and I was speaking to young people there. And whether I'm in Shanghai, or Mumbai, or Sao Paulo, or New York, or indeed here in Paris, while young people might differ views about many things, there's one thing they're very clear about. They want a clean energy future. And a clean energy future, of course, driven by renewables. So it's very fitting that we're here with all of you. You all have an interest in renewables. And we have a couple of requests. I'm going to say one, and then Mark's going to come back and say the other. A couple of questions to you as individuals. Now, of course, this is a campaign about millennials, and Mark's already established there aren't many in the room. But what we are all here are people who work in organizations. Whether that be a small company, a big company, a government, a university, or whether you go to a sports club, etc. We have our own individual power. With private companies consuming half of the electricity in the world, if even just the private sector got into renewables, would make a huge impact. But we need to have our own responsibility. Your organization, go back after this. What is their commitment? Not that you turned up at this conference, but what is their commitment? And how can you be part of making your organization commit to a renewable future? So ask number one, be an activist yourself, go back and engage your company and organization in asking for a strategy towards renewables. And ask number two,
we do this very often together, as you can see. This is the first time we're on podium together, but it goes seamlessly, Keith. The next one is actually the following. If I could ask you, in your organization, and by the way, we've got your email addresses from where you are, we'll approach you if we may, it's just a request, over the next few days. And if you could appoint 10 millennials in your organization, no matter whether it's big or small, to be ambassadors of this program, it's sort of you're putting the ice bucket on your head, because it starts all with us being active. So if you can only, it's a small ask, take 10 people in your organization that are millennials and ask them to start driving this as ambassadors, talk to the universities, talk to their sports clubs, talk to their social environment, go on Facebook, just start supporting this. We've got the ice bucket rolling from, I would say, from the right part of the heart. That's actually our last question. We'll try to approach you. We'll do it in a very modest way. I hope you take it up very strongly yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. An exciting and refreshing, I might add, announcement by leaders of key multinational companies of our time. Inspiration too for the millennials among us, hopefully the slightly older ones as well. I have to say it's exciting times for the renewable industry as a whole, which has outdone itself in so many respects by creating jobs, innovating along the way in ways that it probably didn't think possible a few years ago. So our next session looks at how fast the renewable industry has been growing, often far exceeding expectations. What is behind the rapid rise? And how does the industry keep up the pace over the next, say, 20, 30 years? Our moderator for the next session is Jean-Louis Ball. He is president of the Syndicate for Renewable Energy of France. He joins us now on stage. Of course, his panelists will follow in a few seconds. If I can just ask Jean-Louis initially to perhaps reflect on what we've heard so far, the idea of the renewable industry being a success story in many respects, but still perhaps not the level of progress that some might have liked to see. In a way, you are rocking the boat, taking on the powerful traditional energy sources.
Vous permettez que je parle français? Et effectivement, donc, dans cette
Yes, indeed. During this session, we're going to assess the amazing progress that has been achieved by renewable energies over the past few years, and the expected energy progress. We're going to see what kind of innovations can be implemented. And of course, Bertrand Piccard's here, and I must be modest when I talk about innovation, because he will unveil some great innovations. He will tell us about the splendid innovation that is the solar plane, and he will tell us what type of impact it may have and it will have on renewable energies that can be generated on Earth and not just in the ground. And so this is what this roundtable is going to focus on. And without further ado, I'm going to invite the panelists to come up here. I'd like to start by inviting Patrick, and here I apologize, I don't think I'm going to be able to pronounce your name properly, Greichen. You are you're CEO of Agora Energiewende. Please come on up, Patrick. Please have a seat right away. You're going to have a seat over there. You have some slides that you would like to present. And so I'm also going to invite Hamat Bellu, who's the CEO of Masdar. I had the honor of launching an initiative with him yesterday regarding the seawater desalination using low-carbon energy. I'd also like to call up Wendy Kunchorn-Kayong, CEO of Solar Power Company Group. May I call you Wendy? Thank you so much. I'd also like to invite Boris Schucht, who is the CEO of 50 Hertz. So this is the manager of the German transmission network. And we also have Xavier Viteri, who is a CCO of Iberdrola Renewable Energy Business.
Alors, je vais essayer de résumer en quelques mots.
Le contexte actuel des énergies renouvelables et les progrès qui ont été accomplis et les objectifs. And some of the goals that we have set for ourselves. Over the past few years, investments in renewable energies has been very fast-paced. And what I'd like to underscore is that the energy revolution that is currently underway is not, as many people think, the same thing as the shale gas issue. No, here we're talking about the development of renewables. And this development for a very long time was supported by industrialized nations, in particular by Germany. And Patrick will tell us about this, I have no doubt. Currently, the development of renewables is being also supported by emerging countries and by developing countries. It is being supported by these countries because renewables have become competitive forms of energy. Therefore, investments in renewable energies today represent about $300 billion per year. These are the numbers supplied by IRENA. And if we wish to achieve the goal of limiting global temperature increase to 2 degrees by the end of the century. And Claude Thurn said that 2 degrees was not ambitious enough of a target. We had to limit global temperature rises to 1.5%. So if we want to do that, these investments will need to increase to 500 billion per year by 2020, and then they will need to go to $900 billion per year for the period 2020-2030, and perhaps beyond that after 2030. Today, renewable energies represent about 8 billion jobs worldwide. In fact, in the global energy mix, renewable energies make up 19% of this mix, and in the electric mix, they make up 23%. In fact, today, most investments in electricity are renewable energy investments. So it's about 2/3 of the new capacities rolled out annually worldwide. And it's an even split between hydropower, solar power, and photovoltaic power, PV power, and other forms of renewables as well. The prices that are coming out today, this was mentioned earlier, the prices are extremely competitive. I'll just give you a few numbers. For example, in Dubai, quite recently, a call for tender for solar energy and PVs was about $68 per megawatt hour. In Brazil, a call for tenders for wind energy was $44 per megawatt hour. And so this is the numbers mentioned by Governor Brown earlier. All of these decreases in cost have been enabled by massive investments that have been poured into the manufacturing of raw materials, of equipment, but also thanks to innovation. And this is what I would like us to discuss during this next roundtable. I'd like to start off by inviting Patrick Gratian to come on up to the podium, and he will give us a brief presentation on what took place in Germany with Energiewende. Energiewende is a think tank that was created by Mr. Reinerbach, who's the current Secretary of State for energy transition in Germany. And you were a model student. Germany has been a model student. Therefore, perhaps you could tell us how you did this and what are some of the obstacles that still need to be overcome, and what type of innovations do you expect from this? So now I'm going to pass the floor over to you.
Yes, thank you. Let me briefly give you an overview of where we stand globally, not so much focusing on Germany, because I think this is not about Germany, but it's rather about the rest of the world. Somehow this is not switching. Then maybe you can do it by hand. Give me the next slide, please. Yes, just one quick word. We are a think tank based in Berlin, financed by 2 foundations, and our main mission is how do we make the energy transition a success. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Where do we stand? Next slide, in 2015. Now, we have about 20% renewables in global energy demand. And when it comes to power, which is the main source when it comes to the future, it is about 23%. And if you take a closer look, you realize most of traditional energy, renewable energy is traditional biomass, and most of electricity is still hydro. So next slide, please. What makes us optimistic when we look into the future? It's 2 technologies that are now rapidly increasing. Wind energy is now a mature technology. Remember that only 20 years ago we had tiny little windmills of 300 kilowatt, and now they're all at least 3 megawatt. Next slide. And only in the past really 5 years, solar has been becoming a mature technology. Remember that in 2009 we had some 20 gigawatts globally installed of solar PV, and now we will be approaching the 200 gigawatts at the end of this year. It'll be probably a lot more than 200 gigawatts. And that cost decline that we've seen in solar PV, we did a little study with Fraunhofer on how is that going to continue, and they said, depending on what you believe that the market size will be in the next 10 to 20 years, it's going to be another 25 to 35% reduction within the next 10 years, and by 2050, it's going to be somewhere another 60 to 70% below today's levels. That means, next slide, that renewables are today already in the same cost region of new fossil power plants, and also a lot cheaper, at least that comes to Europe, to new nuclear. So we have done that breakthrough when it comes to the cost. Next slide. Of course, there are issues that you have to address with wind and solar, and that's the question, how do you integrate them into your system? Because obviously there's no electricity from the sun at night, and there are always those times when there's little wind. So then you are in the issue of integration cost. We are just presenting a study next week on those integration costs, and we calculated them for a 50% wind and solar scenario for Germany, and we found out it's another 5 to 15 euros per megawatt hour that you have to put on top. 15 if you do it bad, 5 if you do it smart. But that doesn't change the overall picture if you are at 60 to 70 euros per megawatt hour for wind and solar. Next slide. And that has been now giving the renewables industry to be one of the key industries of the next years. 7.7 million workers already globally in it, and we see a rapid increase within the next years. Next slide. And we've just been hearing that when it comes to new global investments, 2013 was the first year that more renewables were installed than all other technologies taken together. Same in 2014. So we're at about 60% renewables and 40% coal, gas, and new nuclear. Next slide. So that's the status. But where do we actually have to go? Next. That is the World IEA 2-degree scenario, as they put it out in the energy technology perspectives. And basically, what the different wedges are to get down to a 2 degrees path. And you see it's about half when it comes to power production. So renewables 30%, CCS 13%, nuclear 8%, so that's 50% for renewables production, and another 50% when it comes to energy efficiency. Next slide. Now please keep on clicking. We've seen that the World Economic Outlook by the IEA has consistently underestimated the renewables, and then with each World Economic Outlook, they increased their projection when it came to the renewables. And what you see with the dark the dark violet line, that's the current World Economic Outlook business as usual scenario. The black line is the current World Economic Outlook new policy scenario. And the green line is dotted, is where we need to go in order to have a 2 degrees world. Now, is that possible? I would say yes, because have a look at what we did, and keep on clicking, please. We need to increase by some 160 gigawatts if the 450 degree scenario, 450 ppm scenario is taken. And if you believe that maybe not all those new nuclear power plants will come, which I do have some doubts, then we have to increase by some 200 gigawatts solar, wind, and other renewables per year. Now, last year, we had 130 gigawatts. So 200 gigawatts per year is not that far away. We need to increase, of course, but it's nothing that is undoable when it comes to reaching our climate targets. And that's what actually makes me optimistic, because traditional energy analysts have always underestimated renewables. We are now essentially ramping up that curve, next slide, and that may really bring us on a 2 degrees path, or if I believe what Claude has said, below 2 degrees. What are the challenges that the industry has to meet the next years? First, and that has been highlighted already by Claude Thomas, wind and solar have very high capital, very high investment costs, and low operating costs. With the solar power plant, basically you pay everything up front, 90%, and then it's only 10% keeping the solar panels clean. And that means the capital costs become crucial. Because you have to pay everything up front, the question is, what kind of interest rate do you have to pay to your bank for that money? And this is basically what we did in that study. We compared the German case to this case of southern Spain. We have a lot less sun than Spain has, but we have less interest rates than the Spanish. And therefore, it may even turn out that you pay more for solar in Spain than in Germany because the interest rates are higher in Spain and in Germany. And that, of course, is an issue that applies to all over the world. And the key question is, how do we get the finance done? Second challenge, the same applies to when we look at Europe on the regulatory system. Some countries in Europe retrospectively changed their renewables schemes. That means that finance investors are now very reluctant to go in there. So the question is, how do you get regulatory stability, a regulatory framework where investors believe in? That's what needed, otherwise you won't get wind and solar investment. And third challenge, there's a lot of unabated coal power plants out there, and we need a smart retirement strategy, at least for those countries that have a lot of coal. Next. Now, I believe 50% renewables in the power sector is possible. There's lots of wind and solar potential out there. If we meet those 3 challenges, then we will actually be below the 2 degrees. Thank you.
Merci, je pense que vous avez bien identifié, ça a déjà été dit par les orateurs précédents.
Things that were said by previous speakers, but you have identified some of the obstacles that must be overcome, notably access to funding and access to competitive funding. You also talked about the need to integrate variable renewables into the electric grid, but I think that Boris is going to tell us about this later on. So now I would like to pass the floor to Ahmad Beloul, CEO of Masdar. I'd like to ask him to tell us more about Masdar. What does Masdar do? We've heard of Masdar Institute, we've heard of Masdar City. There are a lot of aspects related to Masdar. So what is your role? And why would a country with such abundant oil resources commit itself to developing renewable energies? So I'd like to ask you to tell us more about Masdar and Masdar City and explain why you're turning towards renewables.
So this is one of the most common questions I get, and I think the most difficult part of my job is to explain what Masdar is in a short period of time. But in summary, I think if you go back in 2006, our leadership thought very seriously about sustainability. Before the period of oil, we lived in a very water scarce, very food scarce region where we had to live a very sustainable lifestyle. And that is embedded in our DNA. So there was a vision of establishing a company called Masdar that will create a whole new sector. And for us to do that, we had to be fully integrated. So as you mentioned, we launched Masdar Institute in collaboration with MIT. That takes care of the R&D part. As explained by Patrick, you can see efficiency, R&D is a big component of renewable energy. If you really want to be a viable competitor and very active, you'd have to invest in R&D, and that is why we established MIT. We also established Masdar Capital, which is our platform to deploy equity investments globally, because we know we might not find the best solutions. It could be anywhere out there, and we have deployed $500 million through 2 funds. The third element, which is our core business, is Masdar Clean Energy, and that's where we develop solar and wind projects on a global scale. We have under that big assets like London Array, which is the largest offshore wind farm. We have our projects in Spain and other parts of the globe. The fourth one is Masdar City, because we say that you cannot purely focus on the supply side and only introduce power. You also have to work on the demand side. So through Masdar City, we're developing one of the most sustainable cities globally, where the target is to consume 50% less energy and 50% less water. So that is in summary the mandate of Masdar, and why are we working across these 4 platforms: R&D, capital, supply, which is development of solar and wind, and demand side management. The other question you asked me is, why is a country like the UAE looking into renewables? For us, it makes sense across multiple fronts. First of all, the UAE has always been an energy leader. And for us to continue being an energy leader in this sector, we have to take into account different sources of power, and we have. So today, the UAE produces renewable energy. We've also gotten into safe nuclear. It will be starting commissioning in 2016. So we're evolving our energy mix to be part of the leadership in the energy sector. Secondly, when we deploy renewable energy locally, we're using solar to generate power and thereby extending the life of our resource. So even from a resource management perspective, it makes sense for us. Thirdly, from economic diversification, today oil is at $50 a barrel, but from all the GCC countries, the UAE is by far the best positioned. Today, oil accounts for about 30% of our GDP today. And that's driven by investments that happened back in 2006 when Masdar was launched. We also got into different areas like aerospace, healthcare, ICT. So also from economic diversification perspective, getting into multiple sectors, of which renewables is a big part of it, makes sense for us. So again, it's about, number one, extending the resource that we have, to maintaining our energy leadership, and thirdly as well, diversifying the economy. And again, it also, beyond these 3 main factors, the vision is to become sustainable, the vision is to do something about our sector. We're not only deploying renewable energy, but we're also doing something about our legacy hydrocarbon sector. So we've just launched a project which captures 800,000 tons from a steel plant and uses that in the hydrocarbon sector to enhance oil recovery. So that's an example where we're mitigating the equivalent of 170,000 cars off the street by working on our legacy hydrocarbon sector. So trying to optimize and trying to make it even more sustainable going forward. Thank you.
Vous avez évoqué
yes, so you mentioned your activity in the area of funding. Do you can you contribute to resolving this issue in the poorest countries? And here I'm thinking of certain African countries that were mentioned earlier by Claude. So are you able to provide investments, long-term investments with low capital costs, with low interest? As Patrick Griechen said, it's very important to be able to reduce the cost of capital, to reduce interest risk. So do you have any strategies in order to promote that in the poorest African countries?
Yes. So as Patrick has mentioned, yes, utilities in general use a lot of debt. You can leverage up to 85% when you talk about solar. So the cost of capital is driven predominantly by debt. Are we interested in Africa? We're interested in wherever it makes sense. At the moment, the regulatory regime in North Africa is more mature, so we're looking into Morocco very closely. But we're not stopping only on these. We're also actively involved in developing energy access, so small
off-grid solutions. So we have developed projects in Mauritania and the Pacific Islands, areas like Afghanistan, Egypt, but these are small energy access projects which are a combination of microgrids and solar home systems, where we believe that even though these are small projects, but they do add a lot of socioeconomic benefit. Now we do that until the local regime is in place, because at the end of the day, we're a commercial entity. So we have to make a return. So therefore, it's gradually happening. When we first started, we went international, UK and Spain. Now we're getting closer to home because the policy has changed locally. And even the lenders are much more happy. We're seeing local lenders from the UAE happy to invest in renewables. Internationally, we're seeing international pension funds, which are one of the most risk-averse institutional investors, willing to take a position in renewables. So the sector is evolving, and once the regime is ready in Africa, we'll go in a big way. But for the moment, we're providing small targeted energy access projects that help give meaningful electricity to these regions.
Et dernière question, est-ce que vous pourriez nous dire quelques mots?
Question. Could you say a few words about the launching of the initiative on the desalination at low carbon emission? We participated together yesterday in this launch, and considering that the needs in water around the planet will go growing, and so one of the solutions is desalination. But again, it uses a lot of energy. So when we talk desalination, we're also talking about a lot of CO2 emissions. So could you tell us a little bit about desalination?
Look, Masdar at the end of the day is an energy company, but I'm here talking about water because of the energy-water nexus. The majority of the water that's being consumed in our region comes from desalination. Now, desalination is a highly energy-intensive process. It's approximately 10 times more energy than surface water, but it's our only solution right now. So the leadership, again, looked into it and said, let's try and find a solution. And through Masdar, we've invited 4 companies in Abu Dhabi to pilot different technologies. And the idea was very simple. Number one, reduce the energy intensity by 40%, and thereby reduce the CO2 emissions. And secondly, use renewable energy to power these plants. And the key thing here is this is a piloting project where these technologies will be able to get into the market in a year or two. So we're really bridging the gap between R&D and commercialization. As you know, utilities are very risk averse. So getting these new technologies directly into the market would not be as easy. You need somebody to bridge that gap, and that's what we are doing. So that has been accomplished in Abu Dhabi. The pilots are running. They're producing a small amount, 1,500 cubic meters per day, but that's sufficient enough for us to test the technologies and then within 15 months decide which one of them is most efficient. But we did not stop that. We said, let's share that knowledge globally. We've partnered with the International Desalination Association, along with the government of France, to launch this association. And the goal here is very simple. It's about sharing knowledge. It's about capacity building. And we're going to have the first meeting during the World Future Energy Summit in Abu Dhabi on the 19th of January. Thank you.
Merci. Donc, d'Abu Dhabi, nous allons maintenant.
Thank you. We're going to be traveling from Abu Dhabi to Thailand and with 1D. So I'd like to ask you to tell us a little bit about your company and the many solar projects you have developed and perhaps even installed. And tell us a little bit what your viewpoint is as regards innovation and what is the role of innovation, and what are your resources in terms of research and development, and what are the obstacles? I mean, you talked about funding. Is that an issue that you were able to come up with solutions for?
Yes, good morning, everyone. I just arrived from Thailand this morning. So many of you may not know Thailand. Let me introduce my country. We are one of the beautiful country in ASEAN, which is, we have the land connected to Myanmar, to Laos, to Cambodia, and we have friends here, Malaysia. So if I say Thailand is the most beautiful country, so may not be pleased to my friend here. So, so we have a beautiful beach, Phuket, Samui. So you are welcome to visit us during your whole season in Europe here. So Thailand, we have 67 million people with 34,000 megawatts energy consumption in the whole country. And over 70% of the energy production from natural gas from our Gulf of Thailand, which is we are now facing challenging of the running out of the gas. And government just setting up a new power development plan, what they call PDP 2015. So in 2036, we expect to have 70,000 megawatts. And with the renewable energy percentage up to 30% of the 70,000 megawatts, mean over 20,000 megawatts be powered by renewable in Thailand. And so actually, I already retired since 2006 and back to work again in 2008 to start the solar PV business in the country, because Thai government has announced the policy to buy back the solar energy from private sector. It's the first time, and in 2008 and 2009, the announcement has been placed public for almost a year, and nobody submit any application at all. At that time, they don't call feed-in tariff, they call adder rate, about 25 US cents per kilowatt hour. And the announcement been placed in public almost 10 months. And then I decided to come back to work because of the policy, nobody submitting anything. So I happened to meet with many ministers, and they convinced me to come back to work. So being unemployment for 2 years, so then I have some time to do some studies, which is we have to work a lot in order to make it happen. A lot of difficulty getting the funds, a lot of difficulty convincing the banks, the investor to invest in the project. So I start with submit my application to utilities company. When I walk in, I want to do just one project and around 10 megawatts. And because nobody submit any application, so they end up gave me 36 projects of around 260 megawatts in 2009. And the first project, I still remember the number, 7 megawatts investment at that time in 2009 is around $20 million, because of 2009 is the hot year of European, that everyone running into the grid. So the solar cost is around $3 US per watt peak at that time. So I talked to every banks in Bangkok, 10 banks, over 10 banks, and to try to get their support on project financing. So, and everyone say no, because no precedent case at all in the country. So I have to do a lot of negotiation, both with the investor and the financier, which is the bank. And there's until the last bank, and their color is green. So I said to them, if they don't let me borrow the money, they have to go change the color, because my business is green. So they agree to talk, and starting with the DE ratio of 60-40. So it means that I have to find 40% as the equity and 60% of the debt from the banks, and with the 9% interest at that time. So 40%, and I talked to many of my friends to join the first project as the equity partners. So I need around $8 million for the first project. And I got my friend turn up $200,000. So 8 million with $200,000 is a lot of money to work out to find the more investor to join the project. So I end up selling my house and my land to become the equity for the first project. And with the support from my dearest husband here, we agree to sell our house, we agree to sell our land. And the first project was COD on 21st of April 2010. And the banks asked us to stay still for 6 months to do the evaluation on the solar radiation in Thailand. And we have, every day I have to wake up and look at the sun, how much sun is shining to our country and my solar farms. And Thailand is considered 3 seasons, hot, hotter, and hottest. So we have sun from 6 o'clock in the morning and then 6 o'clock till at nighttime. And some of the season, like summer season, we may have the sun till like 6:30. So then bank's expectation, what they call P90, probability 90. So, and we make it up to over P50. So it means 25% better than bank's forecast. So then we were able to make the first project success. So then I have a lot of difficulty raising the equity to support the rest of the 35 projects. So we have to, so banks recommend us to get the good partners, international partners like World Bank or ADB, things like that. So I don't know any of this because I stopped working for a few years already. So I Googled. I choose World Bank, and then I found IFC, and so then we've been working 6 months for the due diligence, and IFC agreed to support the first project, and they become the equity investor as well as the project financier to the rest of the projects. And we just complete 36 project last year with the investment of the $800 million. And what you just gave me some of the topics, innovation is not just the technology innovation, it's also a business model innovation that we have to create and to make the renewable energy happen. And when I started work with my second round in life, my passion is not with the money. My passion is to make things happen, to achieve my goal, to make the world better. So I want to see solar energy happen in my country. And this morning we talk a lot about energy, ecology, security, and security of energy is the most important thing in life at the moment. So then, with the 36 project and 260 megawatts, help creating the job for the past 5 years during construction, more than 20,000 jobs and more than 1,000 permanent jobs for the next 30 years, and 200,000 carbon credit will be approved by UNFCCC next year. We are partner with Electricity de France here in France, and we want to continue doing and making a better world for our next generation.
Merci. Merci et félicitations pour
thank you
votre,
and congratulations for your commitment. So now we're going to talk to someone that's to a utility company, hybrid roller, and I'm going to ask Javier the following question. So you know, what type of projects are you working on, and what are the main obstacles you're confronted with? I mean, do you have funding issues? You know, are there technical issues? Do you need more innovation? And what are your ongoing projects?
You need a microphone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Val. I think you have pointed out the two important issues. First of all, I mean, due to that, the discussion that we have this morning, I will ask very briefly to try, I mean, maybe most of you are familiar with Iberdrola, maybe otherwise you don't know Iberdrola so much. I want to mention that Iberdrola is one of the largest integrated utility, so in the world by market capitalization. What I mean is that our international reference position is to be a main operator in places like Spain, like the UK, being the second biggest wind operator in the US, the first private gas, combined cycle gas produced in Mexico, and in Brazil, for example, we are the utility with more customers. Okay, so I mean, utility from a traditional point of view. Nevertheless, I think that Iberdrola, a few years ago, 10, 15 years ago, we found in Iberdrola that there were a lot of good reasons, drivers for change, moving towards renewable, as we understand, wind and solar. I want to mention it because nowadays it seems very clear for everyone. Maybe back again, 10, 15 years, it was not so clear, right? Actually, we have invested more than 20,000 million euros in the last 15 years in wind and solar energy, and this is not all. I mean, now actually we have 14 gigawatts, and we are now under construction another 2.5 gigawatts. That means investment around a little bit more than 5 billion. So, and it's not only this one. I mean, 62% of the Iberdrola's capacity is free emission, and the other 29% is emission efficient through CCGTs. And we have also a commitment that has been explained into this conference, a commitment of, even if we are now 30% below the average emission compared with other utilities, we want to reduce by 2030 this emission level half of the figure we have back in 2007. All right, so some way, I mean, as was discussed today, still you can see we celebrate Thanksgiving. All right, so in that sense, talking about the barriers, I want to point out 3 barriers, basically, that I think are very important. First of all, has to do with how we are going to bear, to support the cost of the decarbonization. So I think it's clear that the transition to a low-carbon economy goes through, in one way, through let's say, renewable energy in the electricity generation mix. That's clear. But how, the first thing is how to allocate this cost. Second has to do with economic market barriers. I will talk about it later. And finally, about the technical challenges that we're going to face that probably my colleague from 50 Hertz will be able to explain it better than me. I think the cost, I think it's important. Electricity has a lot of advantages. And one of the advantages clearly is that we can, in a very efficient and reliable way, reduce emissions. That's clear. But probably this that is an advantage sometimes became a problem because we are increasing the cost of the electricity when the cost should be everywhere, bear by all the consumers. I mean, the polluters pays principle is something that is a must. Second, about the market. I mean, clearly, and I think you were clear, Mr. Grayson, at the very beginning saying we need, this is a very intensive capital industry, so it needs to have, say, low capital cost. And the only way of having low capital cost, finally, depending on, is reducing the uncertainties. What means reducing the uncertainties? Anyway, is to have some way clear and predictable prices for the future. That's something that we have to try to get. And I think that probably the carbon pricing could be a way if it is adequate. Otherwise, I mean, if it is not adequate, it's not going to give us the predictability in the future, it's not going to be enough. This way, I think, there has been different systems worldwide in order to provide a stability of incomes to RES. In that sense, I mean, you mentioned the case of Spain with the solar, and you are right. That was one of the reasons, but was not the main reason why there is much less solar in Spain compared with Germany. The reason is clearly that Spain did a very bad regulation for solar PV back in 2008. So, at a cost at that time of really 6 or 7 euros per watt, Spain installed 4 gigawatts of a very expensive one that if we had been installed in the coming years would have been reduced probably to less than a third. So probably it was a problem really of the cost of the uncertainty of the countries, but a very bad regulation who produced this one. All right. And talking about the challenges, the only thing that I wanted to say is renewables is not creating, let's say, a new change in the market, in the sense that always the electricity world needed to match demand with generation. It's true. What is happening is with renewable and with a big integration of renewable, what is happening is that we are stressing this requirement of having means to be able to respond to this, say, viability of the source. Clearly, I mean, firm, flexible, storage, smart grids, demand are means that we can be using, and obviously interconnection means that we can use in order to reduce, let's say, this additional stress that the integration of big quantities of renewables is creating and will create.
Merci. Donc, incontestablement.
Thank you. There's no doubt that the issue of funding is a real issue, and you talked about carbon pricing, and I think this is, what's one of the major issues discussed at this conference. But you also mentioned the integration of variable energy over the network, the grid, and also you talked about the need there is to develop intelligent management and interconnections. The Minister Amara earlier on mentioned this issue of interconnections between Northern Africa and Europe, but also between Northern Africa and Sub-Saharan Africa. And so now, I look to Boris Shusht. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Not quite, but who is the CEO of a transmission grid, a power transmission grid in Germany. And in Germany, so you are a pioneer country on the development of renewables. How did you go about managing the massive integration? Because you have about 80 gigawatts of variable energy, solar plus wind. So how did you go about managing the integration, and how do you see the future? With the development of interconnection between neighbors throughout Europe. There, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Jean-Louis. Thank you for the invitation today. And maybe let's start with giving a short view on who 50 Hertz is and what we are doing, actually. In Germany, we have 4 TSOs. We are not alone, but we are covering roughly 1/3 of Germany, the northern eastern part. And the interesting part is there is a lot of wind in this part and wind power also installed. So currently, when we look on Germany, the numbers you have told, 80 gigawatt of renewable energies, it's 90 already this year. 90, yeah, it's growing, still growing heavily. And in our region, actually, we have reached last year a share of consumption, not on capacity, it's on power. Yeah, it's something else, on power, really, because of consumption of 42%, and this year of 46%, and next year, hopefully, we will reach the 50%. There's no other region in the world with a similar amount of volatile renewable energies in the world. And I think, Jean-Claude, you mentioned Denmark. Actually, I can tell you Denmark has a lower share, and we are 3 times as big, our grid region, than Denmark. So this is really an interesting case. And when you look at it, it is even interesting because we have, besides this high share of renewables, also a very high security of supply. We have, on the high voltage level, where we are responsible for as a TSO, we haven't had an outage, a customer outage, for the last 35 or 40 years. Yeah, we can't remember actually anymore that we have seen that. And even on the consumer side, so on the low voltage grid, the quality of supply is very, very high. So actually, some people say that the German Energiewende is a little bit a big and uncertain experiment. And when we use this picture, 50 hertz, so our grid region is the laboratory for this big experiment. Maybe you are a little bit interested in what is our experience in the integration of renewable energies. Actually, it can be simply divided. The first years when we started with a share up to 5 to 10%, we learned a lot how to integrate them, to build forecast systems and these. But when we made mistakes, it did not matter because it was still renewables had they were a niche product in the whole system. Then in a market share of 10 to 40%, which we has just passed through, they become a major source in the system, and you have to start to integrating them in the market. We had a very interesting experience this spring. We had a solar eclipse. Normally, solar eclipse, you buy glasses for your kids that they can watch it. But this year, the solar eclipse, we have them every 20 or 30 years. So the next one, we are well prepared now, coming in 20 years then. So this year was very interesting because we had a huge ramp down of solar power and then ramp up of solar power, with 40 gigawatt solar power in Germany being installed. And we thought heavily, are we well prepared for that? And yes, we were. Why? Because we have done already a lot of measures to integrate renewable energies in the market. What does it mean? Renewable energies, they can follow, of course, also the demand curve, and they have to. The more renewables you integrate in your system, the more they have to be in this role. When you look at California today, they simply, I'm mentioning California because Mr. Brown was here this morning, Governor Brown, but they are just currently not steering renewables. They are taking the demand and then they are deducting the renewables, and then it's a residual curve. But we have already days where there are more renewables available than our demand is. So actually, you have to steer them, otherwise the system will fall into an unbalance. And that you learn in this phase, introducing the right products, for example, quarterly hour products in the market. And actually, the experience with the solar eclipse was we believed in the market. We believed in the education of the market, and it went very well. We had not to interfere as a TSO. We had not to use central dispatching and huge amount of control power. It was done by itself, and it was a proof. We could prove by that even an integration of 60 or 70% renewable energies are actually possible. And then I'm often asked, what are the major barriers in introducing and maybe reaching a higher share? And let me summarize that very simply. I think it's all about the mindset. It's about the mindset, mainly about the mindset. When I was a young engineer coming in the industry, I tell the story often, 15 years ago, nobody believed that integrating more than 5% safely into an energy system of an industrial state like Germany was possible. And we see today 45, 50% is possible. So we have proven it works. It's a possibility. But what we also see, it's a big transition. And actually what we see, we have heard the names of the integrated companies and these kind of things. We are currently in a phase of a creative destruction. Actually, the whole industry will change by this transition. We will see new players, some maybe like Iberdrola will survive, some others will not survive. So it's a big change, a big creative destruction in the industry, which will need a lot of innovation, which technical innovation, but also business innovation. And we see that this comes into the market, and that's what it is about.
Merci. Je voudrais donc saluer l'ensemble des participants à ce panel. Et je pense que nous allons suivre avec beaucoup de passion ce que vous avez appelé le laboratoire, l'évolution de l'Allemagne sur l'intégration des énergies renouvelables. Et je voudrais aussi souligner l'engagement de Wendy dans son développement en Thaïlande, aller jusqu'à vendre sa propre maison pour investir donc dans le développement de l'énergie solaire. Il faut le saluer. Et donc je souligne aussi l'engagement donc des grands opérateurs énergétiques. Ceux qui veulent survivre dans le futur auront à faire eux-mêmes leur propre transition s'ils veulent éviter certains désagréments qu'ont connus les énergéticiens allemands ces dernières années. Et finalement, saluer donc l'engagement d'un pays pétrolier en faveur des énergies renouvelables et qui est susceptible d'apporter à la fois de l'innovation, de l'investissement industriel et puis du capital, on l'a entendu, à destination des pays pour lesquels le financement est vraiment la clé de tout. Voilà, je vous remercie et à bientôt.
Jean-Louis Ball, thank you very much indeed for this insightful discussion, and thank you to all of the panelists. And just listening to you as we talk and hear about the experts considering how innovation and the integration of renewable energy can make a real difference to all of our lives, I think it's worth also pointing that we all too often think in terms of targets, numbers, percentages that we need to achieve, too often forgetting the faces of the most vulnerable people to climate change, the human element, the people for whom renewable energy essentially represents a lifeline and a long-term solution to some of their existential problems. We're very lucky to have with us a young poet, as I ask the panelists to please make their way off the stage, and thank you very much indeed. We just want to move into our next segment and invite onto the stage a very special guest who is here from the Marshall Islands. She's a poet. Her name is Kathy Jetnall-Kedgener. Her country, the Marshall Islands, of course, being at the forefront, at the front line of climate change, a country made up of very low-lying coral atolls and islands threatened by the rising sea levels that threaten to literally submerge the islands if change doesn't happen soon. She has been writing poems, galvanizing public opinion, raising awareness across the world, writing poems essentially for her little daughter, and then reading these poems to some of the heads of state and government she meets at the United Nations and elsewhere. So let me welcome, and I hope you join me in giving a very warm welcome to Kathy, who is here amongst us. Kathy, please join me. Kathy, thank you so much for being here. And I'm also struck reading a little bit about what you've done this far, about something I read that you said. You say, we look at our children and wonder how they will know themselves, their culture, if they lose their islands. So for you, this is not something that can wait. This is an extremely urgent existential issue.
Yes, this is something that's happening to us right now as well. These are effects that we're seeing on the ground at this moment. I just visited an island that just this past weekend that went underwater within 10 years. And that was just 10 years ago that it was a lush green island. So this is something that's affecting us right now. But then there's also, of course, the existential threat where we worry about what will happen to our children, how they're, mostly because our culture is very rooted in our land and our identity is rooted in our culture.
And just to give an idea, I mean, you say this is very important, very urgent, that we need to do more than just survive. And you just mentioned how quickly and how rapidly some islands are disappearing because of the rising levels of water. You say some islands, including yours, the Marshall Islands, cannot survive 2% warming.
Yes, 2 degrees has been the limit, the global temperature that a lot of people have been debating recently. Yeah. With our islands, 2 degrees is actually would be devastating for us. We would definitely not survive at 2 degrees. This is why our leaders have been pushing for 1.5 instead.
And how will that be in terms of a practical reality on the ground if you did get 1.5% degrees?
I think the practical, from what we've seen from the science, from what the reports and the scientists say, it should be enough to save our islands. We should be able to survive and thrive on that island at 1.5.
And of course, your message is extremely inspirational. I don't want to carry on for too long. I'd love to just give you the floor and for you to read to us some of those poems.
Yeah, sure. So this poem that I'm about to share with you all, I know you've been in a meeting since 9:30 this morning. I'm sure you must all be tired. This poem is a little bit I guess this is kind of a little bit of a breather for you all to just listen to this piece. This poem that I wrote is specifically about that topic, 2 degrees versus 1.5 degrees, because this is, again, a survival necessary for our survival. The Marshall Islands, for some of you who might not know, it's only 1 meter above sea level, and so we are really on the front lines of losing our entire island home. I should mention before I read this piece also that there is a specific island that I mentioned on this in this poem, and it's called Kule Island. Kule Island is where Bikini Islanders are living now. So for those who also don't know, a little background, the United States tested 60 nuclear weapons in the Marshall Islands after World War II. And these weapons, or some of them were, like one of them at least, was at least 100 times more powerful than the nuclear weapon tested in Hiroshima. And so what happened was they tested it on a specific island called Bikini Island. And the people who were living on that island had to be moved and could no longer live on that island and had to be moved to an island called Kule Island. Now, those Bikini Islanders who survived nuclear testing and who lost their island home to nuclear testing are now having to deal with climate change and will now have to move from Kule Island because it's so small that it's been getting flooded and inundated on a regular basis. My sister works in a clinic out in Kule Island, and there was a flooding recently just this past year that was so severe that they had to evacuate all of the hospital patients out of that clinic. And so this is a poem that talks about that, but also talks about the 2 degrees and 1.5, and also it talks about my daughter as well. So I hope you take some time. I hope that kind of gives you a little bit of a refresher from your meetings and your statistics. And so let me just share this. The other night, my 1-year-old was a fever pressed against my chest. Together, we wrestled with a thermometer that read 99.8 degrees. The doctor says technically 100.4 is a fever. But I can see her flushed face, how she drapes across my lap, listless. Libanum is usually a wobbly walking toddler, all chunks and duck-footed shaky knees, stomping squeaky yellow light-up shoes across the edge of the reef. And I think, what a difference a few degrees can make. Scientists warn that if humans warm the world more than 2 degrees, then catastrophe will hit. Imagine North American wildfires increasing by 400%, animal extinction rising by 30%, freshwater declining by 20%, just 1 meter of sea level rise, and 15% of Bangladesh gone. Entire island nations gone. Thousands, millions left wandering. My daughter left wandering, wondering what happened. At a climate change conference, a colleague tells me 2 degrees is just a benchmark for climate negotiations. I tell him 2 degrees is a gamble. At 2 degrees, my islands, the Marshall Islands, is underwater. This is why our leaders push for 1.5. Seems small, like 0.5 degrees shouldn't matter. Like 0.5 degrees are just crumbs. Like the Marshall Islands must look on a map, just crumbs you dust off the table, wipe your hands clean of. Today, Libanum is feeling a little better. She bobs around her backyard, drops pebbles and leaves into a plastic bucket before emptying it out and doing it again. As I watch her, I think about futility. I think about the world making the same mistakes again and again since the Industrial Revolution, since 1977 when an economist said 2 degrees was the estimate. On Kule Island, the tides were underestimated. Patients sleeping in a clinic with nuclear history threaded into their bloodlines woke to a wild water world, a rushing rapid of salt, a sewage of syringe and gauze. Later, they wheeled their hospital beds out, left them rested in the sun. They must be stained, rusted, our people creaking brackish from salt spray and nuclear radiation blasts, so tired, wondering if the world will just leave us out to dry in the sun, or will they dust their hands of us, wipe them clean? My father tells me irik, the Marshallese word for when the tide is nearest in equilibrium. That's the best time for fishing. So maybe that's what I'm doing with this poem, fishing for recognition, riding the tide towards an equilibrium, willing the world to find its balance. Because beyond the discussions, beyond the statistics, there are people all the way out here. There are faces. There is a baby walking wobbly on the edge of a reef, not yet underwater. Thank you.
Kathy, can you stay with me for a second? I think you'll all agree that more than any political speech, a poem like this is so vivid and really speaks to the core of the issue, why it is so important that politicians really do their best to achieve not just the minimum, but even less than that when they agree on their document at the end of this week. But before I let you go and before we take a break for lunch, Kathy, how do politicians, do you think, react to this type of statement from the heart? To what extent does it move them to do more, knowing that so much hinges on their decisions?
I can only speak to my last performance when I performed at the United Nations Climate Summit. I did a poem called Dear Mate Filipino, which was in a similar vein, reminding people of the humanity and how we will fight for our next generation and our children. And what I definitely noticed was that before I performed the poem, it was a very cold and not really, there was just a lot of protocol. After I performed the poem, all of these politicians, diplomats, they were all coming up to me and telling me about their children, about their daughter, about their son, and how much they miss them. And they asked to hold my daughter, and it just transformed the room into something so much warmer. And I think that's because, poetry and art has that touch, has that effect. It reminds people of the humanity of the issues.
It humanizes the whole issue. Kathy Jadnal-Kitchener, thank you so much for sharing your poem with us. Thank you very much. I think it's fair to say it is perhaps a perfect time to pause and reflect. We'll be taking a break for lunch now before we reconvene at 2:30 p.m. this afternoon. We'll be talking more about all the key players in this renewable debate and how businesses can lead the way towards a renewable energy future, helping the environment while at the same time making sound investments. There will also be the launch of the Global Solar Power Council. This will take place at 1:45 p.m. in case you're interested to see it. But for now, let's continue our conversation over lunch and see you back here in the afternoon. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. As we get ready now to hear more about the contributions big businesses can make to a cleaner energy world, we will also be taking a look at just how conventional wisdom can be challenged, how the status quo can often be shaken. It's also worth reminding ourselves of how very often the possible once looked highly improbable, even impossible. So if you thought that 100% clean energy was impossible, well, think again.
We do not need magic to transform our world. It's not impossible. It is within the power of humanity to do.
Everything around you that you call life was made up by people that were no smarter than you.
So as you just saw in the video, for many of us, certainly for many corporate leaders, changing the way we do business can sometimes seem unthinkable. Looking at different ways, tapping into different sources of energy might look difficult at first, well, at least until now. This next session is focusing on businesses leading the way towards a renewable energy. In other words, we want to try and find out what it takes to bring the CEOs of this world, of major corporations, on board, to bring them into the renewable energy fold, to have them invest more heavily in renewable energy as I said earlier today, as a common good, as a good investment. Let me invite on the stage the moderator of this session, Christine Linz. She is the Executive Secretary of the Renewable Energy Policy Network for the 21st Century, REN21. And Christine, you know, as I think about this, I wonder, you will have with you some of the big players of today, Google, Facebook. To what extent does it seem to you a tall order to convince them that this actually makes good business sense? I mean, do you think we need very auspicious, in a way, regulatory frameworks, tax incentives to bring them on board, or is it much simpler than that?
Well, I think that, first of all, good afternoon. They are going to tell us what they think about how simple or complicated it is. But just let me tell you, I was on Thursday this week in Vienna at UNIDO. They had their annual conference with all their member states dealing with industrial development. And they had a side event on sustainable industrialization and climate change. And there, the big consensus was the industry is ready, and probably the industry is ahead of the negotiators. And I think that more and more people realize that sustainable development, industrial development, and environmental protection is not either or, but it's both and. And I guess very much that this is what we're going to see, or at least I hope, debating with these industrial players here in the session.
So perhaps not such a tall order. We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon. It's great to see so many of you here back from lunch. The negotiators are discussing about the a climate deal, which of course is important, but I would stipulate here that the energy transition with renewables is going to happen. And clearly a climate deal will be able to bring more impetus to this development and probably speed it up. But I think we are really right into the energy transition, and we just see that the challenge that we have ahead of us is a really big one, and can not only be tackled by governments, but needs to be tackled in cooperation between the public and the private sector. We had last year $270 billion US dollars invested in the renewable sector, about 50% in OECD industrialized countries, and the other half in the emerging economies and the developing world. We see a huge increase in these emerging economies as far as renewables is concerned. And we have a situation that 164 countries all around the world have renewable energy policies and targets. So we see that renewables has become really a global movement. We have heard in the morning from leaders from government about their strategies to invest in the renewables future. And what we are going to do in the next a bit less than an hour is to focus on businesses leading the way towards renewable energy. And I think we have really an interesting session ahead of us where we will debate with the users of energy on why they invest in renewables, what were the barriers, and so I would like to invite my panelists now here to the stage. First, please come up, Christine Barguin, who is the Director for Social and Environmental Responsibility of La Poste here in France. Then we have Antonio Neves de Carvalho, who is the Head of Corporate Sustainability of Energias de Portugal, the Portuguese utility. Then we have Björn Otto Sverdrup, Senior Vice President of Sustainability of Statoil. Bill Whale, the Director of Sustainability of Facebook. And John Woolard, the Vice President for Energy of Google. So you see quite a diverse mix here in this panel. Mrs. Barguin is going to speak in French. So those of you who do not yet have a headset, it's the time to get this because what she will tell you is really interesting, so don't miss it. Voilà, donc on va commencer avec vous, Madame Barguin. Effectivement, c'est surprenant.
It's perhaps surprising for some of us to imagine that the post office, the French postal service, La Poste, is here on the same round table as corporations, and that you're discussing the future of your renewable energy. Why is it so important for La Poste to be here today? Well, La Poste is the first French corporation to have committed itself to 100% renewables. This commitment was signed in 2015. It has taken form as of October 1st because when the energy market opened, we decided to ask energy suppliers to provide us 100% origin guaranteed renewable, and two energy suppliers are able to do that. And so we have 100% renewable energy. This makes up 66% of our electric consumption. The second phase that needs to be rolled out is for them to be able to align themselves on the rates, and we hope to be able to do this as of next year, even though the goal was to achieve that by 2020. And that's because we have received interesting offers from the companies. We also generate electricity. We have 45 photo PV panels on the roofs of our buildings, and it generates about 3% of our electrical consumption. And this is but a first step because we're going to continue developing this. What triggered this whole change? What triggered your commitment, the commitment of La Poste? The trigger goes back to 2012. At the time, we fully offset the carbon emissions of all of our logistical products, whether it's letters, parcels, and express service. In addition to this commitment, we decided to develop low carbon emission vehicles. So we decided to start using electric vehicles for mail delivery. So we have a fleet of vehicles that is 6,600 of them are electrical. We also have two-wheelers, three-wheelers, and four-wheelers. We've done a lot of innovations in electric cars along with French manufacturers. So this means that we have over 10,000 electrical vehicles in our fleet, and we want to continue ramping up that number. Do you work with other European postal services to encourage them to move in the same direction as you? Well, not just in Europe, because during lunch we were talking about Japan, and we do have a partnership with the Japanese Postal Service, with the Brazilian Postal Service. We have a lot of exchanges of best practices because there is a Universal Postal Union, which is created by the UN, and originally it was designed to regulate exchanges between postal services, but now each continent has a unit that's focusing on sustainable development. In addition, another motivation is the fact that pollution in cities is so high that we wanted to anticipate the fact that downtown areas, that diesel vehicles would soon be banned from downtown cities. And that's why we decided to start renovating our car fleets, our vehicle fleets. So the goal is for the 15 largest cities in France to get mail delivery just from clean vehicles as of 2020. What about consumers? Do they support you in your initiatives? Do you advertise what you're doing? Well, we do communicate about that. You might think that individuals are the main customers of the Postal Service, but in fact it's corporations that are our main customers. And corporations have been very mindful of the sustainability approaches of their suppliers. We are a supplier for French companies, and so they're very aware of this issue. And that's why we implemented a carbon offsetting program, because we decided this was very important in terms of a competitive edge. So this is a way of improving customer loyalty? Yes. And when it can be clean but less money for lower price, customers will take it up. Thank you.
Carvalho, but I will just remind you that we are going to make this a very interactive exchange, so please do not start falling asleep. The panelists are really interesting, but I mean, I know that you have to digest your lunch, but get ready with your questions, because once we have done a round of statements, we're going to give the floor to you. Mr. Neves de Carvalho, you are head of corporate sustainability of EDP. Yes. 75% of your electricity generation is renewables-based. Tell us a little bit how EDP got there.
Okay, we are in fact a vertically integrated utility and the biggest group in Portugal, business group in Portugal. We start very early thinking about sustainability, and our board very early begin integrating the sustainability in management strategy. So it becomes to us clear, yet prior to 2005, that wind energy would be for sure a good investment for us in order to cope with the energy dependency that we had in Portugal. So we began working on them also, on there. We are a company that traditionally used to have a large amount of energy based on water, and when it comes the Kyoto Protocol and the trading of emissions in Europe. It was clear for the company that the best strategy for us to differentiate and to manage the risk, the long-term risk in the company concerning the energy, was to invest intensively in renewable energy, basically going to new markets and being the first mover on them. So we start in 2005 having 12.3 gigawatt of installing capacity, which with 38% of renewable energy, most of them water, and a small amount of wind, which was part of our getting experience on the technology. And we began to invest intensively, and 10 years after now, we have doubled the capacity. We have now 25 gigawatt of energy worldwide. 70% of this energy is renewable, and of this energy, 38 is wind, which means that we have changed completely our profile of production at the moment. And we are very glad with that, because we have been able to differentiate, in fact, our business and to get the opportunity of being new movers. Obviously, in the first time, the feed-in tariffs were important to start. Now the market and technology is stable, and we can find easily other forms of getting the financing for going on with the business.
Very often in the international debate, one hears that high shares of variable renewables are difficult to integrate. Now, hearing these numbers from Portugal, you have effectively perfectly managed the challenge. What is the key recipe of success for this?
Yes, it's true, although we consider that we need to influence in order to create more stable markets and to have, especially concerning the value of the emission tradings, stable values for the long term in order to know how we can measure it. But basically, I think it was our effort and imagination on having some alternative schemes of financing these renewables. Basically, the PPA with the cooperative business, which means that it's a win-win. It's a win-win situation because from one side we can provide our buyers with a stable value for energy during the 15 or 20 years, and for us the cost of capital is lower because we go to financing, showing that we have good and stable incomes, and also very important was the fact of we had the profit, the possibility of being first movers in many markets, especially in the United States and also in Brazil, more with water, obviously.
Do you already have the Portuguese Post as your client? If not, talk to Madame Bagan.
Not as a dedicated client for renewables, but obviously is our clients in delivering of energy.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Well, now then let me move to Björn Otto Sverdrup, the Senior Vice President of Sustainability of Statoil, an oil and gas company. Normally we know Statoil associated with oil and gas. What do we need to know about renewables and Statoil?
No, so thank you for being here and inviting us to be here. So we are already a very big energy company, supplying some 160 million people with energy every day. And we're in the middle of an energy transition, and we try to approach that from two ways. So first, we need to make sure that existing energy is supplied in as climate-friendly as possible. So that's why we strive to continue to be the world's most efficient oil and gas company. And if you look at our energy mix, we try to bring as much natural gas to the market as possible to bring coal out. So that's one thing. A part of that is also our carbon capture and storage activities. And over the last years, we have stored more than 20 million tons. But it's a fundamental transition to the energy business. And that's why also we are investing more and more and researching more and more into renewables and new energy solutions. So it's a fundamental business challenge for us.
So you're kind of ensuring you're diversifying your activity to ensure the long lasting of the company to a certain extent.
Yeah, we love to be in the energy business, and we would like to be that for decades to come.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, now we come to the Facebooks and Googles of this world. I think that many of the people in the room here have a Facebook account, and probably they don't immediately think about energy when they think Facebook. But Bill, it seems that you're about to change this, and energy is an important factor in your business.
Energy is very important. If anyone does not have an account, I can set you up with a free one. Just come to me afterwards. So for those of you who do use Facebook, you might wonder, why does energy matter? You use Facebook on your phone, your laptop, your tablet, whatever. But out there in what people call the cloud are these big data centers full of servers. Google's much the same in terms of running search and YouTube and so on. Those servers take energy to run, and a lot of it. So we have a number of data centers around the world. The big ones at the moment are in the US and in northern Sweden. And each of those data center sites can be on the order of 30 to 50 megawatts. And I think in this audience, I probably don't need to explain what that means. So each site is pretty large, and it's fairly consistent load. It doesn't change a lot. It's not like an office building. And so we use a lot of energy. We've worked really, really hard to make them as energy efficient as possible, but we still use a lot of energy. And so then the question is, where does that energy come from? And we spent the last 4 years beginning to look at and making some real progress on powering our operations with clean energy. So rather than just taking whatever the local mix is on the grid that you get by default, instead looking at how we can get clean energy and ideally get clean energy in a way that adds clean energy to the mix on the grid, not just buying some certificates so we can say that it's clean.
And so when you decide where to place your data centers, are energy considerations playing any role?
Energy is from an operational expense point of view important. It's not the biggest expense, but it is a significant expense, so that matters. But also the source of the energy. So one of the key criteria that we use when we choose where to put a data center, and we have a moderate amount of flexibility, is can we get access to clean energy, reliable clean energy at a reasonable price? So we set for ourselves very specific goals. We set a goal actually 3 years ago to have at least 25% of our energy come from clean energy this year, and we're almost at the end of the year. We will surpass that. In 2014, we were at about 20%. And then a few months ago, we doubled that target. So our next target is 50% clean energy in 2018. And we're signing long-term agreements to give the utilities, the energy providers, the revenue certainty they need to be able to go get financing, for example. But we are, unless we have no choice, we are very unlikely to go to a region where we cannot get good access to clean energy.
And what about the excess heat of these data centers? Are you recycling this?
We've looked at it. It's very difficult. The heat is very low-grade heat. It's not that hot, which makes it hard to do much of anything productive with it. We've been exploring some options in certain areas, connecting it maybe to a district heating system somewhere if we're located in a place that actually has a reasonable district heating system. But at the moment, essentially all the energy that goes in, it does some useful computation. But a computer in the end is kind of like a toaster. Other than it does some computing, in the end it produces heat. And that's true of many devices that consume. They do some useful function, but the energy they consume in the end turns into heat.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, let me turn, last but not least, to John Woolard from Google. Google is also playing a key role, and we have heard also lots of announcement about Google actively investing in the energy transition with renewables. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about this.
Sure. So, is that working? Yeah. So Google started to focus on our energy footprint some time ago. We have 14 data centers worldwide. And so we try to focus on two ways. One is when we actually run a data center, we want to run it ultimately on zero carbon energy. So we've been carbon neutral since 2007, but that's been through a combination of acquiring energy through power purchase agreements and then buying high quality carbon credits. We'd like to get it to where we're 100% powered by renewables. So we're 100% renewable. That's our stated goal. As Bill mentioned, that's a tough goal to get to, so we're right now at 35%. We keep moving forward, but we also keep growing. So we just announced...
100% by when?
Within the next several years. So originally,
what is several years?
Well, originally the goal was 2020, but we'll beat it.
Okay.
Yeah, so we just announced a gigawatt of procurement in the last week, and that makes us the largest corporate buyer of renewables in the world. When we do this, we try to do it in areas where we have nexus to the data center so that we're in the same balancing authority so that it legitimately is on the same grid. And then we also very carefully negotiate and work with the utilities. We're moving power from Sweden into data centers in Finland, for example. We're also, we take some areas that are complicated. I think we're very proud of something in North Carolina that we did in the US, where the utility, we couldn't buy directly, but we were able to push the utility into creating a new green tariff, and now every company can benefit from that. So we're not trying to be, if we can lead the way and then other companies can participate in that same green tariff, that's great.
So kind of joint procurement initiatives.
In a way, we opened up a tariff and now anybody can take availability, but we're not mapping together with other companies. We just created a new way to buy zero energy or green power.
I mean, when I listen to all five of you, it's amazing what's happening out there in the business world. It really makes me think that that the private sector is really leading the way. But I guess also that you faced some challenges along this way. Is there anybody who wants to share some of the barriers that you faced or the challenging situations, which might probably then also be interesting for other players as kind of lessons learned? Is there anything? And then I'm gonna turn to you. Yes, please.
So I think John alluded to North Carolina, where we actually have a data center in North Carolina as well. We and Apple and Google all worked with the utility there, Duke, to create that green tariff. Google just took advantage of it. They're the first company that actually has found a project and worked out a deal that made sense. In the US in particular, in many states, the energy markets are still very regulated. They're regulated at the level of individual states. And that can make it very difficult if you've got a monopoly utility. It can be very difficult to then, you have no choice. You can do essentially a virtual PPA, otherwise you have no other choice. So we've been working collaboratively with now about 60 other companies, and Google just joined us actually, with several NGOs, WWF, WRI, BSR, and the Rocky Mountain Institute, on several initiatives to accelerate corporate purchases generally. Google's been doing an enormous amount. I think, as you said, you're the biggest corporate purchaser. We've just gotten started in the last few years. Some other companies are just getting started. But we need many more companies to do it. Part of that is companies just don't know what to do. So we're trying to educate each other and help each other. Part of it is that the policies aren't in place in some places to actually give us the options. And that's where collectively we're all standing up and saying, we want renewable energy. We've set goals. And we are much more likely to locate in a place that has policies that allow us to meet those goals. So if you want our business, then it would be good if you thought very hard, whether it's a green tariff like in North Carolina or something else that allows us to move faster than the grid is likely to move on its own.
So government, keep in mind the needs of business and liberalize your energy markets.
Right.
Okay. Björn?
Yeah, maybe, ultimately it's about running a business, and we need to make sure that our investments are profitable. And for, at least inside our company, we need to make sure that when we look into new energy solutions or renewables, those investments can compete with that of the investing more in oil and gas or exploration activities. And that's what's been encouraging over the last couple of years, that we've seen some of the renewable projects actually outcompete some of the oil and gas projects inside our portfolio, with a bit of help of some kind of incentives from governments, of course. So that at least has allowed us to build a portfolio of offshore wind projects now to supply nearly 650,000 households in the UK. And we have a portfolio now that could possibly actually serve nearly 4.5 million households. But I think there is still some technology gaps to be bridged, and that's a call for partnerships. So a couple of weeks ago, we announced what I think is a really cool project. So wind is much more stable offshore, and you don't have that neighbors or scarcity of acreage. So we're looking into, could we produce wind far offshore with floating windmills at water depth? So we announced a couple of weeks ago that we're going to go ahead with the pilot projects offshore Scotland. These are massive structures. So 5 wind turbines, each one of them with the size of the Tour d'Eiffel down the neighborhood here. The rotor blades would be like 80 meters, so it would be like a football field. The scale you cannot do onshore, but I think unless you have partners between companies willing to dare to test new technologies, some governments to incentivize that, give some predictability for a while, you will never be able to make those step changes.
Was it difficult for, for the management to really go towards renewables? I did my first internship in an electric utility 25 years ago, and there in Austria, and apart from hydro, all the renewables, they were considered as nice to have, but they did not really deliver. Now their strategy has totally changed, and so I imagine also that for a company like Statoil, that must be a culture change, and normally this adoption of new paradigms are not so easy. So how did that happen?
No, I think it's a good question. So at least it's not PR. It's not. We put some of our best engineers in working with renewables. We invest tons of R&D money into this. So this is real business, and it's taken very seriously. And I think also the board and are embracing the business opportunities that we continue to put forward. I would like to add, though, that there is one thing that could actually really accelerate the shift, and that is to put a price on carbon. So unless you put a price on it, you will probably not see the incentives or the shift happening as quickly as you could. So inside our company, we've been using internally a price on carbon for quite some years. But I'm still really puzzled to see that the use of coal, despite this conference and everybody's talking about renewables, the use of coal in Europe is dead flat or even increasing. And I think that is the most carbon intensive part of our energy mix. So there is something there that could really make that shift.
Okay, thank you very much. Madame Bagin.
Oui, je voudrais ajouter par rapport à ça.
Allow me to add that if we want to shift to renewable energies, we need to have clients asking for it. So there will not be any investment or R&D if there's no demand for it. So that was the approach at La Poste. So for us, it's good for our business. It reduces our carbon footprint. It also reduces the price of carbon compensation, but it also, very often renewable energies are also represent economic activity, and is going to also allow utility companies to actually grow renewable sectors. So I think there's a sort of virtuous circle that needs to be built, and you can't just again, the clients and customers have a role to play in this, and any consumer can ask to be actually.
You advocate it needs a push and a pull strategy. It needs both. I think you wanted to add something here, Bill.
Yeah, I think both of you made a really good point. Without demand, it's going to be very slow. And you made a point about the economics, that we are all running businesses. And so we can't do this at scale if it doesn't make good economic sense. And I think when a number of the sort of pioneer companies started this a few years ago, I think Google, the first deal when I was there was in 2010, maybe the first PPA. It maybe made economic sense, but it was very hard to find something. Today, one of the reasons why things have accelerated so much is A, there have been leaders who've been doing it and it's visible, and B, the economics are very different. Solar has gotten so much cheaper in the last few years and continues to get cheaper. Wind, I remember 6-8 years ago people saying, well, wind is, it's not going to get any cheaper. It's kind of hit the bottom of its cost curve. But then we talk about, turbines that are twice as big and so on, and going to higher hub heights that lead to much stronger wind and so on, and prices continue to come down. So I think the thing that other businesses need to understand is that it is so much more possible and makes economic sense in so many more places today than it used to. The key is to decide you want to do it, and either then hire a small number of people who can help you figure it out, or there are consultants and service providers who can do that for you. But it's not something that you don't order it online. It takes a little work to do these kinds of deals, but it is very doable, and I think many more companies really should step up.
It takes a bit longer than setting up a Facebook account?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
And it's not free.
John, you wanted to come in as well.
Yeah, well, I want to follow on Bill's point that if you look at the costs have come down dramatically, and that's great, but we still don't have markets that work as effectively as they should. So I think liberalization of markets and more interconnections with transmission help. Most renewables are regional. So you'll have great sun over here, a great wind over there. And the best thing I can do is have a robust system, a robust grid, and more transparent markets. And we're getting there. We've made some progress there, but whereas the technologies are getting cheaper and cheaper, and Bill's spot on with those cost curves have gone down dramatically. And what used to be something that was nice, you'd have to really push through, now is something that's economically attractive just based on its merits, but only in certain locations. And so opening up of markets and making the grid itself more robust is going to be it will have a very dramatic effect. We've made some progress, and the U.S. is fairly balkanized still from a market perspective. Europe is, that's why we had to do what we did in North Carolina. That's different than being able to compete up in, Texas has a very robust and competitive market, but it's really separated from the rest of the country. In Europe, we have probably more ability to move power around and a more robust grid, but it still has a way to go. So increasing the ability to move power around and to make for transparent transactions or simple transactions will help others not have to go through the complexity that I think we've gone through and Facebook is going through in trying to do these big power procurements and agreements.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I can imagine that the business leaders here in the room or anyone else might take advantage of this excellent panel out there. I already see a hand raised there, some over there, some here. Okay, maybe we can take the 3 questions. And can we get a microphone to Bruce Douglas over there, please?
Thanks, Christine. My name is Bruce Douglas. I'm the chairman of the Global Solar Council, just recently launched. It's a question to Bjorn at Statoil. Could you tell us what is the internal price on carbon that you use, and how do you use that to drive business decisions?
Yeah. No, let's take the 3 questions, if that's okay, and then move to... There was one here in the middle. Okay, lady over there. Microphone's coming, and then there was one here on my, exactly, and then you.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to be here today. So as a corporate citizen of the world...
Could you just introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Jay Boardman. I'm a co-founder of an innovative company. So the first part is to say thank you for taking the lead for protecting our planet with the purchasing power you have as large organizations. Now, coming as an innovative co-founder of a company, I have the question about what is the role of innovation in your scope of doing things? Going mainstream. And I'm not talking about subsidizing innovation, but giving a chance of getting through the valley of death, as was sometimes quickly referred to, this of taking innovation from small scale to the scale you've evoked in terms of what you're doing. So what are your actions to make that happen? Thank you.
We will, of course, have an entire panel dedicated to innovation, but nevertheless, we'll get the views here, then the lady there, and then the question here, and then we turn to the panel.
Yeah, I'm wondering...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yep, sorry. Maren Smith with Clean Energy Canada, from Canada. How long did it take from when the idea was hatched to go to 100% renewable to when you got the CEO and the senior executives to agree to it? And sort of what was that process?
Okay, we only have 20 more minutes left for the session, but we'll try to answer that $100 million question. And then one over here, please. Yes, thank you. And then we'll turn to you.
My name is Agamemnon Otero. I'm the chief exec for Repowering, as well as sit on the Community Energy Contact Group for the Department for Energy and Climate Change in the UK. And where, from my perspective, I'm not surprised the UK is not on this panel because of the decisions that the current government has done by stepping down their obligations that they're only one of the G7 countries to be going up in carbon emissions now. So my question was for government, would it not be a step to stop subsidizing pre and post on fossil fuels? We all talk about putting a carbon cap, but a price on carbon, but actually in the UK, there's about £500 per person's energy bill subsidizing fossil fuels as opposed to £50 for renewables. And to the private sector, I would ask that would it not be an idea to offer out to your staff, which are numerous in Google and Facebook, the option of buying into your own energy supply, setting up a cooperative. I have 7 cooperatives in London, and we work with urban cities and resilience. And I think what's really actually appetizing to all public is to give the people in your organizations the opportunity to buy into it as a cooperative and use their buildings. So would that not be a possibility in your sector to lead in that way? That's something you can do right now.
Great, thank you. Maybe, Bjorn, we can start with the question on your internal price on carbon.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So we have been, in Norway, we have had the CO2 tax for 15, 20 years. So, and our internal price now reflects pretty much that level, so $50 per ton. So what does it mean? It gives us an opportunity to, unless you had the price on carbon, we would have never electrified some of our offshore installations. So you choose different concepts. Or we can, instead to develop a regular oil and gas platform, we instead will choose energy optimized subsea development, for instance, to provide gas. Or we could make renewable projects more competitive and stand out, compete better with the more traditional oil and gas projects. So I think it makes a big, big difference. But please take note, that happens inside our company. 90% of the emissions related to oil and gas happens when you consume the product. And that's why I think CO2 tax or internal pricing cannot only stop at the producer level, you also would need responsible consumers in order to be successful in the transformation of energy. Would that be okay?
Thank you. Well, a bunch of subjects out here. Innovation, how long did it take for your companies to convince the CEOs to really go towards the 100% renewables objective? Should it not, price on carbon, I think most of us agree, but should that not also happen through stopping off fossil fuel subsidies? We know that over $500 billion, according to the International Energy Agency, are spent on subsidizing the use of fossil fuel energies. And finally, the question on will you open up the possibilities for your employees to participate in your renewables projects? A bunch of questions. Whoever wants to start.
I can take two of them at least.
Okay.
One on innovation. I think that it's absolutely one of the most critical elements of success going forward. So when you hear people say that we have the technology in front of us today, I think sometimes they're glossing over some of the complexities around things are subsidized today. They need to get beyond those subsidized levels. We need more focus and more work on reliability and resiliency because a lot of the renewables still are intermittent, and we need to work. There's a whole category of innovation that needs to still be focused on around everything from storage to dispatchability to reliability. And we've got a really big job in front of us, which is to change the energy infrastructure of the entire world in the next 20 to 30 years. And to do that, we can't do it with only what we have today. So there's a lot of entrepreneurial opportunity. There's a lot of chance to do very well if you can come up with new ideas and new creative ways to think. But we should never let our guard down on innovation. That's absolutely key going forward. And I'll take the other one on employees. It gets to my market comment earlier, the ability to have employees buy power. I wish it were easy to do, but then you become a utility, and there's a lot of complexity around that. So one thing we've done at Google was we said we're pretty good at search and we're pretty good at managing geospatial data. So we put those two together into something called Project Sunroof, where consumers are empowered, and our employees were the first ones to test this, where you can enter it looks at your house with all the satellite data. You can look at your rooftop and see, are you a good candidate or not for solar? It does the full mapping of the solar radiation on the roof and then connects you in with solar installers. And that provides options, because a lot of this is about leverage and options. So whereas we can't necessarily sell electricity directly, we can certainly provide not only our own employees, but also everybody in the country with the ability to shop and to create more competition and more options.
Everybody in the world, I hope, eventually.
Eventually, everybody in the world. We got to get it working first, and then we'll roll it out to the rest of the world. But thank you.
We tried with Google, and then we conquered the world, right?
So I can speak to maybe a few of those. I think that you're spot on the innovation point. I was at Google before I moved to Facebook with my partner in crime, Dan Riker, who's in the audience. He and I co-led the RE-Less-and-C initiative, which was an initiative we ran at Google out of google.org to try to drive much more rapid innovation in the renewable energy sector. I think one of the lessons I took away from that is that innovation in energy is hard, it's high risk, and it takes a very long time. And so if you have a modest amount of money, say a few tens of millions of dollars to put into it, the odds are that you will get some interesting stuff done, but you won't hit your goals. Something very interesting was announced this week by Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and, 20 plus other people, together with the Mission Innovation announcement with, I think, 20 countries who are doubling their R&D budgets. And what these very wealthy people committed was to spend billions of dollars on helping ideas, helping innovations cross that valley of death. And I think that the thing that to me seems really interesting about that, we do need innovation, but we need enough money going into the basic research. We also need enough resources going into helping ideas get across that valley of death. But you need enough money there to have a big enough portfolio to diversify and reduce risk. And I think maybe this time we actually have a big enough conglomeration of money that will work. We also do need to keep deploying the technologies we have. I've had this discussion with Jigar Shah online in the last few days, actually. A lot of innovation has happened in solar and wind in the last few years because of their increasing scale, and that drives learning by doing, it drives economies of scale, it drives innovations. And we do get innovation that way, it does give us cost reduction, but we need to also invest in the more radical breakthrough things as well. We need both, and I think we're seeing evidence of both today. The other thing, there was a question about how did we convince our leaders to buy into this. I was at Google when we started that work. I would say it was more they convinced us. In fact, at that point, Larry and Sergey said, we're going to do this, go figure it out. And then we'd come back and say, no, that's not good enough, come back with something better. That happened a few times. And at Facebook, I think it was a somewhat slower realization perhaps, but definitely realization that we use a lot of energy and we need to be responsible about it, and there's a role we can play. And so it wasn't that hard of conversation. I think today, given the evidence from companies like ours, that if you're a sustainability person or an energy person or someone else at a company, it should be much easier to convince your leadership because it can be done in many places in a way that just makes economic sense, might even save you money, or at least be cost neutral. And so I think that that job of convincing the leadership should be much easier.
But probably the job of convincing the leadership over the last decade just got also much easier because nowadays renewables, with all the costs coming down, are the competitive option and are the option that makes most sense for business, I guess.
And that will only continue. They will continue to get cheaper. They are on cost curves, as on technology cost curves, in a way that that fossil fuels generally are not, where you have more commodity price fluctuation. And I think that the result is they will, over time, outcompete fossil fuels more and more.
Antonio.
Yeah, we to consider innovation very important. We have two main areas of action at this moment. One of them is the intelligent networking in the off-grid project, because you consider that, in fact, to deliver efficiency solutions, the intelligent grid is going to be very, very, very important. And another one in which we are investing at the moment, and we have already a prototype installed since 2011, was in wind offshore. We have developed a platform, which is a wind float project, together with other companies, obviously, that is able to work in deep sea, between 40 and 60 meters. We have the prototyping started since 2011, and he faces several storms at this moment, and hopefully is working okay. And we expect to have a 25 megawatts pre-industrial power plant working in 2017. So it's one of our main investments, and we are deeply convinced this is the way, the offshore and the flexibility of grids for energy efficiency and flexible solutions. Okay.
Madame Bergin.
Oui, je voulais insister sur le fait que la participation en fait des
the participation of the staff at La Poste plays a major role, especially when we invested, we did it with designers. We don't make cars. I mean, we did it with the drivers. So this made it possible to have vehicles that weren't just criticized because they were actually used for cold peaks. Now, So something else that's very important is, and today it doesn't cost more. And to convince our CEO, it took less than 1 year. At the beginning, he said, we got it wrong in our calculations, and then, we looked again and we found the same result. So that was the end of the discussion. So as regards innovation, I believe that things are moving at great speed, and the more of us there are who are actually asking designers and utility companies, we keep asking them things, then we find solutions and we find them fast. And we tend to say, it's for the producer to actually regulate. But we worked a lot with EDF to try and actually smoothen our consumption and versus renewables. I mean, we consume many days in the daytime, sometimes nighttime on some of our sites. And you talked about the smart grids. By working together with them, we can actually regulate our call for power and to avoid the peaks, because peaks are the problem. And so again, coordination between the different players, and the fact that the consumer also manages his energy, and the development of IT tools, which makes it possible to monitor one's consumption, means that it goes much faster. So when we look at what things were like 5 years ago in France, I mean,
No, I think that's a great example of an integrated system that we just heard from La Poste, and I think it's important to realize that a lot of the discussion is frequently just on supply. And this is a very complicated system with transport and with efficiency, and Bill mentioned earlier the move towards cloud computing. I don't think we've spent enough focus on efficiency of data centers, efficiency of systems, and just the move and the way to change even the way we relate to work and where we work and how we work, and moving infrastructure into the cloud. Some of the numbers behind cloud computing, it can be 80% more efficient than having servers that are separate and on each site. And that efficiency is one of the most valuable things you can do. And so I think frequently we talk too much about supply and not enough about the system. And I think what you just walked through with that example of efficiency, demand response, vehicles, how to think through the whole system is really important, because it's a system problem and there's system solutions, and it's not just about buying better, cheaper power, even if it's carbon free.
You want to come in again?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think this is so important, because energy efficiency is a really important part of the solution, and it's always the discussion tend to be attracted towards new technology, innovation, but efficiency measures can really make a big difference, and it's available, and just like to encourage all businesses to look at that. And I think there was a question: are you supportive or not of fossil fuel subsidies? Of course, we need to get rid of that.
Thank you very much. And I think I would also like to thank you for bringing in the demand side aspect, because although this conference is focusing on the supply side, on renewables, I think all of the organizations, be it the European Commission, IRENA, ourselves, and also United Arab Emirates, and the Syndicat des Énergies Renouvelables, are committed that both demand and supply side need to work together if we are really serious about the energy transition and about the 100% renewables objective. I think we had a great panel. You perfectly outlined that it is not an easy thing, but I think also that you were very convincing, all 5 of you, in showing that business manages to tackle the challenge, and to a certain extent is really ready to face the challenge, and not only because it is good for the environment, but ultimately it makes a lot of economic sense. We need more liberalization of markets. We need stable conditions. Of course, you need the enabling environment in which to operate. We touched a little bit upon the innovation aspect, but again, I invite you to stay with us, because the next session is going to focus on innovation as such. And with this, I would like to thank the audience and would ask you for a big applause for a fantastic panel. Thank you very much.
Christine Lins, thank you very much, and thank you to all of your panelists for sharing with us so many of the renewable initiatives that are so inspiring and that can make a real difference in people's lives down the line. The incentives as well that they can provide as major and very influential business leaders. Thank you all very much indeed. So I think as we move on to our next segment, and it is a one-on-one discussion, that it all begins, as this session demonstrated, with the excitement and the momentum that is currently surrounding renewable energy. It is making a lot of things possible and pushing the boundaries, changing a lot of mindsets along the way. And as Christine said, if we all start with Google and Facebook and the likes, we can go a very long way indeed. So essentially the power of believing in change and actually making it happen. Our next discussion is with someone who has repeatedly mastered the art of the impossible and demonstrated how inspiration and determination, a pioneering spirit, I think he likes to call it, can go a very long way in making the most difficult challenges absolutely possible. He is Bertrand Piccard, and this, you will see, is what he has been able to do with solar energy. Take a look.
Attempting the first solar flight around the world. This is the story of two men. Bertrand Piccard, psychiatrist and explorer, and André Boschberg, engineer and entrepreneur. A team driven by a vision of the future and a passion for innovation. And the first airplane of perpetual endurance, able to fly day and night without fuel. Together with their partners, they want to show the power of pioneering spirit and clean technologies to bring solutions for a better world. Solar Impulse, the adventure showing that change is possible.
It's a little bit the moment of truth, because you simulate, you calculate, you imagine, but there is nothing like testing and doing it in real. We deeply believe that we can achieve impossible and incredible things with renewable energies, like flying around the world with no fuel. And if this works, of course, everybody can do it on the ground to make a cleaner world, and this can be your way to be with us in the plane.
And this was a scene in Abu Dhabi early this Monday. Dans ce journal également, ultralight plane is powered only by the sun's rays.
Between March and July 2015, Bertrand Piccard and André Boschberg have flown without a drop of fuel from Abu Dhabi to Oman, across the Arabian Sea to India, Myanmar, China, Japan, and over the Pacific to Hawaii.
How are you feeling after all that time? You broke a world record in terms of solo flight a few hours ago.
That was a quick glimpse into the world of Solar Impulse, but if you are like me, a bit of a skeptic for being a journalist, you might still think that this is just impossible still. Bertrand Piccard, how do you make this whole project, which sounds absolutely crazy in many respects, how does it become relevant to the lives of the rest of us? Do you foresee any day soon in the future the rest of us taking on a flight like this, powered solely by solar energy, without a drop of fuel, without a bit of pollution?
I would be crazy to answer yes and stupid to answer no. Because we don't have the technologies today to transport 200 passengers on Solar Impulse. But the Wright brothers and Charles Lindbergh neither had the technology to transport 200 passengers, and nevertheless, it happened. So what we see is that we need pioneers. who believe that the impossible can be achieved. And once we demonstrate it, then the industry can take over and can go further.
So for you, where does the dream end and the reality begin? And how far down the line can we take this further, do you think?
When I was 11 years old, I was living in the United States at the period of the launches of Apollo to the moon, and I witnessed 6 Apollo launches. And during the week, I was reading books about the conquest of space, and the weekend I was meeting the astronauts who were in the books. So for me, there has never been a limit between the dream I had when I was reading and the reality I was seeing, meeting the people who were making the dreams come true. So this is something that we really need to understand now. There is the mindset where we stay blocked and prisoner of old ways of thinking, and we will never move ahead, and we'll be afraid of the future, and we will not implement the new technologies, and we will die in climate change, in disasters, in wars, and everything, the worst that possibly can happen. Or you have a pioneering spirit. You know human beings are able to invent and to develop, to go further, better, and we will solve the challenges we have, and we will live in a perfect way on Earth. So our role here is to motivate people that the impossible, or what they think is impossible, can actually be achieved.
And it's interesting, this isn't your full-time job. Let me just say, for those of us in the audience who don't know you very much beyond the Solar Impulse project, that you are a Swiss pioneer, innovator, pilot, doctor, psychiatrist, explorer, aeronaut, balloonist. Did I miss anything else?
I'm just passionate about exploration, and you know what? There is one thing I am not, let's say, because if we speak of ecology, I think the goal is not to be ecological, the goal is to be logical. Even with no ecology, even with no climate change, even with no pollution in this world, it would be perfectly logical to go from old technologies to new modern technologies. You know,
but to do that, you need the resources.
Look,
not only do you need the pioneering
there is
spirit,
as much difference between this telephone here and a cell phone, a smartphone today, that there is between the combustion engine and the electrical motor we have on our airplane. There is as much difference between this telephone and a smartphone that there is between a normal house and a zero-energy house.
Yeah.
Between an incandescent light bulb and an LED light bulb. Between the normal grid and a smart grid. So there were people who took these phones and said, we can do better. And it was not only for the environment, it was not only to save natural resources, because of course here this is heavy and it costs a lot of energy to make it. It's because they believed in the power of progress. So today we need to do the same. We need to be able to replace the old polluting technologies that are using a lot of energy and producing a lot of CO2 by modern clean techs. And this is as much renewable energy as energy-efficient technologies.
Right, but it's worth pointing out that it doesn't come cheap. Innovation and the new technologies that you talk about that help us push the boundaries don't come cheap. I mean, Solar Impulse, your project, has cost something to the effect of $150 million, I believe, so far. To what extent is it an extravagant experiment? To what extent is it an investment that is really worth every penny?
Okay, I have to stop you immediately. The first mobile phone I used in 1975 was costing 50,000 euros and was using the entire trunk of a car. You need to start with something. The first computer costed millions, and it was big as a house. And now you have it in your pocket. So never believe it's expensive. As soon as people believe that renewable energy and energy efficiency is expensive, you are just making the play of the people who are against pioneering and against exploration. Because you cut the possibility to do better. Of course, the solar panels 20 years ago were not affordable. But because there has been people who were pioneers who wanted to use them, the price went down. Then you had the feed-in tariff that brought the price even lower. Then you have the Chinese industry who thought, we can maybe take advantage of that market. And they divided the price by 8. And now, as we have seen this morning, it is cheaper to use solar power than to use oil, coal, and gas. So price is not a problem as soon as there is a political or an industrial wish.
Who are the main investors in projects like these?
But, you know...
Are they governments? Are they in the private sector?
For who?
Say for your project.
For our project, it's private partners who are so happy that we are 1 year later than planned for around the world because they have 1 more year of activation and visibility. They're so happy to be able to show what they produce, to show the technologies they gave us, the technologies that they are now bringing on the market. We have this partnership with Masdar. It's just fantastic. Masdar is an example. You have an oil-producing country who is diversifying its source of energy, and they are now an example in the entire world, and everybody wants to copy them. That's absolutely fantastic. So what you must absolutely avoid is to make a confusion between cost and investment. People who say that renewable energy or energy efficiency is expensive are people who believe it's a cost. It's money you spend. It's not money you spend, it's money you invest. I tell you, I insulated the house of the roof of my house, and I put a heat pump. From one day to another, I divided by 3 the cost of heating per year, heating and hot water per year. You know, that's not a cost. It's an investment, and it's profitable, and I make money with it.
But tell me, you know, you're talking about heating, and in this case, the overheating of some of the batteries that were involved in the Solar Impulse project that was to take you around the world, which, as you say, delayed the project by a year. I think now you're halfway through it. You've done 8 legs of it.
You know why the battery is overheated? You know why the battery is overheated? They overheated because we used the same insulation foam than the one I promote to insulate houses. And it was so well insulated that we just couldn't get rid of the heat that was inside.
But how much of a setback, though? How much of a setback is it to you, to the investors who must have been frustrated not to have it happen at the time that it was supposed to? How much does it deter you for the future? Does it keep you even more determined to make it happen?
You know, the impossible always takes a little bit more time than the possible. And if it was easy...
Yeah, stating the obvious, but yes.
And if it was easy, somebody else would have done it.
Yeah.
Nobody did it before us. We started with André Borschberg and with our team from scratch. Nobody could be copied. There was no benchmark. So we tried, and we already have an airplane today that flies day and night with no fuel. That means that we fly longer without fuel than with fuel. So now, if it takes 2 years to fulfill the mission, instead of 1 year, it's not a problem. As I told you, our partners are happy to have 1 more year of visibility and activation of their partnership. And they told us, it's fantastic. We have now the year 2016 open. We'll continue to promote our technologies. And it's exactly what I heard from the European Commission, from the Syndicat des Énergies Renouvelables, and all my friends here. We have more possibilities to speak about all these values that we share, and the media are excited, and when we will start again next April, I tell you, we will be thankful that we do it over 2 years and not 1.
I see, and when do you expect it then to be completed as a round trip around the world? I mean, how long do you expect it to take, and when you do complete it, what do you expect it to mean for the rest of the world?
I think Solar Impulse will be a success. At the moment, where all the old polluting technologies that are responsible of climate change will have been replaced by clean, efficient technologies and clean energy production. This is the goal that we have. We want to participate to this. We want to contribute to it. So even if we fly around the world and finish the adventure next year, our work is not finished. We'll continue to work with all our friends from the European Commission and from renewable energy associations in order to show to all the people who are still reluctant, all the people who have not yet understood where the future has to be. And this is why we have the Future is Clean initiative. That's also interesting. For the last 2 years, we have created a network of associations and institutions who came together to propose solutions. And we have thousands of people who have voted on the web to give the 5 favorite solutions. And now we have them since yesterday. 5 solutions. 2 are for energy efficiency, 2 are for renewable energy, and 1 came from Masdar, who was promote education. What is very interesting is that it comes out that we have to avoid asking people to make sacrifice. If you ask a developing country to make a sacrifice, it won't work. If you ask people to reduce their mobility, it won't work. You need to give to people solutions that are profitable and that will make their life better. And today it exists. Yeah. Today we have them. So we have to make the last mile in that action, which is to have the negotiators in the Conference of Parties and the governments understand that the solutions exist, that they are profitable, and they can simply implement them. And they will make money with it. Yeah. And they will not compromise with comfort and mobility.
And just as a final thought, again here, tapping into your psychiatrist hat, someone who really understands well the human spirit, the human mind, and as an intrepid explorer and adventurer, how do you achieve another one of your aims on a final note? How do you turn us all, mere mortals, into the kinds of people who actually do this, push boundaries, take risks, do the impossible? Do we all have to be wired differently to be a Bertrand Piccard? Is there something specific in the milk you drank as a toddler? Is there a clue you can give us into what might make us the type of pioneers that we need to be in order to push all of this forward?
As a psychiatrist, I understood that it's useless to ask people to do something without a personal interest in the short term. So when we are making wonderful speeches about the beauty of the world, the need to protect the environment and to protect the next generation against the sea rise, it's useless. It's completely useless. What can be really efficient is to prove to people that they have a personal interest today to change and to do something differently.
You have to inspire them, but it has to come from within.
You have to inspire them, of course, to give them the wish, but also to give them the personal interest to do it now. And I'm sorry to say it, but a lot of people are aiming at fame and money. If you give money to the industry, they'll be happy. If you give fame to the politicians, they will be happy. They will be re-elected. We have to work on that. But when we are all sharing the same passion for the beauty of the earth, and we believe it will be enough to change the world, we are wrong. It's not enough to change the world. If you have a company who has to pay 50,000 salaries at the end of this month, and you tell them you have to change your production because of the sea rise in 30 years, the ice melting in the South Pole, they will tell you, I'm sorry, I know, but I cannot change anything now. If you tell them, you know, there is a better way to make money, there is a better way to create jobs, and there is a way that will create fame for your company, that will create visibility, people will like your company and buy your product much more, then they will listen to you. This is why usually I never talk in groups of ecologists or left-wing parties. I go to the industry, I go to the economy, and I go to the right-wing party. And I tell them, you can create jobs and make money. And you know what they tell me? They tell me, that is interesting for us. We were afraid that you would come to protect the environment.
Well, framing the issues properly, as you say, is important. Bertrand Piccard, we have to leave our discussion here, but thank you so much for sharing all of your wonderful expertise and experiences with us. And we go from the ultimate feats of exploration to innovation and the always growing potential for more innovation within the renewable energy industry. Let me now move on to our next panel discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Nice to see you. Thank you so much. So let's now go on to the topic which we've been touching on quite often today, the topic of innovating for the future. Our next session will analyze the potential of innovation in renewable energy research, development and deployment. It looks at the far-reaching impact of new technologies on the growth of renewable energy. And this session will be moderated by Dominique Ristori, the Director General for Energy at the European Commission. Dominique Ristori joins us here on stage. And I suppose from what we've been hearing today, it all starts with a new, different way of thinking, an innovative way of thinking that then allows you to put things into action.
Absolutely. This is the challenge, to put things into action, and in that regard, innovation will be key, because the challenge, is huge. We have to face the climate, but we have to manage the decarbonization of energy sector. This will represent a fantastic challenge in terms of innovation and in terms of investment. I can say there is a need of $600 billion per year to be invested in the low carbon economy if we wish really to be successful. We are now close to 300, and we should double the effort. And at the same time, there is a fantastic challenge of innovation, and this is particularly true when we are speaking about renewables. Yeah. Renewables is associated and should be associated to innovation and to research, because we should put all these technologies at maturity in order to become efficient and to change really the energy panorama in the new context.
Much to discuss in your session.
Thank you very much.
I'll let you invite the panelists on stage.
Yes, I would like to invite first Kamel Ben Nasser. He is the Director for Sustainable Energy Policy and Technology in the International Energy Agency. He will replace Fatih Birol. He is also the former Minister of Energy in Tunisia. He will put, please. We will have a sense-seating statement presented by Kamel in a few minutes. I would like to invite also Ad Wang, the Senior Vice President and General Manager of Build Your Dreams. Please. Chad Larson, Co-founder and Finance Director of MCOPA. Andrew Manley, Executive Director of Tidal Lagoon Power. Take a seat. Susan Petty, President and Chief Technology Officer of Altaroc. And Afshin Pishevar, Co-founder Hyperloop Technologies. And I would like now to invite immediately you, Kamel, to take the floor, please. You have 10 minutes. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dominique. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thanks for the invitation to the IEA to present. Please accept Fatih's apologies for not being here with you. I wanted to start this very interesting panel with a few comments about where we stand. And this is a slide actually we borrowed to Secretary Moniz, who was chairing the IEA Ministerial Energy meeting a couple of weeks ago. And he was showing a very good news. Since Copenhagen, we see the cost of technologies that has been evolving quite dramatically. If we take 100 as a reference in 2008, we see where we are today. In a number of technologies, we have seen a dramatic improvement. Looking at the land wind, we see a decrease by 40% in the cost. We look at distributed PV, we are going to 60%. The most impressive improvement has been in efficient lighting, where the cost improvement has been by 90%. So what used to be costing 100 only 7 years ago would cost only 10. This has led us, in my previous position as Minister of Tunisia, to propose free LED to people who were in need to replace conventional light bulbs. So that would ensure a return on investment in less than 2 years just by doing this free swap. So that is very good news in terms of technology. The data that Dominique has given earlier about the investment in renewable, $270 billion in 2014 in renewable, is the highest level we have ever seen in terms of investment in renewable. In addition, the very good news is that energy efficiency has also started to show some decoupling between economic growth and emission growth. So they're all very good news heading to the COP. However, and no matter how impressive has been the contribution from the INDCs, the last number I heard was 185 countries that have submitted their INDCs. This is the INDC scenario that has been analyzed in our publication on climate change and the World Energy Outlook that was published earlier. The INDC scenario does not take us to the 2-degree scenario. What we have proposed as a bridging scenario is a scenario that does not require jeopardizing economic growth and also using today's technology. This is what we call the bridge scenario, which is shown in red in this graph. This, in order to go from the INDC scenario to the bridge scenario, which shows for the first time in history a significant trend in terms of decrease in emissions despite the economic growth of 3 to 4%. The 5 measures have been referred to earlier. One of them is the energy efficiency, which represents about 50%. The second one is on the investment in renewable, which is about 17%. So these 2 out of the 5 measures represents 2/3 of the way to go to this peak in emissions. The other ones include the energy subsidy removal that has been mentioned several times before in previous sessions. They include phasing out inefficient coals, and they include also reducing the emissions from the upstream oil and gas sector. But that bridge scenario is not enough to get us into a 2-degree scenario. The 2-degree scenario, or the 450 scenario, which is shown in green there, represent quite a significant step compared to the bridge and, of course, the INDC scenario. What does it mean is that we need to ramp up from the $270 billion to $470 billion in terms of clean energy investment every single year between now and 2030 and even beyond to the 2040s. So we need to double the investment in clean energy. If we look at what the governments have been spending in terms of R&D for the energy sector, and we see there from 1980 to 2013, this has been published in our Energy Technology Perspectives in 2015. In 1980, we were at about $20 billion in the IEA's countries in terms of R&D spending. That number in absolute terms, has decreased quite significantly. It has gone to the $10 billion level. It has, the good news, it has started increasing after 2010. But however, if we look at it in terms of percentage of the R&D spending in the public, we were 35 years ago, we were spending more than 10% of the R&D in terms of public into the energy sector. Now it's only 4%. So we have almost decreased threefold in terms of percentage of R&D spending. So what we are advocating is that governments should step up the investment in R&D, but that is not alone sufficient. We look at some of the examples of technologies or innovation going forward that are quite interesting. One of them is the bifacial, the solar systems, which would allow quite a significant improvement in terms of the capture of solar energy. Another example is the offshore floating system with vertical axis turbines, which could also make a significant difference. A third one is what has been done in Oman, which is the glass point technology, which allows to generate steam from solar for enhanced oil recovery. And the fourth one is on system integration and smart grids, which would allow to match much better the supply and demand part of the energy system. If we look at what it takes going forward, and this is again from our Energy Technology Perspectives publication, we want to avoid what has been referred to earlier as the valley of death in terms of investment that is not going into a technology that would be implemented. What we want to see is a better coordination, a push and a pull between what is being investment and policies. So this is the graph that we have generated, which shows how we can combine public policies and the innovation cycle to avoid the valley of death. What we're saying is that innovation does not appear by itself. It requires policies, and it goes along with deployment. What we are advocating is that R&D, public R&D, we should go back to a double digit in terms of R&D spending compared to the overall spending. A third one is that we need to have financing of first-of-kind projects, especially in emerging economies. We need to extend the innovation to financing, business models, policy frameworks, and market design. And finally, we need to scale up collaboration between public and private entities in developed and developing economies. An example of what we're doing at the International Energy Agency is what we call the Energy Technology Program or Technology Collaboration Programs, which are linking the public and private sector. I'm mentioning here 10 of those, which are connecting thousands of experts around the world in the renewable sector. And here you see the number of countries that are contributing to these technology collaboration programs, which have been a fantastic way of sharing innovation and accelerating the pace of innovation. So to conclude, I wanted first to salute the companies that will be presenting in the next few minutes. They are really doing a fantastic job in innovation, and what we are advocating is that we need to support those enterprises in terms of public policies, but in terms also of financing and in terms of information sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kamel, and I would like to add two things. First, the good news is to see in all now important international fora, a new attention to the importance of innovation and technologies. You refer rightly to Ernest Moniz, the US Secretary for Energy, at the occasion of a recent ministerial of International Energy Agency, but this is valid also in the context of G7, in the context of G20, and this was also the case in Mexico at the occasion of a clean energy ministerial. Second, we have a fantastic challenge in terms of investment and also investment on innovation. And I would like to insist on the fact that in the most competitive economies, in the most performant economy, the private sector is contributing a lot regarding investment on innovation, representing in US or in Germany, for example, around 70% of the total of investment on research. Accordingly, I'm very pleased in the present context with ongoing development, seeing the coalition chaired by Microsoft, for example, or Renewables 100, representing a push of private company in order to bringing down the cost of energy and renewables energy, or pushing for using a lot and more and better renewables in their activities. And this is absolutely crucial. And it is precisely in that context I would like now to pass the floor to you, to Ad Wang, and to ask the following. We have been one of the largest manufacturers of mobile phone. Why you shift now to automobile industry? How do you see the future of that? And also regarding the better use of renewable energy, please.
Firstly, I want to introduce BYD a little bit. BYD is a Chinese company located in Shenzhen. Our main target is to achieve zero emission transportation. So as we know, in the city, 60% of the emission come from transportation. And 1/3 of those emissions is come from the public buses and the taxis. And the 1/3 of those is come from the refuel trucks or the delivery trucks. And the 1/3 is come from the commercial vehicles. But only 10% of the total amount is belong to buses. The quantity belong to buses, taxi, and the trucks. So this is the area where BYD is working on. We call that 7+4 strategy. 7 means transit bus, coach bus, and taxi, personal car, and the delivery trucks, and the refuel trucks, and also the construction trucks. The 4 means the 4 special vehicle area, which is a warehouse, airport, and the mining, and also the harbor. So with this 7+4, we can help the city to reduce 60% of the emission immediately. Additional to this goal, and we develop our own battery technology, also can use for storage system, which will help the renewable generation like wind and solar to have a stable output from the power plant. So this is thanks to the core business, the batteries. Answer to Dominic's question, we are the largest cell phone battery manufacturer. And since 2002, we start to do the research for the vehicle batteries. You know, the battery for cell phone type, it's a kind of a less cycle life, only 500 cycles something. But for vehicles, we need a long cycle life. Then we developed the new technology. Unfortunately, at that time, not too much people listened to us. And then we start to build our own brand and then use our own money to invest in this area to build the vehicles. And then they push it to the market. The result like today in Shenzhen city, they already have more than 4,000 electrical buses driving in the street. And by 2017, the city is going to change entire buses into electric, which is 15,000 units is going to implement. So we doing this to tell the world this is achievable and affordable. This is the innovation and also resolution for the war. Thank you.
Do you see progressive electrification coming soon now, in particular in the context of urban transport?
I'm sorry?
Do you see electrification of transport arriving relatively soon, in particular for urban transport and clean distance car?
Those days, we also introduced those solutions to the COP21. And we heard a lot of feedback for this. Everybody wants the clean energy and then have reduced the emission. But the difficulty right now is the people want this, but a lot of concern about the capital. New technology and resolution is bring in the beginning is a higher cost, definitely. So we foresee this is the trend for future, but we need a lot of support from the government, from the like Mr. Brown, from governor from California. It's a really clear and strong statement. I want this, I do this. This is what we need.
Thank you very much. I pass now to Mr. Chad Larson. MCOPA, you are developing a new business model. Could you say more regarding that?
Sure. So MCOPA is focused on moving people to renewable energy who don't currently have a connection to the grid. So this is about 1.3 billion people in the world, the bottom 20%, that currently don't have an electricity grid connection, and moving them straight onto distributed solar on their rooftops. It happens that most of this population is in the equatorial regions where solar is extremely efficient. They also have very limited needs for that power. So on a very small rooftop, or even a portion of a small rooftop, you can power the lighting, phone charging, and small appliance charging needs of a small household. So what MCOPA has done is really the innovation is a financing innovation in that we have an embedded SIM card and modem inside our solar home installations, which allows us to turn on and off the system remotely. So we can therefore finance it for the customer on a small daily payment plan, and the system just stops working when the payments fall behind and then is immediately re-enabled once they're back up to date with the payments. For example, in Kenya, the payment plan we offer is 40 shillings per day, which is right around 40 US cents per day. And we've priced it that way because we think that's what our customers were spending on kerosene before they moved to the MCOPA system. So they send us those 40 cents each day, and that keeps their system working. After they pay a year's worth of payments, they own the system, and they have free power for as long as the system will last. And it's meant to cover the basic needs of a small, rural, typically African household at the moment.
Nearly 15% of the world population is without access to power. How do you see possibilities to tackle positively this challenge, particularly in Africa, because you are based in Nairobi?
Right. So I think in Africa, you still have the hangover of the primary way people want to get them power is by rolling the grid out to those houses. The problem with that is the connection to the grid of a small rural African household is about the same as what it costs in the developed world as it is in the developing world, where their power needs are very limited. And as we saw from that cost curve, there's lots of innovations that have made solar a no-brainer as far as the economics to the customer. But what needs to be done is the customer still needs to finance. Even if solar kind of ties out on the numbers, all the costs are up front instead of over time as it would be when you're paying your electricity bill. So if you can crack the financing problem, you can really kind of move them on to the better technology, and at some point you won't even bother connecting these homes to the grid because they'll be able to generate all the power they need from their rooftop.
This is very important because, you know, we are confronted to a big move of population from rural to urban area. And at the origin of a creation of big difficulties, because the management of big cities is extremely difficult, in particular in developing countries. Accordingly, the capacity to maintain some population in rural area, giving access to energy and in particular to electricity, will become of crucial importance, and we should organize that in the adequate way. And we will probably come back to that. Now I pass to Andrew Marais, Director Tidal Lagoon Power. Could you explain your approach regarding innovation in UK?
Yeah, thanks, Dominique. And I'm standing in for Mark Shorrock, who's the CEO of Tidal Lagoon Power. I think what this conversation strikes me, and much of the conversations today, is that this is about many different technological solutions. The focus of our efforts started in the UK, where, of course, as everybody knows, we don't have great sunshine, but we do have extraordinarily high tidal movements. And the concept is a very old one, in fact. In fact, Tidal Lagoon Power has been around for about 500 years. But the issue is about applying it at scale and in a way that is acceptable environmentally. So the project for which we're all known, because it's about to come to fruition, subject to a little bit of help from the UK government, is to impound about 11.5 square kilometres of the Severn Estuary with a tidal wall, and on the rising and then the falling tide, force the tidal waters through industrial scale turbines to produce, in the case of Swansea, 320 megawatts of power. The project, when it was originally founded by Mark 5 years ago, everybody said, you're barking mad, you'll never get this to work. And there were really two issues, and I think it actually talks back to the conversation that we were having just before this session about real passion for the subject. And I think what Mark set out to do was to harness the British government and the Welsh government, who've been hugely supportive, as indeed have you been in the European Commission, to find the way to do this in a way that was environmentally acceptable on balance. On the one hand, 4 years of work, 6,500 pages of documentation that had to be submitted. But the second thing was actually to capture the imagination of the people who would live with the project that has 125 years of design life. And that, of course, is small children. And so the real work was done out in the primary schools around Swansea, actually talking to small children about what was going to matter to them, and the realization that actually a tidal lagoon was not about creating electricity, it was about providing an environment for aquaculture, mariculture, a place for sports facilities, an aquarium, and something that actually had utility to the local community. And I think those two things of finding environmental acceptability and achieving an 88% acceptance level amongst the local community have brought the project to the point it is now. But Swansea is not really the issue for us. It's actually beyond this, because Swansea does need financial support to get it through its early years. But beyond it, the lagoons that are being looked at in the UK, in this case Cardiff, Newport, Bridgewater in Somerset, are machines that will generate respectively 2.7, 1.5 and over 6 gigawatts of power each. So these are really up with the nuclear industry in terms of size and scalability. And I think that that was the vision, was to actually do something that used a natural resource that is available in the United Kingdom. We don't have great sunshine. We do have fantastic tidal range, and get it to a size and a scalability that it doesn't actually need public subsidy or support going forward. It will actually compete, and it brings the tidal industry right down the cost curve to below CCGD costs, and will actually provide, in these cases, 125 years of legacy power production, completely carbon-free, and brings that resource to bear in a market where, with our decommissioning of nuclear and carbon-generated power that's going on, it is badly needed to fill the gap in requirements.
You refer to acceptability. You know that regarding this aspect, we are doing a lot in terms of permits and authorization, but one thing we should do more and better is with you and some other key players to organize the things in order to let know to the large population the real benefits of new project. There is now a new initiative, renewable initiative, aiming to put together TSO, transmission system operator, and some NGO, for example, WWF or BirdLife, and I see the need to support more largely this approach in order to put more in evidence all the profitability of this project for society, and this is crucial, as you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the challenge for all of us, which is the issue of engagement and education with whatever communities it is we're trying to work in, regardless of whether you're wind, whether you're solar or tidal or any other technology. I think ignorance is the enemy of us all. And
Exactly.
I think that is beholden upon government, but it's beholden upon entrepreneurs and innovators. And I think that, just going back over today, I think that the need for good, stable frameworks of government regulation will attract investment, will attract innovation, and it won't be a silver single bullet. It will be many different types of innovation that will conquer this challenge. And I think it is that question about the framework that government establishes that will attract the investment. I think with it will come the different technologies. But the issue about education is the one that is the challenge to us all. It's educating people about the challenge of climate change, and it is about the relevance of the technologies that brings benefits to their community. And I don't think it has to be seen, as was explained earlier on today, as something that people need to be frightened of. It adds value. It adds values to business and it adds values to community.
We had just before this panel the presentation of Bertrand Piccard and Solar Impulse. But there is also another point that is extremely challenging and with huge potential is ocean energy, ocean and sea energy. How do you see the potential on that, and what we could do in order to progress even more rapidly also in that direction?
Yeah, I mean, I think the challenge for all of these technologies is that we bandy around some very significant figures as to the power that is available from the sun, from the wind, and from the tides. Of course, it's concentrating it into a form that it is actually practically usable, which is the challenge for us all. But I think the thing that Bernard said that probably captured most people's imagination, which is, if it was easy, somebody would have done it already. And I think everybody who's working at the edge of technology realizes they're in a place where people haven't been before. And some will succeed and some will fail. But it's the prospect of success in as much as, you know, as Bernard said, people would have probably thought he was barking mad 10 years ago to think about flying around the world in a solar-powered aircraft. Well, he's very nearly there, and he will go down in history as the man who achieved it. And I think every innovator always believes that they will finally get there, and I think that's probably the common theme that sits across this panel.
Thank you very much. Suzanne is representing Altaroc. You are developing a lot of things around geothermal. As you know, the potential of geothermal is very important, but at the same time, there is a need to better identify where the resources are the most important. And let us know your experience on that, please.
So geothermal energy is available everywhere, but only in the best places is it economic now. And so when I founded Altaroc, the concept was that we would use technology innovation to make geothermal energy lower risk and lower cost by improving our ability to match natural geothermal systems, which have long been cheaper than coal and in many other technologies. I think that one of the things that has really come home in all of these discussions is that the passion and persistence of technology innovators is really important to getting the technology deployed. And when we look at actually making these innovations work, deployment is the big hurdle we have to get past. So it's expensive to drill holes in the ground and get heat out with them. We need to be able to do that in order to prove that our technology innovations are actually working. So that's been, I think, one of the most difficult things that the challenges that have really faced the geothermal industry and Altaroc. I mean, we look to innovation to make the cost come down and to make the risk less, but that innovation has to be tested. You have to do it over and over again so that you can learn how to do it better. And we have a hard time doing that. And then part of that is also coming from this acceptance issue. People don't understand what geothermal energy is. I walked into a power plant, a coal-fired power plant, to talk to the owners of the plant and the manager about converting that coal plant to geothermal. They were in a place that was good for geothermal. They could use, a certain amount of solar, but there was really good potential for them to replace a big part of their generation capacity with geothermal. And he looked at me and he said, "Geothermal? Is that a thing?" And I had to explain to him what I was talking about, that you really could make electricity out of this, that it was possible where he was, and that it was really something that would replace the baseload portion of his generation. So that public education, that public outreach explanation of what we're doing is so important for making our innovations work and getting them to be deployed.
Do you think in that context geothermal can become also competitive vis-à-vis wind or solar energy, for example?
Look, right now, geothermal energy, conventional geothermal energy is cheaper than wind and solar. It's got a very low operating cost. The capital cost, if you look at it on a capacity basis, sure, it's more expensive, but if we look at it on an energy basis, it's quite competitive with wind and solar, because we generate 4 to 5 times as many megawatt hours for the same capacity facility as does wind or solar. So, and we do it all the time. The real issue comes with trying to move geothermal out of those conventional best places, that exploration-based geothermal, and into the world of engineered geothermal, where we're actually making the reservoir where we find the heat. And in that case, our risk is lower because we're basing it on the technology to make that reservoir. And that, I think, is amenable to improvement with technology innovation, but also with learning by doing.
Thank you very much. Now we'll pass to you, Afshin. How could you explain your approach, in particular having in mind the transport sector?
Absolutely. My name is Afshin Peshawar. I am founding General Consul of Hyperloop Technologies. We're a startup in Los Angeles. Thank you for the opportunity to address this conference. It's an honor to be here on behalf of Hyperloop. Also, thank you for the promotion to co-founder. I'm actually not a co-founder. I'm founding General Counsel. I just wanted to correct that. Hyperloop is, if you haven't heard of it, it is the fifth mode of transport, as the great Elon Musk called it. It has the potential to not only transport the world, but to transform the world, moving people and cargo at speeds never before heard of, about 1,000 kilometers per hour, using about 1/10 of the normal energy in the current modes of transport. It's very clean. First of all, we don't use any kind of carbon or other emitting propulsion or anything else. We are in a tube. It's inside a tube where we take a very precise amount of the air out. We vacuum it out, not all of it, which is key, so that there is no air resistance inside the tube. It's also impermeable to weather, snow, sand, dirt, everything else that other transport modes have to face. So, and then we levitate on passive maglev, which uses no energy to levitate. So we're basically bringing space travel down to Earth inside a tube. Now, that may sound like it's far-fetched or science fiction, but I assure you, we are making it real right now in downtown Los Angeles. We just signed a lease for 50-acre test and safety facility at an undisclosed location. It'll be announced on Tuesday of this week with a 6-kilometer-long corridor for the transport system to be built full scale, full speed. And we're going to call that our Kitty Hawk moment, and it's going to happen in 2016. So we're going to go 10 times faster using 1/10 of the energy. It's going to be totally clean. It's going to be cheaper, faster, safer, and greener.
Thank you very much. This is very promising because, as you know, transport is representing 30% of emission. 30%. As a consequence, more rapid decarbonization of transport will become absolutely necessary. And we should examine all modes of transport. Air transport, we had a fantastic example with Solar Impulse a few minutes before, but also road transport, railways, or maritime transport. Some are more advanced, for example, railways. Some are less advanced, and the challenge is huge. Accordingly, we should support this trend. And what is positive is now a more attention from all leaders regarding all this aspect of technologies and innovation, because it's the only way to put in place not only regional framework, but global framework, facilitating investment in renewables and in low carbon in general, also energy efficiency. But there is also a need to push for common standard and common norm. And this is extremely important because it's the only way in order to become effective and performant at global level. And I would like to ask you all if you have some comments regarding this need of common standard and common norm at global level, and if the absence of norm and standard presently is presenting an obstacle, please.
First of all, our approach to transport is kind of like fiber optics for people and cargo. If you think of it, what we do is we put people and cargo in smaller packetized pods. Instead of 1,000 people on one train, all stopping everywhere everyone else stops, as if everyone's going to the same location. We divide it it's beyond efficiency. It's elegant the way we can subdivide very efficiently each packet to a different location instead of just bulking everybody together in one huge pod like an airplane in the sky. And one huge train with 1,000 people going, stopping at every stop and going to every location.
Thank you very much. Do you have any additional comment? Yes, please.
I think one common standard that affects our business is the ability to move money through mobile phones. The reason we launched in Kenya and are based in Kenya because Kenya has the most advanced system in the world for transporting small amounts of money through mobile phones, something called M-Pesa that was brought on by the telecom operator there. But it's not nearly as advanced in other countries, which leaves us in a situation if we want to collect 50 cents a day or 40 cents a day, you're looking at cash, which is far more expensive, or scratch cards or other inefficient methods. So that's something that the advancement of that creates the possibility for all sorts of new business models focused on our type of customer, somebody with only a little bit of cash to spend and has to get it efficiently over the airwaves to someone far away, to a server that's in Nairobi, and they might be 400 kilometers away in Western Kenya, and that's the payment that triggers their system. So Kenya's the best at it. Uganda and Tanzania are not far behind, but there's countries like Ethiopia that would have a huge need for this sort of system but have no sort of mobile money transfer system. So that's where sort of common standards and a kind of agreement on the promotion of these systems would be extremely helpful for ours and other business models.
Thank you. Kamel, please. You have.
So one of the examples that Monsieur Picard presented in the earlier session was the progress in mobile phones and how fast we got to where we are. We need absolutely to emulate that in the energy sector, and one particular sector is in smart grids. what we need to do is make sure that we have the standards that would allow a much better integration of the different components between the supply and the demand side. And standardization there would take us a long way in terms of efficiency and cost effectiveness.
Yes, this is valid for smart grid, but this is valid also for electromobility. When you have to put in place a recharging system efficient, we cannot pass from one standard in one continent to another one in another continent. Accordingly, we should well identify the key sector where there is a need to give a push in that direction. Suzanne, please.
Another area we really need some standardization is in regulation. We have a pastiche of different regulatory frameworks around the world, and particularly in the United States from state to state, and that lack of standardization makes it very difficult to go to new areas with your new technology. We, for instance, are working on a project in New York State where they have absolutely no regulation for geothermal, no framework for that, and so we have to launch out and explain what it is we're doing to regulators. We have to get them to understand what's going to happen. And it's really difficult. If there were some more encompassing standardization of regulation for this, and we could just bring it to them and say, here it is, that would be great.
Please, Abshi.
Yes, regulations are, of course, for a brand new mode of transport is very relevant to us. We, as Mr. Picard so eloquently alluded to, have come so far in such a short period of time in other modes. For example, this little phone I hold in my hand has as much computing power as the computer that took us to the moon. But our regulations are exactly the same, moving as slow as they were 50 or 100 years ago. The regulators must, in order to be competitive, move as fast as life moves today. The pace of innovation has moved by factors that were unimaginable just a few years ago. So our approach is, instead of trying to lobby to change the regulations, our most important decision is going to be, where are our first 2 or 3 city pair lines for Hyperloop? So we're challenging the world to come to us with the best regulatory standards, the best environment for us to be able to put our system in. So it's kind of like an Olympic-style challenge where we're asking the world, they're going to be competing to have us install Hyperloop in their jurisdiction, and we're looking to do that by 2020, in 5 years.
Thank you very much. I think we can take 2 or 3 questions, if you have, from the audience. Please, have 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much.
Another one, please.
Stuart Bruce from Cambridge University. There's been quite a lot of discussion about the need for better regulation. Regulation can be a lot of different things. So my question is, what are your 3 pain points in regulation that you think need to be fixed? I'm happy for anybody in the panel to talk about this.
Okay. Second.
Thank you. My name is Chilios from South Africa. My question goes directly to Chad from MCOPA. Do you have any plan to move away from the Eastern African countries down to the Southern or the Western African countries in the nearest future?
I will take another one.
Hello, good afternoon. This would be a question for Mr. Afshin Peshawar, founder of Hyperloop Technologies. My name is Ranjana, and I'm also advocating for fusion, nuclear fusion. And we will be probably encountering the same kind of regulatory aspects that you are. So I would like you to give me your take on this and what are the main barriers we'll probably encounter in that respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Perhaps if you could start, Fakhry.
Sure. I'm not sure why. I'll speak to technology in particular. Other areas have come so fast. I don't know what the reason is, whether we have been complacent as a society, whether there hasn't been enough will, or maybe there are powerful influences that want to keep things in the status quo. I don't know, but all I know is we are way behind, and the regulatory standards need to change to bring it up to date, bring it up to speed. Our approach is to challenge the world to invite us, to show us that they're the best environment for us to operate in. But I believe the politicians will move as the constituency forces them to move. So as the grassroots becomes more vocal, that's how policymakers will change. Otherwise, the status quo will be the safest approach for them. So something has to motivate them, and I think it has to come from the grassroots.
Chad, thank you.
So as far as expansion, if you look at those 1.3 billion people who are not connected, they're mostly in about 20 countries, mostly in sub-Saharan Africa and then a few in South Asia. And eventually, I think M-KOPA can be in all of those. I mentioned one of the pain points was the mobile money rollout. Now, it's a pretty new concept, the ability to move very small amounts of money through mobile phones. In Kenya, it only rolled out in 2006, 2007, but by 2010, 90% of the adult population was using it, and something like a third of the GDP flows through each day. So the good news about those 20 countries that have low electrification rates is they also have high unbanked populations, which makes it ripe for kind of a mobile phone-based money disruption because you don't have the entrenched incumbents that are kind of getting in the way or the other options that people have to move money. So I think eventually you'll see us beyond we're in 4 countries now. We're in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and we have a small pilot in Ghana at the moment. So that's our beachhead in West Africa, but we should be in all those countries.
Thank you. Kamal, please.
So to answer the question on the regulation, what we are seeing is we are changing the architecture of the energy systems by going into a much bigger role of renewables. We're changing from the conventional role of having, let's say, a main generation authority going to a much more distributed system. So really what we need to do is make sure that the laws and the regulation follow. What we are seeing is a lot of progress on the legislative side in terms of allowing self-generation. What we need to see is more progress in terms of liberalizing the electricity markets going there. And I want to give thanks to the European Commission that has been a lot of work in terms of disseminating best practices.
Thank you very much. At the end, I would like to express my thanks to each panelist, to you, Kamal, and I will say the following. Probably the clean energy technologies are really the new central element at the heart of present discussion in the context of COP21. This is new, and this is valid not only for renewables, but also for energy efficiency. And a point is crystal clear. You and the private sector will play also a crucial role in order to invest more on research and innovation in order to reduce even more the cost of renewables, to make renewables even more competitive. And this will be fundamental to manage the things in order to see the 21st century being really the century of renewables. Thank you very much, and stay in touch. All the best.
Let me thank Dominique Ristori and thank all of his panelists for this wonderful panel discussion. Very, very interesting indeed. And as they pause for that group picture, just worth mentioning again that today we touched on so many different topics relating to renewable energy. We talked about innovation and renewable energy. We talked about the role of businesses and corporate leaders in renewable energy, and about renewable energy's general impact on all of our lives today and into the future. Let's now perhaps turn to something slightly different and talk about environmental activism and renewable energy. And I'm very pleased to introduce Anna Toni, who is the chair of the board of Greenpeace International, and ask her to join me here on stage to discuss this topic. Anna Toni started her career with Greenpeace in the early 1990s, and since then has held very senior positions of leadership within Greenpeace. Welcome, Anna Toni. Very good to see you. Greenpeace, as so many people know, I obviously don't have to say who they are. Many people know them as the most visible symbol, the most visible environmental organization, I might even say environmental activism organization in the world, with the ability to raise public awareness within the public sector. How much of a pivotal moment do you see this as, what is going on in Paris today, for what started largely as a movement driven by Canadian and American protesters, and what has turned into a major global player, a major force?
Thank you. Is that on? Yes. Yeah. Hello. Thank you. Thank you for having us here. Now, for us, it's definitely a really important moment. Greenpeace, as many other groups, have been talking about climate change for decades and decades now. I'm really happy to see that this issue is now mainstream. Yeah. We are all here, obviously, looking forward to a good outcome from Paris. But we also know that without movements, without organizations like Greenpeace, we wouldn't be sitting, and politicians wouldn't be there, private sector wouldn't be there. So I think it is our role to really get mobilizations, consumers, and young people to say what they want. It has taken a long time for people to listen, and I'm glad they are listening. But I think we need to go a step further here in Paris.
What might be the step further?
We have to talk about the long-term future. I mean, we really have to get this, not only the 2 degrees, we have to get 1.5. I think this is pivotal, important. We heard now the beautiful poem. So this is a very, very important role for us, is to push that little bit further here.
And it makes it more real and goes beyond the numbers. Of 2 degrees and 1.5 degrees, when you're able to visualize what kind of impact it has on people's lives. Talking about going beyond, Greenpeace interestingly launched the Go Beyond Oil campaign, which involves applying political pressure on governments that allow oil exploration in their territories and essentially exposing the oil industry. How much of a challenge is this proving to be? And I'm just reminded that yesterday, I think, in the negotiations, one of the oil-rich countries, which I shall not mention, but one of the oil-rich countries, some might say, obstructed the targets that are being put together here in COP21. How difficult does that make your job?
I mean, if you look, now we're here all talking about renewables. This is super important. Greenpeace, since 2005, has launched a report, the Energy Revolution, that talks about the future, 100% renewables. Actually, I live with you, and we have more there. And that shows that's possible. And I think it is possible. For that, we need scenarios. I mean, we always looked at how much of energy, renewables, we would have in the future. And I think the IEA and the many research organizations that looked at the future always saw a smaller role to the renewables than what we really have. And they still see a very important role to the fossil fuels. And I think it's time for them to really give the much bigger role that renewables need. And fossil fuel, the days is counted. I think they realize that. They are fighting their last battle here. Will take them a lot of effort to push for it, and I think they are really prepared for the fight. But I think governments, civil society, as well as the private sector, as we could see here, all understand that the future is renewable, is 100% renewable. So the days are counted.
Well, you mentioned fossil fuels, you mentioned again, and we've been talking about it all day, renewables. So the debate here seems to be very much, to a very large extent, framed along those terms of fossil fuels versus renewables. But of course, Greenpeace came of age as an anti-nuclear activist organization. And many of us will remember an incident that happened here, in fact, in France, the Rainbow Warrior incident. Sure. I wonder if you could talk about how Greenpeace sees the debate today in 2015 and whether nuclear energy essentially is being left off the hook.
No, I don't think it has been left off the hook. I mean, for us, both renewables, it's just a means to an end. We really look to nature in terms of humanity. We need the earth to be there for us. And neither nukes or fossil fuel is the options that we have. The options is really on the renewables, and that's the ones that we needed to protect. So I think us with the fossil fuel, the nukes industry is still fighting for it. They still feel that there is now a renewable for them to come up and be a solution. But we heard time and time again, we're talking solar, we talk wind, we talk geothermal, we're talking new energies, and those are the ones that we needed to go for, not the old ones.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's interesting when you look back and you look at the kind of leadership positions which seemed extremely bold at the time that were taken by people like Angela Merkel, in the aftermath of the Fukushima tragedy, when she basically decided to terminate Germany's nuclear power generation. To what extent do you think this kind of leadership can be replicated? Can leaders be impelled to do so without a legally binding treaty?
I think they have to. I don't really think they have much of a choice. As I said, I think we've been talking about that renewable was a viable option, economically a viable option. We can see that this is the case nowadays. And we bet on that for many, many, many years. And I think people need to believe to make, as somebody said today, if you don't believe, you're not going to make this a reality.
But what will it take to make the political leaderships believe? Because Germany obviously didn't collapse. Germany didn't collapse after Merkel's decision. Can you imagine that a French president could take a similar decision, even a US president, a Japanese prime minister, or will it take another Chernobyl, another Fukushima?
I really hope that they will not take another Chernobyl, another Fukushima to do that. And I think if they really listen to the people, if they really listen to what consumers now want, they will take the right decision. They need to look long-term.
And these are national security decisions in the end.
Absolutely. They are national security issues. And I think a lot has been said also about security, not only about military security, obviously, but energy security. And there are ways to deal with the issue of security. It's a very, very important issue. We don't dismiss that. But isn't as a way to deal with that, which is also looking at renewables to give the type of security that you need. We shouldn't phase away from renewables just because people at the moment feel it's not a secure way of giving energy for people. If people listen to consumers, listen to the movements out there, you'll see the movement is beyond, is really in front of what governments are here talking. So I think they're looking more on the short term. We need to look at the long term. And the reason why we need to look at the long term is because we needed to get the investments going to the right directions. And if it won't come by a treaty, which we definitely hope that will come from this treaty, will come from people's demand.
But just how optimistic
we'll
are
be
you?
On the street.
How optimistic are you that these demands can actually translate into something concrete? Because what you want essentially is that industrialized countries cut their emissions by 40% from 1990 levels, and that is by 2020. And you also want them to give substantial funding to developing nations to build a sustainable energy capacity. How realistic is all of this?
I mean, as we can see, it is realistic. That's why they're sitting there and talking. And this whole issue about development, I come from Brazil myself. Brazil, fortunately, is a country in which electricity is 85% based on renewable, if you include hydroelectric powers. I know other countries like China or India have a much bigger curve to go. But even those countries, those very countries that were blocking for so many years, are now on the forefront and showing the way that this is possible. We have seen on India with the solar issues that they bring in, China the same. So they are not just asking for money. They're really showing some leadership, and that's the type of leadership that I think we needed to listen to. And in terms of the money, yes, there is money, needs to be there for the transition. This whole discussion on who should pay and why, the historical differentiation and so on and so forth. But I don't think anymore that anybody doubts the direction that we are going to. It's now a question of speed, and it's a question on how fast we get there.
Yeah.
And if needed, people will be out on the street fighting for it, because this is what people really want. We have listened and heard, you saw the demonstrations all over. I mean, fortunately, we weren't able to do as many demonstrations as we wish because of the tragedy here in Paris recently, but they have been all over the world. This is growing, will grow even more. We're absolutely sure. We have more than now 3 to 4 million members in Greenpeace. This is our biggest campaign. This is where people come to organizations like Greenpeace and others, because they really feel this is a future that they want to shape, not just wait for others to shape for us.
Yeah, and as you say, many people in countries like Brazil, like India, obviously are showing their willingness to move forward. Their governments are doing the same, but they're still complaining about the lack of financial resources that they can tap into, because let's face it, even though the cost of renewable energy might be going down, tapping into the new technologies that are needed to foster these renewables.
That's a very fair demand. That's absolutely fair
demand. Should there be a collective responsibility on nations to come together and make sure that the money is available in some kind of a fund?
Absolutely. This is a fair demand from developing countries' perspective on how to go through this transition and which type of support they will need to go through that. So that's, I think, a fair demand. I believe the European community, as well as other countries, US and others, and the G7 realize that. Trying to come up with the money, that shouldn't be an impediment for us to go forward, because there is no doubt we are going to go forward to that. Hopefully politicians will be on the forefront. If not, people will.
There's a lot for politicians to do, but as we've been talking about today at length, there's also quite a bit of room for maneuver for business leaders and corporate leaders. What kind of innovation would you like to see investments focused on?
I mean, it's absolutely key that business is there with us. Now we have seen, I mean, Greenpeace has been doing a lot of work with Google and Facebook and many of the other social media companies to move them into renewable. They have picked up now more and more. I think companies are getting also on the forefront, some of them. How they're going to help not only with their business, but also putting pressure on governments. Unfortunately, the voice of renewable companies is still not as strong than as the fossil fuel. So some of those fossil fuel companies can more easily influence their governments than, unfortunately, the renewable companies. So we wish that they will speak up, they will become political players, because we do need them to make the big change.
And just in a nutshell or two, when we look at the major overarching demand as well that Greenpeace has been making, calling global warming the biggest environmental threat facing us, the biggest danger, you've called for greenhouse gas emissions to decrease as close to 0% by 2050. Just exactly what needs to happen in order to make this a reality?
Political will. First and foremost, I think that's the first ingredient that we need. And I think, I mean, we have today heard so many super interesting new technologies that are coming, now what new investments are. If we do get political will, I think both people and private companies will show the way. That's again why I go back to scenarios. We are designing scenarios that are super conservative. We are designing scenarios based on, and we are improving on scenarios. IEA is the case. I mean, as I said, we start designing scenarios of 100% renewables because we felt IEA was really conservative on the scenarios looking forward. Now they have a chance, they're improving tremendously, they need to go forward. The big question is, some people believe that we will be able to live side by side with fossil fuel. We don't. We believe, now we discussed that again, we need to be 100% renewables, not living side by side with fossil fuel. And that's a transition, yes, there's a transition, but there must be an end to fossil fuel, and that's what we believe.
No coexistence down the line. Just on a final note, Anatoni, how encouraged are you by the momentum that has been building around this whole renewable energy movement, as you call it, revolution? And what do you make of the way the youth has been galvanized around this issue?
They are, I mean, they are really the holders of ambition in this conference. The youth and I would say the small islands, they are the ones that now keep us as an organization young, as an organization, because they are our biggest supporters. They are the ones that want us to keep going and believing on the dreams that we believed. Now, when I joined Greenpeace about 25 years ago, we believed that that was possible. We are getting closer, and it is the younger people in the organization and our supporters that remind us every day with their letters, with their support, that they want an organization like Greenpeace to carry on doing it. It's no longer a problem of future generation. They know it's a problem of their own generation, and we should not let them down.
Thank you so much, Anatoni. And I'll ask you to stay with me as we move from this vision of the leadership of one of the most influential and recognizable environmental brand names in the world, doing so much when it comes to renewable energy and climate change, to the vision of the youth, as we were just saying. Allow me here to just introduce to you a young man who is here from Malawi. Let me invite him on stage before I say a few more words about him. Diklani Tauro is here with us from Malawi. Diklani is going to share with us the vision of a young man from this part of the world. Diklani, can I ask you to join us here? A young man determined to make a difference to his community. He is part of the Zayed Solar Academy, which is based in the northern part of Malawi, and which, in fact, won the Zayed Future Energy Prize in 2014. The academy, let me just say, has helped transform his village by training boys and girls in solar power, teaching them how to design, how to install, and how to maintain the solar systems for the people of the area. Diklani Tauro, last May, you went to the United Nations General Assembly. I watched a video of you standing at the podium and giving a speech to world leaders who were gathered there for a Sustainable Energy Forum and a lot of other representatives at the UN. And what struck me was how vivid that image of you holding up candles and holding up local currency as well, to show that it wasn't just that you were living your life by candlelight, essentially, in your rural villages in Malawi and across other parts of Africa, but you were also, telling people how different this was to the world a lot of us know. I wonder, for you, making your second trip ever outside of Malawi, the first one being that trip to the United Nations last May, and now here to join us in Paris, how much of a disconnect do you see between what is still a very dire reality for you on the ground and between what seems to me very much a rich man's problem here in the West? People haggling, diplomats and politicians essentially haggling over details of what to put in final documents and whatnot. How do you connect to this whole reality from back home and what you see going on here?
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for this question. Okay, it's a great pleasure to come and attend the conference like this one, like what I did. What I did in May, and this is great experience in my life. Just because, as I'm talking, I'm 22 years, and I'm getting a lot from different people from outside the country. I'm coming from Africa, but now I'm meeting a lot of people of a high level, and this is a great thing to me. And this is my first time to travel alone outside. Of course, in May, I was with other people, but this time I've traveled alone. So this is so great. And this thing is happening just because of the power, potential of the renewable energy. And without renewable energy, I couldn't maybe be here.
And what do you, it's worth maybe before I move on to the next question, it's worth mentioning something that you confirmed to me just yesterday when we met, that only 1% of people in rural Malawi are connected to the power grid, just 1%. And that a family of 6 people lives on €6 a day. They need to buy candles, they need to buy kerosene to study at night and go about their business in general. How difficult is life for them when you describe the situation of studying like this at night, but also women taking a bunch of candles with them to the hospital to give birth, just for the sake of doctors being able to see what it is they're operating on?
Okay, thank you. Maybe point of correction on €6. It should be a family lives on €1 a day.
The whole family?
Yes, a family of 6 people lives on €1 a day. So there should be a correction there. So it's like if there are 6, then everybody need a candle in his room or her room for a day. And then when you see, when you figure out the light which is given from the candles, there is big comparison with the light you get from the bulbs like these ones. And then when we talk about the prices of the candles, they are very expensive. For example, I have the bunch of the candles, and then there are 5 of them, and 5 of them, it's €1. 5 of them, it's €1. So for the family to have light in their home, they need 6 candles a day, which is €1. And this is the salary, a daily salary for the person in Malawi. And when you are talking about the people who are living in rural areas, like I'm coming from a remote village, it's very difficult for the rural people in Malawi to have the money that can be used for candles or kerosene.
And how is this academy, of which you're a part of, changing people's lives on the ground? Because my understanding is that it trains local engineers, so it trains boys and girls. I think it's about 103 boys and girls so far who've been trained at this solar academy. It trains them to be able to provide solar energy systems for the community, but it doesn't provide them with free solar power. I mean, do they have the means to pay for any of the solar material?
Okay, all right. If you go to Malawi, if you travel throughout the Malawi, you may see some solar panels installed. But most of them, they are not working. Because we have the solar technicians who are staying in the big cities. If the system breaks down, it may just stay like that. Nobody will fix it. So that is why Zadi Solar Academy, it is located in a rural area so that it can train the local youth that they work in their local villages.
So what would you like to see people invest in? If you had the chance for some of these big names who we heard from today, if you had the chance to have them invest in anything specific, what would it be? Like what kind of investments would you like to see happen?
You mean?
To make a change to people's lives. You know, do you want to get people to have access to the internet through solar power? Do you want to take everyone from candles to iPads? And I hope someone in the audience can tell Tim Cook, Apple's CEO perhaps, to produce solar-powered iPads. I mean, if you had your wish, what would it be?
My wish is like advising the people on how the renewable energy is so important. So what is needed all the time is like you need to go and tell them how renewable energy is so important.
And you feel that people's attitudes are changing, the young people around you, just by virtue of becoming more skilled and getting the know-how being able to help themselves without relying on technicians in the big cities who never bother too much with them. Is that making a true difference?
Yes, that one it makes so much difference. Just because if you go to Malawi and then if you say, okay, where is the capital city of Malawi? They will tell you it's far away, maybe almost 50 kilometers. So if you go someone from 50 kilometers to come to your village, you need to pay for that guy. And then that guy will charge you the labor for him, maybe just to fix a one loose wire connection for maybe a bulb.
So what would you describe as the main challenges? Because I'm sure we have people in the audience who can help. What are the main challenges that you need to overcome?
Okay, at this point, the main challenge is like we are working with a government organization which satisfies the youth, the students in Malawi. But but within this organization, it has no solar modules and curriculum. So we are looking for the wishers like Irina to work with them so that maybe we can produce solar and curriculum that will be taught under a lower level rather than at a high level.
Tiklani, thanks so much, and I hope people in the audience have taken note and that a tangible outcome of today's dialogue might be concrete action that flows directly to Tiklani's Solar Academy. I'm not sure. Were you going to perform for us anything special? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Let me just show you the presentation which I did in the United Nations. Of course, I've changed some other things.
Sure. Okay.
Thank you very much for this honor. My name is Duran Tauro. I'm coming from remote village in Malawi, Africa. This is how we study in my village at night. This bunch of candles, this is what women take to the hospitals so that the doctor can see when they are delivering their babies. Malawi is a poor country, and they say it's the poorest country in the world. A family of 6 people lives on €1. 1% of rural Malawi is connected to the electrical grid. So to lead at night, a family can spend a third of their income on candles or kerosene. When we are talking about the candles and kerosene, both give poor light, and they are very expensive, and at the same time, they are very dangerous to the human beings and to the environment. This is why Zad Solar Academy is located in a rural area, so that it can train the local solar youth at a lower level. When you travel throughout Malawi, you might see a lot of solar panels installed, but few of them, they are working. Many solar technicians in Malawi, they are based in big cities. Once a system breaks, it may stay like in that way. This is why Zad Solar Academy it is located in rural Malawi, so that it can train the local technicians that they will work and live in their local communities. We need sustainable solution for this challenge. We believe that the solar power, being one of the examples of renewable energy, is the best answer. But the problem with the adoption of solar power in Malawi has been shortage of solar technicians in rural areas. The academy is located in northern Malawi. We are now in 2nd year and 2nd students intake. The students are trained in how to design, to install, and to maintain the systems. And in addition to this, they are also trained in electrical installation, ICT basics, weld and fabrication, and business skills. Our center is not just interested in power, but also how renewable energy access can enable education. For example, our students and staff has come up with affordable system for the rural people. This 10-watt solar panel can power directly the tablet of this one. This tablet is 30 euro, and this tablet connects the students to the internet and world-class education. The Solar Academy works in collaboration with the government vocation program, which satisfies the students in local technical schools. So this one is called Activator Malawi, and Activator system, it is under UNESCO. This is important organization, but this is important organization in developing countries. Our biggest challenge at this point is that the Activator Malawi, which we are working with, it has no current solar curriculum and modules. Our center is ready to work with ALENA, International Renewable Energy and Agency, to develop the modules and curriculum. This will just take a little small amount of funding. Please, we need your help. There is so much potential with solar energy. I have gone from this to this. I hope at ZAD Solar Academy, we hope to bring light and technology throughout the rural Malawi. On behalf of ZAD Solar Academy from Malawi, Africa, I'm thanking Renewable Energy, International Renewable Energy, which is ALENA, for inviting us from Malawi, ZAD Future Energy Prize from Abu Dhabi for the funds we received, my community received in 2014 to create ZAD Solar Academy, where I have been trained. And at the same time, I thank all the participants for this in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much to Declani Taulu for this inspiring presentation. Thank you, Anna Tony, as well, for sharing your thoughts with us on where we stand today, where we're heading in the future. Now, as we come to the end of what has been a fascinating day of debate and discussion of the issues surrounding renewable energy, this is just the beginning. I'll give them to you in a minute. It is just the beginning of a long-term effort that everyone has a stake in, and that will continue well beyond Paris throughout the course of 2016 and at COP22, which will be in Morocco. The focus will then be on implementation. Before we move on, and I invite our last few guests to the stage for the closing session, allow me to just briefly summarize the outcomes of the day's discussions. The climate is changing more rapidly than at any time in human history. It is therefore crucial that the Paris Agreement provide a clearly defined pathway to keep global average temperature rise below 2 degrees. The energy sector, accounting for more than 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions, is the primary contributor to global warming. It is also the sector that holds the greatest potential for solving the climate crisis in a sustainable, diverse, and cost-effective way. While the transition to a renewable energy future is already underway, it must be accelerated. Our energy choices in the next few years will determine what kind of world we want today and the world we will leave for our children and future generations. The conference, of course, featured political leaders, CEOs, artists, parliamentarians, innovators, and those who've already been affected by climate change, as you heard from Kathy, the poet from the Marshall Islands. The leaders panel, comprising regional, national, subnational decision makers, stressed that renewable energy helps deal with 3 existential challenges: climate, economy, and energy security. It is increasingly cost-effective and economically attractive, bringing sustainable solutions to today's economic and environmental challenges. Strong policy is key to accelerating the deployment of renewables at a speed that is needed to address the climate challenge. Political courage of governments at all levels is needed. In this, synergies between renewables and energy efficiency have to be maximized. We also heard about the importance to take a holistic view on energy across all sectors, taking into account all resources and all stakeholders, including the incumbents who need to be brought along in this effort. The private sector panel emphasized the fact that new technologies are ready to enter the market with declining costs, and renewables are becoming key growing industries. Leveling the playing field, lowering capital costs, and ensuring policy certainty are key. We are at the stage where a lot of technical and business innovation is needed to transition from current into the energy system of the future. But the major barrier, it was thought, to reaching renewable energy is mindset. The technology, everyone believed, was here. We heard from companies that have sustainability embedded in their business strategies, companies interested in renewable energy because these solutions are cost competitive and make economic sense. They are also investing in renewable energy to get client loyalty, as consumers are becoming increasingly aware of the imperative of sustainability. Governments cannot deal with climate change alone. Business and industry are part of the solution, and much of the investment needs to come from the industry itself. To take this to the next stage, investment is needed in liberalization of energy markets, stable policy frameworks, and infrastructure that will enable a greater share of renewables. Finally, the last panel reinforced the message that innovation at all levels and across all sectors will be a decisive factor in the world's ability to transform the energy system of the past to one based on renewables, a key element to solving the climate change challenge. So these are the main outcomes from the day. As we make the transition from COP21 in Paris to COP22 in Morocco, perhaps it is a good time to pause and reflect on what has been achieved here and look ahead to the kind of progress that will continue in Morocco and far beyond. Let me please ask our three guests in the closing session to join me on stage. Dr. Sultan Al Jaber, Minister of State and Special Envoy for Energy of the United Arab Emirates. He will be joining us on behalf of the organizing partners. Mr. Abdelkader Amara, Energy Minister of Morocco, will be representing the COP22 presidency, and Adnan Amin, the Director General of IRENA. And while everyone joins us here on stage, perhaps I could ask each one of them to share their reflections and thoughts on the main outcomes of the day. Minister Sultan Al Jaber, beginning with you, what was your main takeaway from today's discussions, today's meetings? Did you hear any new ideas that can speed up the transition that everyone is talking about into the world of renewable energy?
Well, allow me first to start by thanking everyone for such a productive and fruitful discussion. For the parts that have personally attended and participated in, I have witnessed a very serious paradigm shift as far as the adoption of renewable energy technology is concerned. 10 years ago, when Abu Dhabi took a bold and a historic step to launch an economic development program that is entirely centered around the advancement of renewable energy, many people around the world were asking and simply questioning why would a major oil-producing nation proactively seek a key role in the alternative energy space. I think at the time, no matter how we tried to explain that this was just a natural extension for our energy exposure, this was a logical step, it just made sense, it simply is because we can and we should, we still had people that had doubts. I think today, the answer is very evident. Renewable energy is in fact a must. At the time, renewable energy was simply not necessarily as mature as it is today, but the fact that renewable energy has matured over the past few years, technology has improved, cost has come down. Technology is today very much evident. It is not in any way being considered only for the reduction of carbon emissions or only to mitigate climate change. But it has become central to any economic development programs. It is, in fact, a must if you want to grow from an economic point of view or a social point of view in a sustainable manner. Renewable energy has to be well included into your overall economic strategies as well as your social development plans. So what I saw in these discussions that I've witnessed here today is, in fact, a mirror image of what the UAE had established or based its overall renewable energy strategy on. So all I can say today is that we are very pleased. We're pleased with the fact that the UAE took a bold step way ahead of everyone, and the fact that we were right. We were right because we saw it coming. We did not see renewable energy as a threat in any way to our hydrocarbon resources. In fact, we saw that it was a must. It was a responsibility on us as a major oil-producing nation to pursue the advancement of renewable energy. The fact that IRENA has been able, in a very short period of time, to assemble such support from governments around the world, from technologists, researchers, financiers, business people, students, think tanks, is another evidence to the importance of renewable energy and it being a central part of energy mix around the world. In summary, I am, in fact, very pleased with how things are turning out for renewable energy and how IRENA has become central and an integral part of the overall discussion when it comes to renewable energy, as well as the mitigation of climate change. IRENA today is well established. It is absolutely ready to engage in its own mandate to help and support policies around the world, and the UAE stands ready to support IRENA in delivering against its objectives. I again thank you all for your very productive and fruitful discussions. And I wish you all a great success and for the discussions here in Paris to deliver the necessary and desired results. Thank you.
Minister Sultan Al-Jaber, I believe you may have a few additional concluding remarks that you might have wished to give from the podium. If it is the case, please, by all means.
I'll be happy to participate after I give the floor to my
Okay,
friends.
so let's then move on now to Minister Abdelkader Amara. Your country, Morocco, as we've been saying, will have to take this debate forward. Do you feel that we're on the right track? Are you feeling confident about where we stand today in this whole debate?
Oui, absolument. Je voudrais tout d'abord saisir cette occasion.
I'd like to seize this opportunity to thank the organizers, and I'd also like to say a few words about this event. In fact, in COP21, there's a number of events being organized, and high-level personalities have been invited. I attended several of them, but this event has highlighted a very avant-garde theme because we're talking about re-energizing the future, and this is extremely important. And that is what, to answer your question, so I am optimistic and I'm extremely confident. And if you'll allow me, I'll try and rank what it is we're doing to actually hierarchize. And it's very important work. And so we're talking about the future, which is very close for some, and perhaps further away for others. But nevertheless, and there's the issues of climate change, and no one can remain indifferent to this issue. This needs to be said, and there is a certain level of consensus, and people are concerned. And so around this issue, there's the topic of energy. So allow me to say that whether one is for or against, everybody agrees to say that renewable is the future. Now, this renewable, how do we get there in an intelligent manner? We need to discuss this further. I mean, some want to accelerate, some want to take their time. In any case, renewable is the way of the future. So what is actually happening now, a certain number of paradigms are changing. Some are actually disappearing. And renewable is being implemented in several countries, whether north or south, and innovation is there to help. I think we should pay tribute to innovation of the innovators, and they are making renewables even more accessible. And so what's very important, and I insisted on this morning, so what's extremely important is that the renewable energy needs to be embedded in our economies, and it needs to be regulated within the framework of the market economies without there being the need for subsidies, because this famous feed-in tariff hasn't really helped much. And this is possible with what is happening. Look at what's happening with the photovoltaic, and even with the concentrated solar power. I was talking to some of the guests here, between the Ouarzazate 1 power plant that's going to be inaugurated soon, and the second and third, so we've actually saved 15% within 1 year's time. So I think on the new plants we'll be able to save even more. And look in the wind farms. I mean, they're as competitive as coal-fired plants. So this future is within our hands, and we have to see the obvious. And there are a certain number of things that need to be done, and that is what the advantage of the COP, apart from other geostrategic aspects. And this is an area, a venue, where you have debates, ideas, visions, formulas, proposals, and this all helps move forward. And COP22 will take place in Marrakesh, inshallah, next year, and this is going to be again almost a quantum leap versus what is happening, and we hope that we will have concrete outputs from Paris. But already I can see that in Marrakesh we'll have the possibility, inshallah, to show how Africa, that doesn't produce much GHG because there's not much energy, how it could, what its approach could be while being in harmony with the environment. And that's the famous formula we need to work on, but that should to convince those people who are still hesitating, saying renewable is difficult, you have the economy, you have growth, demand. So, yes, I'm fully confident. Morocco is one country in Africa. Marrakesh is a city in Africa. We're going to show, because, between now and then there will be many projects that will have come to light. And this will prove that we can reconcile economic growth and renewable to match our energy demands, and we're capable of it. Morocco, a country that doesn't have fossil resources, can do it. Well, why can't other countries do it? And I'd like to pay tribute to my friend because he was talking earlier on, and he was telling us how a country that bases economy on fossil fuels is actually migrating to renewable. Not easy. I mean, easier said than done. Fossil is all about comfort, and again, you have to be a visionary if you want to go down the path of renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Amara. A positive, optimistic note to make that transition from Paris to Morocco. It now gives me pleasure to give the last word to the Director General of IRENA, Adnan Amin. Adnan Amin, who has his work cut out for him. Now, the challenging bit of harmonizing, as Minister Amara was saying, a policy among member states. How important were today's discussions in driving renewables forward, in your opinion?
Well, thank you. First of all, let me say I really appreciate having the last word. I've been married more than 20 years. It's a very rare occasion to have a last word. So thanks for that. But let me say, you know, everything that had to be said about making the impossible today's reality and going beyond tomorrow has been said. Look at the extraordinary people we had here. We had government leaders. When I was talking to Abdul Qadir 3 years ago on the margins of our assembly, which you attended, we had no idea that 3 years later that we would be sitting in Paris talking about an ambition of 52% penetration of renewable energy in Morocco. No idea. And that came with a program of industrialization, an interconnection of economies, and an ambition for developing regional power network. This happened in 3 years. That's due to leadership, the direct participation and ownership of His Majesty the King, and the excellent stewardship of Abdul Qadir, and the fact that the technology is there now. When I first heard about IRENA, it was at a dinner where I sat next to a very charming gentleman I had not met before, called Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber. Oh, okay. We had never met before. I was in the delegation of the Secretary General of the UN. It was a special dinner for him, and we happened to sit together and we started talking. I had never heard of IRENA. We started talking about it. This is 5 years later. We have an international organization today that has 175 countries, and that is developing knowledge products that are changing things across the world. How improbable was that? And how improbable was it that I would sit next to Sultan thinking that he's representing an oil-producing country and the guys are having a very nice time. Why should they be doing all of this stuff? My office today is in the heart of Masdar city, pioneered by Sultan, which is a zero-carbon city in the desert outside the city of Abu Dhabi, which has some of the most iconic clean energy buildings and projects and research going on in clean energy. And my own office is in a building that is the most sustainable building in the entire Middle East, Africa, probably most of the, all of South Asia, and probably a much wider region. We have technologies that are in that building where we are harvesting the power from the braking of our elevators, putting it back in the system. 75% of the heat from our air conditioning is going back in the system. We have 30% of our power from PV on the rooftop, and the rest we are sourcing from Masdar city. I mean, it's extraordinary the things that have happened in a few years. And then look at the partnership that made this thing happen. You know, in the few years that we have been active, we have forged a special relationship with the European Commission. We, as an organization for renewable energy headquartered in the Middle East, have been participating with the European Commission in the European energy debates of the future. Another improbable thing. I didn't know who Jean-Louis Ball is. He invited me to a very nice meeting in Paris, and I thought I should go, but there was a lady in Abu Dhabi working for the mission who made it mandatory for me to go. Martine, I don't know if she's here. It's very difficult to deny Martine anything. There she is, a wonderful lady. So I came and we met. And Jean-Louis, you will remember it was your last meeting in Paris at the UNESCO headquarters that Mr. Fabius asked you, in partnership with us, to develop something for the COP on renewable energy. And here we are today. You know, we have REN21. Arturos, who has been one of the pioneers in this field for 25 years. You know, remarkable job that he has done together with Christine, who has been really taking forward the partnership to new levels. I mean, it's remarkable being here and with the UAE. So that's the improbable. Yeah. But, you know, we've talked a lot about making the impossible possible, and it's happening. We've talked to the people. We didn't have, you know, kind of just a bunch of us who thought this is a good idea getting together to talk about it. We had people from Google and Facebook here. We had the European Parliament there. Look at Claude Turmes. Claude Turmes has been keeping this issue on the international and European agenda in a way nobody could have. And we are indebted to him for his commitment to the future of energy, decarbonization, and renewables. A remarkable job that you have done. And, you know, when we get to this point, I've been doing COP since COP4. There was a younger, slimmer, handsome, dark-haired version of me at COP4 in Argentina. The girls would have been very happy at that time. And here we are 17 years later, and I can tell you from my own personal perspective, we have a negotiation on a text that is largely identical in dimension to what we had then. The issues are largely the same, and the positions of the delegations are largely the same. What has changed is what is in this room today. The energy in this room, the commitment and vision in this room is what is going to transform things. Somebody said in the course of the discussion that the technology and the industry has left the negotiators behind. It is absolutely true. I think we need a new perspective of how we're going to talk about climate and energy in the coming time. I think the momentum has started. Paris has got the ball rolling. Abdulkader has promised us that he's ready in Marrakesh. In this 1 year, from Paris to Marrakesh, let's all of us, because we are an alliance, let's all of us keep a momentum, develop a platform, put aside any kind of hesitation or rivalry, and develop a framework that is going to deliver an outcome in Marrakesh that the world will remember and say this is when we came to the point that things started to turn. This is what we need to do. But we also need to do it for other people. I was really touched by Kathy and her poem, Lunchtime. I'm a very tough guy, so I had to control myself a little bit after she finished. But it was really, truly, you know, showing you the humanity of what is happening to people and the fact that we have a solution. And listening to Dikirani and being from Kenya, there are so many young Kenyans like him, identically in the same position as him. I want to tell you, Dikirani, I'm going to force all of these people to work with me, and we're going to come and we're going to do what you asked us to do. Okay? So I didn't want to go into innovation and technology and so on. We've had that. I just wanted to say that with the remarkable partners that we've had the opportunity to work with, thank you to all of you. I think we're going to take a picture, so why don't we all come up?
Before we do, Adnan, if I could just perhaps, well, we could invite, as you say, we could invite the other representatives from the organizing partners. Please go ahead.
Jean-Louis, Arturos, Christine, Dominique, please, let's come up.
And as you take a picture, I just wanted to say that, Adnan, I mean, you touch on a few interesting points here, that there's so much to do still, even though there's so much progress that has been made. But as you say, inspiration and momentum, both on your side. So many strides have been taken in just a few years. Coincidences have helped along the way, but also hard work, vision, leadership. Yes. And who knows where we will all be in 5 years' time. I know I would like to be traveling the world on solar impulse. Maybe Bertrand Piccard will try to make that happen. I'm sure a lot of us would like to try that. But for now, thank you all very much for your contributions. It's been fascinating to hear your views on what's going on and to hear a little bit about the bold and inspiring leadership that you've been delivering when it comes to renewable energy. Please do take a group photo, a well-deserved group photo, all of the organizing partners together. And thank you very much indeed.
I didn't get the last word.
I had to end it somehow. Thank you, everyone, indeed. And I just meant to also announce very quickly that there will be a reception cocktail taking place somewhere next door. Not sure which room, but I'm sure you'll find it. And this is organized by the Renewable Energy Policy Network of the 21st Century, in other words, REN21. So please do join us if you can. Thank you all very much for being here. It was a great pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.